Welcome. I'm Lauren Wolf, the communications lead on the engineering strategy and enablement team at Mural. We're so happy you're joining us today for our first global, fully remote conference. Our theme for this year is Mural in Motion. Motion means lots to us at Mural. We're in constant motion to create a delightful product that levels up teamwork with imagination so that working together is more fun and innovation happens faster. It's not only about moving fast to ship great products. We're also experiencing rapid acceleration, powering an amazing rocket ship that we're building while we're flying it. We adapt to thrive, knowing that change is inevitable and learning to adapt is crucial. Today, we'll showcase the lessons we've learned as we continue to scale our engineering team through rapid growth while balancing people, tech, and process. Rapid growth requires a very delicate balance of all three to enable success. And we've got 14 incredible speakers who are excited to share their experiences, insights, lessons learned, and our path forward at Mural. These talks range from how to build great collaborative teams and processes that enable flow and creativity, to leading with transparency amid ambiguity, to solving the problems that rapid growth introduces, and more. Some sessions will have Q&A, so we can dive deeper on the topics covered. We hope that you'll join us for these live conversations. If a talk you attend today doesn't have a Q&A session and you have a question, please email us at motioncomp@mural.co and we'll promptly connect you with an answer. As a reminder, today we'll be abiding by a strict code of conduct, which can be found on our website. Harassment in any form will not be tolerated, as we want today to focus on sharing our insights and creating connections to live our company value of making others successful. Thanks so much for joining us today, and we really hope you enjoy our talks. I'm so excited to introduce our keynote speakers today. Dana Lawson, VP of Engineering at GitHub, and Kirby Fruget, VP of Engineering at Mural, who will be sharing their insights on agency and emergent greatness. Take it away, Kirby and Dana.
Hey everybody, super excited to be here. I want to introduce you to my friend Dana Lawson from GitHub. Say hi, Dana.
Hey.
Hey, so we're both super excited to talk with everybody today. Dana, why don't you tell everybody a bit about yourself?
Well, you told them where I'm from, Kirby. I'm VP of Engineering and Partnerships at GitHub. Been doing that jam about 3 years. Been in technology 21 years. Oh my goodness, I don't even like saying that out loud. And really focused on management and leadership in the past decade or so. And I'm super excited to get this opportunity to talk about a few things that we both really love, because this ain't our first rodeo together, Kirby. We've been knowing each other.
Yeah, totally. I have a very similar story. I think a very similar number of years in technology and in leadership too. And yeah, we definitely have an awesome history together. So let's talk a little bit about that. Well, first I'll say I run our engineering department here at Mural, and we've been scaling our organization super fast. We're super excited to be having this conference today and talking to you today. And again, so Dana, why don't you tell a little bit about how we first met?
Well, man, Kirby, it almost was like a decade ago. Not quite, but we both started our paths together. This little company here in Portland, Oregon called New Relic. I had started actually in the support engineering department and moved over into site engineering. And you were leading in support. I supported the .NET agent, and you were supporting the .NET agent from the R&D side. And so we were always just all up in our biz, and we were the not cool kid .NET team. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, it's the truth. Like,
Nothing's cooler.
Don't hate. Like, I work at GitHub,
Yeah.
Microsoft. I work with a lot of .NET developers, but like, when you're hanging out with those kids that are like Node and Ruby, our stuff was as serious as we can be. But
ties and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, as chance have it, my first love of technology has been, platform engineering, DevOps. SRE was this new thing that we were talking about back then. And I moved into site engineering, and then we started working together. I mean, and ever since then, we've had this amazing journey where we've intersected at different times and continue to just, I don't know, I think good people just keep themselves around good people. So, or we're both bad people. I like to think I still am, but Curbs.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, that's how we first got together. I mean, I don't know, what do you remember? It's been a while now, but that's what I remember.
Yeah, I remember the same exact thing. It is funny. Like I feel very lucky in my career to have worked with some awesome people and to like, they say it's a small world. It's very cliche, but it's absolutely true. And I think what makes it small, but in a powerful way, is like you connect with the people that you love working with, and you try to make that happen again and again with those same people. And you like look to work with people who you respect a lot. You know how much I respect you, and who like you see eye to eye on. Doesn't mean you agree on everything, but you like really like working with that person, respect their opinion, respect their approach and their leadership style, and you just like you're attracted to that, right? Like you just want to pull those people in around you and keep working with them and again and again and again, maybe on different challenges, but just in general, I think I've personally have felt very fortunate to have, a few key people that have made a huge impact on my life and have gotten to work with them over and over and over
Me
again.
too.
It's just like it's a privilege. Awesome. So Dana, one of the things that I wanted to chat about with you today, and to share with the people that have joined us for this conference, is really about how you set up an environment where people can do their best work, where they have the the feeling that they can innovate, that they can be creative, that they can really go after and solve really big problems. What do you think is key to that, to creating that kind of environment?
I mean, first and foremost, there's not like a secret formula or maybe a known formula that works that we can just stamp. I mean, the engineer in me just would love to democratize leadership. And maybe one day, like, we're going to get to a place where as technologists, we all see through the same lens, but with our own special needs. That's my hope. So let's do it. 2022, democratizing tech leadership. But in the meantime, I think it's about really understanding what drives and motivates people, getting a little bit deeper. And when people join a company that they're super passionate about, is because of shared alignment of vision. I think it comes down to like, who are you serving? What are you creating? And then replaying that back down to people's own personal needs. They hopefully are joining your company because they believe in what they're doing. Now, I'm not saying like, oh yeah, this is the best thing since what, sliced bread or whatever. I don't think people say that anymore, but anyway, but you're starting with the baseline. And I think once you have the baseline for the North Star set, you really have to understand, well, what are your impediments? What are your challenges? What are the things that you're going to be faced with to meet those needs? And how are you going to rally people behind that, given their own circumstances? And this time that we're all living in is completely unpredictable. So I think to curate that environment is you've got to really think about how you want to show up and how you want people to show up. Because you can build the right processes behind it, but really getting down to your core values and really understanding what's important to you. And honestly, finding the bits and pieces from around the industry that have been great and reusing that. I mean, I love copy pasta. Like, yes, bring it on. Like, why not? Because once we start building that symmetry, then we start, being a force multiplier in the industry because we have the same standards. And so I think it's really about finding the uniqueness to what you're trying to accomplishing and meeting people at a human level and really focusing on that. I mean, it's real easy to go and throw a process in there, but at the end of the day, the process will come. Find out what you need and what's in your way from being successful and start working that into a human-centric approach.
And one of the human-centric things that I've personally found to be a very important thing to focus on is autonomy, and
Yeah.
like giving people the freedom in decision making and approach. Once they kind of understand the why, like the purpose of what they're doing, it's like how do you get people to really go after it and figure out how to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish? And one of the things that I think makes for a really good environment is people feeling like, I have control over this. I can go do what I think is successful and will make us successful, and just go after it and go do it. And so what have you done, or what have you seen work in terms of giving people that kind of freedom, that agency to go do amazing things?
You write stuff down, like straight up. Like, okay, maybe I said there wasn't like a one-stop solution, but I'm going to tell you, write some shit down. Like, seriously, don't wait until your team's like 50 people big. Like, write it down. Really embrace a written culture. Take the abstract, put it on paper and work out the details, and really understand where the different levels of thought and impact and experience you have on the team. Because, your more senior people, they're going to be able to deal with the ambiguity. And so, you know what, you should probably challenge them to help disperse it into details, because depending upon where you are in your journey, you're going to need different levels of information because you don't have the experience to replay off of. And so what I like to do is really start, I don't know, like as you call it, Kirby, I'm going to steal this from you, creative constraints. Creative to me means like, don't hold anything too sacred, but man, have the right constraints at the right place so that you know how you can take the problem from the abstract and dispel it into details that are then scalable. And I think that's where we put these constraints in. But we also need to be super aware that, there's different needs depending upon what you're building, making, and delivering. And sometimes you may need a little flex, but they should be intentional flex. And so, write shit down. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that. You and I've talked about this before. I really like that idea of creativity under constraints. I think that's very valid. Like, I work at Mural, and one of the capabilities we have is drawing and visual, visual collaboration. And so, I like to think about, back in the old days, you had a whiteboard, and that whiteboard is just a big blank, empty canvas. And if you go tell somebody, go invent something, and give them a white, are they really going to invent something? Or are they going to struggle to be like, okay, well, what is it I'm trying to do here? What goal do I have in mind? Okay, am I just going to like draw a box? What does that box look like? What is the purpose of drawing that box? But like having some constraints around things, I think actually increases people's creativity.
Oh, yeah.
Another example I like to use is like drop somebody in a field and say, go survive. Okay, well, maybe they'll figure out how to do that. Drop somebody in a river full of alligators or crocodiles and say, go survive. They're going to know what they need to do that. Probably get out of the river as fast as possible.
It's true. It's true. You remind me too that when we think about creative constraints and how we want to encourage people to feel psychologically safe to take bold steps, that's what constraints can also give you, right? I mean, myself included, a lot of us suffer from imposter syndrome. There's been studies that have proven that people in untraditional software development backgrounds, especially in underrepresented minorities, that they're more visual learners. And I think by solving these challenges and writing things down and looking at all the different avenues so that people can learn and take information is going to unlock that innovation, because you're removing that friction along the way. And so, to your point, I think that lever between abstract and details, it's not static, and it shouldn't. So, as a leader creating this holistic environment, this is one of your jobs, is to sit out there and look at the inputs of saying, where do I need to have something more crystallized? Where do I need to lean in and help drive clarity? Or where do I need to just, I don't know, sometimes release the hounds and let people go for it? Because you know what, sometimes you just have to make that call because you're in the same boat as the team. And so I think also showing that you're vulnerable and authentic when you don't know what you don't know, no matter what position you have, also just continues to build upon the environment that is going to allow people to flourish.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think is really challenging in growing, scaling companies, is providing that clarity. A lot of times as a small company, everybody knows everybody. You're going to hear throughout this conference today the story of Mural as we've grown from a small team to a much larger team in a very short amount of time. That, when you start, everything, every customer, everything going on, and then everything explodes in a positive way. Like it gets bigger, it gets more challenging, it gets more complex. And I think that clarity becomes something that's a little more difficult to attain, but something that's even more valuable for people. And so can you tell me some kinds of things that you've done that like help people understand maybe the importance of their work, the context of their work, so that they can have autonomy and make good decisions and cool things can happen?
I mean, I try to just lead with transparency, try to ensure that I have a clear grasp and understanding so that when you start this cadence of repeating, which, repetition is a sign that people are aligned, even, as annoying as it can be sometimes. But I don't know, I have the attention span of a goldfish sometimes. So I need that help to be like, repeat it, you believe it, you see it. And some of those things too, we utilize tool sets. We bring people in at the brainstorming. We want to start, I don't care if you're a brand new engineer or you're an intern and this is the first time you're collaborating on a team. You're going to bring in a unique perspective. And if you really think about design thinking, which I'm still a huge fan of, Kirby, I mean, I still sip that design thinking Kool-Aid, because I think we all have to think about, well, what are we trying to fix and for who? Or what experience are we trying to manifest with what we're doing? And when you bring people early on and allow them to be a part of that process, they're going to feel more engaged and honestly more invested in what you're building. Now, that doesn't mean consensus by committee. I think you still really need to, once again, put in the right roles and the right definitions, but I think participation should be equal, especially when you're in that ideation phase. And, you don't know where the next big idea will come from. It could come from anywhere. But that's, once again, what you're trying to always curate is fostering this space for innovation by really contextualizing what you do know, and then starting to work through what you don't in modular blocks. It kind of sounds like dang agile, but go figure. It was a good idea. It's still a good idea.
Yeah, I think it was Marty Kagan or someone said that the engineers are your greatest source of innovation in your company, and they're often untapped. And that's one of the things that I've discovered over time, is that the more you like make things in a process and the more you like create bureaucracy around things, you start to lose that a little bit. Like one of my favorite engineers I've worked with, when I first started working with him, I wanted to introduce a little process to the team. He was like super resistant to it. And it's because he had worked in one of those environments where it's like, okay, we have our 4-hour sprint planning meeting, and then we have these rituals, and at the end we have our retrospective and our reflection. And like, he's like, when do I get to write code and all of this process? And one of the things that I try really hard to do, and I think is really important, is hire smart, hungry, humble people. I know that's a phrase I've heard you use a lot. And like you said, get them involved early in the process, because you don't want engineers whose job it is to like take a JIRA ticket, look at what's like specced out in that ticket, write the code and move it over, and then somebody else goes and tests it. Like, you want that to unlock that creativity in people, and for them to feel like they have a say in what you're doing and why you're doing it and how you're doing it.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe it's because I just can't get away from building tools for developers, but you know what? That's when you automate away that stuff. If it's repeatable, like the first question you need to ask is like, should I be doing this, or should I have some, I don't know, robot or other do these repeatable tasks? And that's another way that I also think about it. Dr. Nicole Forstin, that I had the pleasure of working with at GitHub, who's now in the Microsoft research team, she recently—
I think I have her book sitting
here.
You
have Excel?
There you go.
So cool. Like she is. She really is awesome. And she's an awesome person. Anyway, she's world renowned for her book Accelerate, and on helping define DORA, as we know, the modern DevOps kind of measurement of practice that we use. But they recently unveiled, I believe in March, a new kind of framework. And this one isn't just centered around your toolbox and your tool set for unlocking the speed of your engineering team, but it's really about the innovation part. And they call it SPACE. The acronym is SPACE. And that's kind of what we're talking about here, Kirby, is like finding those moments where we can remove the friction, push autonomy and agency with well-defined, or at least as best defined, constraints and requirements at the right time and right frame, so that people can get in the flow and so that they can work uninterrupted. You want to turn that 4 hours of sprint planning into 4 hours of innovation and writing amazing features and uninterruptions. Like, you do not want to be interrupted when you hit a developer in the flow, because we've seen the statistics from University of California in Humboldt, Germany, that it takes on average 23 minutes for a developer or somebody in the digital product world to step out of flow to get re-engaged. And so anytime you're stopping and adding in layers of unnecessary process or check-ins, you are probably disrupting somebody's flow time. And so I think we need to be more aware of that as leaders. And we should also, like you said, find those opportunities to refine it. Hold nothing sacred. Like, ask yourself, are those rituals for ritual's sake, or are they bringing value to what we're doing?
Yeah. And I think a good question to ask yourself in that achieving flow is like, is everything you're doing towards that creative process of building and delivering software out to people? Or is it something that is, okay, so I'm VP of engineering, right? So I care about like productivity and how much our teams are delivering, but I really don't want to introduce things that make my job easier. I want to introduce things that make the engineer's job easier to do, because that's where the value gets created in the organization, is people actually delivering working awesome software out to their customers. And I think it's a good question to ask. That's why I hit on autonomy so much, because I believe people are self-directed and motivated to going after and doing the things that are valuable and have purpose for them. And it's something that they know what's important. Like if you've really connected your engineers to their customers, they know what problems people are having. They know what people need to solve. And product management and design are there to kind of support and work with them in solving those problems. But like everything that engineers should be thinking about is, how can I build something that's going to really like make somebody else's life easier, or do like provide value out to somebody, whether that's writing code or brainstorming or thinking through like, how am I going to solve this? How am I going to test this? How am I going to deploy this? How am I going to monitor and make sure it's working? Whatever that is, like anything that's an impediment to that, you just got to like knock out of the way.
You got to give it attention.
Cool. All right. So I think we hit a lot of the, how far into this are we? 30. Well, no, it doesn't show how long we've been recording. That's too bad. I think looking through my notes to see if there's other stuff we didn't hit. Is there anything you think we should hit that we haven't touched yet?
I think maybe we should give an example of a time where we've really seen this work in action, and like maybe when we didn't. Like one of us give an example of like, when we saw the output of releasing creative control and having constraints, and then one of us speaking about when we tried it and weren't fully developed, like what was missing. Because I've done both. I've done both flavors. And it's like, then the real part is like, well, when do you come in? You don't want to swoop in there and like, but you also need to, when I think of constraints, it's like build the process in for feedback. So it isn't something where you have to come in and save, because you've given, creative autonomy. You also have to have the same, I don't know. I think we could talk about that for a minute if we need time.
Cool. Okay, so Dana, I'm curious to know, because we've worked together a lot, so maybe some of these examples are ones that will be familiar to me, maybe not. But I'm curious to know, and I think it'd be great for you to talk about a time where you've really like set a team free. You've given them this autonomy. Maybe you've provided a lot of clarity to them, so they know what's really important and like what goals you're going after as a team. But you kind of set them free, and they surprised you in some way that you weren't anticipating. Do you have any examples like that?
I mean, I have one pretty recently, and I don't know, I'm just gonna, for privacy's sake, just talk about the example. So we were trying to really unify the view into the backlog for all of our engineering teams. And those that at home are watching this, you'll feel very familiar with this story. But we wanted to create the right level of visibility and abstraction to where it was meaningful without having to create this really complex system that every team does the same thing, right? And it's kind of a trap where you're like, okay, we're all going to go and sprint, and we're going to have 2-week sprints, and here's how we're going to make issues, and every Friday we push code. Like, that is too prescriptive. And so we were asking ourselves, well, what problem are we trying to solve? Well, you have a 100 plus engineering organization, and you want to be able to measure that you've given the scale of your organization that you're still creating the key results that you've aligned for your objectives, and keeping really just a system to ensure that the check-ins are at the same time, that you know how to score stuff. And so creating that right level of abstraction. So we were like, okay, this is our challenge. We aren't trying to helicopter in on the teams and say, okay, you got to go every 2 weeks, sprint, and then you got to do this. But we really wanted to say, well, how do we know month to month if we're still moving in the right directions against our objectives? And so we pushed that autonomy down. We gave some simple, constraints of saying, like, utilize a backlog board and ensure that all work that's actively being worked on is just represented. We don't need to see what's closed, what's icebox, just what's active, and keep it simple. Like, is it working now? Here's the cool thing. There's so many different tools out there. You can nest it down. So we said to this one team, I said, listen, I just need this really high level view into my huge organization. Well, the engineering leader took that and built this unique, amazing system that just worked for the group, that was nothing that I thought. I hadn't seen it. So basically they took their whole department, which is about 30 engineers, and they all gave them shared ownership. And you're like, what? That sounds like an anti-pattern. 30 people shared ownership of a pretty complex product vertical. But they did it in a way that made sense by taking them and putting them into squads. And it was always this first in, first out mentality. And cross training was really a key to success in there, and really giving the focus on how to take down the FUD if you are on call in one of these many features. And I was skeptical, but it worked. That team is so happy, and we have coverage, and there's not as much silos of tribal knowledge. And she still met the objectives of saying, let's represent all the work so we can ensure. But the autonomy was pushed down for the engineering teams to really understand their capacity and really understand how much work they should sign up for and how much work is actually available at any given time. And we could have gone with a much, much more structured, everybody do it this way. But they knew what they needed to do to be successful. They were given the objectives and the directly responsible title of ensuring the success, but by meeting a few constraints. And it doesn't always happen that way. And the lessons learned were like, make sure that you have given enough details, that you've thought what problem you're trying to solve for, what is not okay, but really what is okay and where your boundaries are. And then if you have the right skill of a person to be able to do it in a way that doesn't whiplash the team. Now that's a pretty broad example, but it was incredible because it was such outside of the box thinking, but it worked, and that team is still super successful doing their thing.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. One of the awesome things about that too is when teams come up with the how, they automatically buy into it, right? Like the need for it, and like I think what you would see there too is not just, we're doing this because Dana thinks it's important. Like they understand why it's important, and they've really bought into what they're doing, and will continue, I think, to make it better and better and better over time too.
And they own the outcome. It's like, you own this outcome. You have to make sure that you have on call covered. You have to make sure that you have, product ownership covered. You have to make sure all these things, but y'all are going to make sure to do that because the unique needs of the team, because we're globally distributed. All the teams I've been working with in the past 5 years have been remote first. And so I think there's creative constraints that come in that don't always play at top of mind when you think of building out systems like this. But this is where they start to get imparted on a localized version of it. I'm curious, Kirby, like that's super leadershipy. Like you can tell them like me, you give me an example. When have you seen this? When have you failed? When have you failed? When have you made a bad call? When have you been like, okay, maybe too much autonomy too soon? Because that shit can happen.
Yeah, I think there's a couple examples I can give on there, like a couple reasons that I think that happens, especially. Like one is, I'm just not clear about what's important. As a leader on the team, it's my job to make sure that it's clear to people like what success looks like and what we need to do for that. And so, times where I've messed up on that has been not providing that clarity, and a team may go do great work and they may go solve a problem, but it might not have been the most important problem to solve, right? And so I can think of a number of examples where that has happened. And other times I think like, especially in like a fast growth environment, I've had teams where they're trying, but the organization is more complex. It's grown faster. It's more challenging than they anticipated, and they haven't experienced some of the problems that you experience as you grow before. And so they're kind of like figuring it out as you go. And I think it's important too, as leaders of a team, to provide people support, provide them room to experiment, but also provide guidance. Like, you don't want to over specify and get too prescriptive. On the other hand, you got to recognize when people need help and support, and be there to kind of guide them and help them in those things when they raise their hands and say they need it. And so I've definitely had some examples of where I didn't realize a team was struggling fast enough, and could have probably offered more support rather than just saying, go figure it out, kind of thing.
Totally. If there's one, I guess a few things that I'd say that I hope people take away is, make whatever you're doing human-centric, just like you would do for your customers. If you want to unlock innovation and creativity, you need to align people with shared vision and goals, and also the constraints of what success looked like. And as Esther Perel says, the great psychotherapist, all people really want in life is to be seen, heard, and celebrated. And when you can put that combination together with the rewards of having the ability to make decisions and see them through, you're going to give people that. Because as builders and makers and developers, I'll speak for all of us, we just want our stuff to be used and loved, no matter what it is. That's what gets you out of bed in the morning. And I think if you can do that in an environment where it's the best work of your life with, like you said, smart, hungry, humble people, then you're going to have a great experience, not only for you, but most importantly for the team that is going to build the thing that is going to change the world.
100%. I want to add more, but like that's a perfect way to close this conversation. So I love that. I love that quote. I'm gonna have to write that one down. So yeah, that's awesome. Completely agree with everything you just said. Like I cannot tell you how many times I've been pleasantly surprised by people just figuring things out. And I've been in this game forever. Like the 20-ish years professionally, as you've mentioned, is about my time. But I've been like writing code since I was a wee little one, for a long time. And one thing that I just love about developers is they love to solve problems, and they love to solve problems for people and just make things easier. And so, yeah, just like find ways to unlock that creativity in people, give them the autonomy to do awesome things, and awesome things you get positively surprised. Like that's the reward for me in this kind of job. Like when you're a developer, you get that reward of checking in code, seeing it work, like seeing people use the stuff that you build. That's awesome. As a leader, seeing like these moments where the people on your team experience those same feelings, and where they like go solve problems in ways that you would have never thought of, like that is just, it's awesome. Like it's such a good feeling when you see that happen.
That's why we do it. Well, thank you so much for having me here with you in a different context. I love it. Here we are, still together but apart. I appreciate you so much, and the rest of the Mural team, for the time today. And I look forward to the rest of the conference. It's gonna be awesome.
Thanks, Dana. And I really appreciate you taking the time to do this, and letting me lean on our friendship to join us today. And no, I think we share such a common view in how we do this thing that we do, that I think it's always great to talk. And yeah, I want everybody, I hope you all enjoy the conference. There's going to be a lot of conversations about navigating technology while scaling. Like that's some of the hardest things you can do in the software development business. Like helping teams grow and realizing some of the pain points and like what we've done to solve those. Like we said at the conference, it's called Mural Motion. It's called that because software and people are always in motion. Like every day is different. The problems we encounter may look similar, but there's always uniqueness and there's always differences. And I hope you all enjoy the conference and enjoy learning about some of what we've done, some of the challenges we face and how we've worked through those, both from a technology perspective and also from a leadership perspective. So thank you, Dana, and thank you everybody for joining us today.
Our next speaker will be Martin Bienvenuti, also known as Colo. He's a principal software architect at Mural, whose session will focus on moving away from the DOM while keeping React.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining Mural Motion, and thanks for joining me. Today, we'll talk about the path Mural had to take in order to move away from the DOM into our new rendering engine. My name is Martin Benvenuti. I'm one of the pre-pandemic guys, an architect here at Mural. I'm not really active in social media, but if you want to talk about technology, puppies, Mural itself, whatever, just hit me up. I'll be more than happy to talk to you guys. If you want to follow along the presentation, you can scan this QR, which points to these slides. The idea behind the talk is that I'm going to split it into 4 phases. The first phase is explaining a bit about how Mural works, the things that are relevant to this talk in particular. Then the research phase, which is basically the exploration we had to do in order to understand what were our limits and where should we focus in order to improve our product. Then the planning phase, which changed a lot, you'll see, but just basically what to do, how to do it, and putting a timeline on that. And the execution phase, which is most likely the bit you are more interested in, which is the actual execution and implementation of this entire. So the understanding phase. Mural as a system is a complex one. It consists in a set of services that are orchestrated to work together. For the scope of this talk, we will focus just in the web client, which was the first client introducing the new rendering engine, but we are also using it for the native apps and for third-party applications as well. The tech stack, we were using back at the time React 15.6. We are still using React 15.6, believe it or not. We were using Ampersand.js, which is an old JS framework, a fork of Backbone.js. I guess you'll know that one. WebSockets for everything that was real-time communication. And we also have REST APIs for content, basically. And everything was rendering with the DOM in the browser. The important things to notice here is that we were using React for the views. I mean, the views are just a visual representation of the application state at a given time. That's what React does for us. And we were using Ampersand.js to manage that state. By state, I mean both what we persist, I mean things like widgets, the canvas size, the position, things that we have in our database, but also UI state. things like, am I selecting a widget? Am I dragging it? Is it locked? Can I move it? Am I in a particular mode, like presentation mode? Those were managed by Ampersand. And the interesting thing here is that both React and Ampersand were managing behavior for the application. And there was no way for us to say what happens when I do X, because the business logic was split. With React, it's super simple. You can attach an event handler to any DOM, and every time there's a DOM event, that handler would act. And if you have your logic there, you will execute that logic. But with Ampersand, it was really easy as well. Ampersand has a observable pattern, so it makes it really easy to listen to changes in any given model. I mean, each widget is a model, the mural is a model, the selection bounds are a model. And every time someone was modifying one of the properties of that model, you could be listening to that particular property and act upon those changes. And this talk is focused mostly on the render, but it's also about tidying up the code and how we move forward, taking both things into consideration. And state modifications. When you interact with the mural, there are 3 ways in which the application state can change. The most obvious one is by user input. I mean, if you are using Mural and you double click in the canvas, you will create a sticky. There are no external factors there. It's super direct. You do something, you see something. Same thing for, I don't know, clicking on a widget, then you will select it. You would see a blue line around it. If you double click on a sticky, you will enter edit mode. Those are simple. It's the same if you are working alone or in a multiplayer session. Whatever you do will have a consequence on the screen. For remote interactions, the thing is a bit trickier. We have 2 different ways to receive messages, both through our real-time channel. The simplest one is everything that remote clients do, but it's not persisted. Things like moving the cursor or panning or zooming, because we have a mini map and we can see where each user is located at a given time. Those things are sent by each client through the real-time server with a broadcast message. And as soon as you receive it, the UI will act accordingly. For instance, for the cursor, if you have a cursor at a given point and then you receive a new point, what we would do in the UI is just make a CSS translation and move the cursor from point A to point B, and that's pretty much it. But when the client does some kind of modification in the content, let's say he or she changes the background color of a given widget, then the client will make an API call to our API servers. The API will do all the validations, sanitizations, and everything that's needed. And if everything is okay, then it's the API who, through the real-time server, will let you know, hey, there's been a change in this particular widget. This is the set of changes you have to apply. And each UI, each client will receive those changes and act upon them. And the last bit to understand about Mural is the coordination, the coordinate transformation that we have in place. Basically, we have a screen. It doesn't matter if it's HD, full HD, or whatever. It has a limited set of units of pixels that you can display, but murals are usually bigger in size. By default, our murals have like almost 10,000 pixels of width and 6,000 pixels of height. And you need to be able to fit that into the screen or not, depending on what you're doing. So there's a piece of code which manages that transformation. Whatever you see in screen coordinates has to be mapped into mural coordinates. And if they fit, let's say you zoom out all the way out, then all the content in your mural will fit your screen. If you zoom all the way in, then you will see just a portion of your mural at a given position. Then the research phase. Mural is always looking for ways to improve the product. What we usually do is to talk to clients to find their pain points, their blockers. Once we understand their issues, we see if they extrapolate to other users as well. The point is not to come up with a first solution you can think of, but rather think of an integral solution that fits most use cases. And back in 2019, we had a really interesting use case. For most users, Mural was enough. For most users, even if they were duplicating the amount of widgets, duplicating the amount of people joining a collaborative session, making the canvas bigger, Mural would have been enough as well. But one of our biggest customers was used to use the Microsoft Surface Hub, which is a big screen, like an 80 inches screen with touch capabilities. And they were facing, with this particular Mural, a lot of performance issues. Just to give you an idea, this Mural was 6 times bigger than the average Mural. It had around 2,000 widgets, out of which 600 were images. Imagine you are looking at the Mural, you zoom all the way out, and all of a sudden, Mural has to render in the screen 600 DOM nodes, 600 images DOMs nodes, and you have to be able to interact with them, move them around, pan, zoom, and this was a performance buster. And you can think of it as a maybe 10, 15 FPS, 20% of the average, or at least what's good for the users. And our thinking back at the time was, this is their standard. This is how they are using Mural. So how long will it take for other users to think like they are doing, like creating bigger murals and reaching this limit, and this being a blocker for them as well? So we knew we needed to act right away. And the first thing we did was to explore options. And explore options means 2 different things. The first one is to try to find low-hanging fruits, things we can do in the DOM right away, like improving our level of detail algorithm, or maybe if we are seeing a subset of the mural, just render whatever is on the screen and not everything else, or start discarding real-time messages that come through the WebSocket but doesn't affect the current viewport. That was one of the things. We could do that right away and patch the issue. But in the longer term, we needed to explore changing our rendering strategy. And that also meant 2 different paths, because we could have used things like Pixel.js, which I think it's a great JS library, or maybe coming up with our own rendering engine. It's the core of our product. So, I mean, it was worth the exploration. And back at the time, one of our principal architects, Federico D'Angelo, started with a POC. He comes from a video game background. And if you think, Mural is basically a video game. In a video game, you have a character, you can follow with the camera, move the character around, and that's the same you would do with widgets. Instead of moving the camera, you would pan. Instead of moving the character, you would drag a widget. Instead of looking things from a different perspective, you would zoom out. So we needed something close to what video games are doing right now. And the idea was to make a fair comparison. What do I mean by fair? Mural is a product, and when we are using Mural in the DOM, it's not just rendering widgets, but all the behavior and all the things you have around the Mural itself. So what we will do is to come up with a new rendering strategy, either Canvas, WebGL, or some new technology, read only, and try to take it to the extreme, and then do the same with the DOM, not with Mural, but with the DOM. So we can make a comparison, and once we know what are the limits for both technologies, then we can say, okay, this is worth exploring, or there's nothing to do here, we need to come up with a new approach. And after not so long, we discovered that going with the Canvas had a lot of advantages. Mostly, it was a great balance between performance and compatibility. We were supporting IE 11 back at the days, so we needed to keep that support. And also the difference between the amount of things you can render using Canvas was tremendous. So we decided to go with that approach. And we come up with a release plan. It was something quite normal, 12 to 18 months. So the new rendering engine would have landed around December 2020, first month of 2021. But the thing is, the pandemic hits. And that was an issue. we started to see at the beginning of 2020 that the user base we had started to log in more often, and the signups just skyrocketed. That was a red flag for us, because if users are using Mural more often and more times a day, and they are basing their work on Mural, even more than before, this means that the goal we were having of 18 months was not going to be enough, and we needed to do something to shorten that time. Then there's the planning phase. As I said, 12 to 18 months was no longer a good plan, so we need to come up with a new approach. And by February 2020, we came up with different requirements in order to come up eventually with a new plan. And those requirements were basically these ones in the slide. We have a management portion. I mean, we need to know which were the new deadlines, and we wanted to keep them honest. If we were saying 4 months, then it has to be 4 months. And if we say 12 months, then okay, let's make it 12, but that's it. We needed to understand what was the effort around this new implementation. Back at the time, we were 30 engineers in Mural, and we decided to use 6 in order to make this project alive. That means around 20% of our capacity. From the product perspective, there were 2 major things they wanted. The first one was one-to-one pixel mapping. This means for new user using the new rendering engine, they shouldn't be able to notice if we are using the DOM or a canvas to display things. And also, you'll see in a bit that Mural is a set of layers, and some layers were kept in the DOM, things like the editors. I mean, we have the DOM, we have text inputs, which are great for editing, and they would have to be synced with the content below it. And the user shouldn't be able to notice, again, if we are using the engine or the DOM to render everything. And the browser compatibility, because back at the time, we still had users using IE 11, and we eventually came up with a deprecation plan, but at the time, it has to be working for them. And from the engineering perspective, there were 2 things we wanted to accomplish. We actually did it. First, the fact that we needed coexisting engines. This means we should be able to use both the DOM or the canvas engine. We should be able to switch between them. Let's call it with a user flag, with a workspace flag, by environment, whatever. But we needed a way to have, let's call it an A/B testing and a control group. And we also wanted hot switch. It was really important. We wanted to be able to render everything on the DOM, but by just pressing a button, destroying the DOM and creating a new canvas, and everything should be positioned at the same place, should be load as fast as possible. And it was the main tool that our QAs and product and design used to make the one-to-one pixel mapping, because you were able to switch really fast and see if the position and everything was exactly as it was before. It was a really cool thing to do. And if you remember from a previous slide, I was talking about coordinate transformation. And the truth is, you don't do a coordinate transformation from screen units to Mural units. What you usually have is a set of layers, different layers that we'll see in a bit, that are synced. They are positioned one on top of the other, relative to each other. And every time you apply transformation to that particular layer, then every layer should be in sync and moving alongside the other one. This is, let's call it, pretty easy to achieve with the DOM. You can apply a CSS transformation, and as long as all the layers have the same size and are positioned at the same place, if you apply the same transformation at the same time, the browser will do the work for you. But this is something to keep in mind, because one of these layers, as you will see, was the DOM layer, the widgets. And now we were introducing a different rendering technology, and we need to keep it in sync. And just to expand a bit on this layers concept, Some examples on the right. When you see Mural, again, you can think of it as a set of layers, one on top of the other. These were DOM layers, and these had an impact because in the DOM, if you have one element on top of the other, and they are not siblings, then this means that that element will be always placed on top of the other. And to keep it simple, the widgets were the lower layer, everything that represents things that we use to interact with the Mural. But on top of the widget, you have editors. When you double click on a widget, you enter edit mode and you see an input text. When you are dragging locally a widget, the idea was for the dragging to be the topmost layer, because if the widget has a lower, say, index, but you're dragging it, you don't want it to be hiding behind another widget. We also have the selection in the toolbar and the blue overlay that you see around the widget were displayed when we're selecting a widget, making a click. Not only for a given widget, but also if you select multiple widgets, you would see the line around the widget, but also the line around the complete bounding box of all the widgets. And that widgets layer was a tricky one, actually, because there were a few things that they was doing. It was displaying the widget as a widget, but also under some scenarios, it would display extra information. Imagine you add a widget to the outline and then you hide the widget, then there will be an overlay hiding the content. That's a tool used by facilitators to just make presentations pop up as they move forward. When you are in the middle of a voting session and you are voting and adding votes or displaying the results of a voting session, then each widget will display a count for those votes. Same for logged icons, widgets, sorry. You will see a logged icon on the bottom right corner of the widget. If someone is dragging the widget, but remotely, what you will see is an overlay that would prevent you from interacting with that widget in particular, because the other person is doing updates and we wanted to avoid race conditions. So the first approach would have been, okay, let's introduce everything into the engine. But the thing is, if we do that, the work will take longer. And what Fede had at the time was a POC for a read-only thing, and we needed to interact with the engine as well. Whatever we have in the DOM with React, let's say I click in a div, then I have an event from the DOM that will let me know, okay, you have clicked on a widget. With the canvas, we don't have that, and the engine has to have interactive capabilities as well. So there were two pillars of work to move forward. And what we decided was to keep creating more layers and adding them to the DOM. And for the widgets bit, just for the widget bit, that's what the engine will handle. This was nice because it allowed us to parallelize the work. While the engine was doing everything widget related plus interactive related, we could, in the DOM, remove voting, the hidden feedback, the logged feedback, the remote dragging feedback, create their own layer, keep them in sync. So then when we had to switch between one engine or the other, all we would have to do was basically hide widgets and display them in a different way. And that was kind of easy to achieve and less work for the engine. And the release plan was better. Our initial idea was to deliver it in 120 days. So the less work the engine has to do, the sooner we can release the new engine. And finally, the execution phase. So the first thing we needed to do was to come up with a structure, a DOM structure, to make place for what we were trying to achieve. And we were focusing on the web client, but we are now focusing on a subset of the web client, just this route in particular. We have a lot of route. It's a big application, but the rendering engine is only used in the core of the application, not in things like the settings, Mural settings, user settings, workspace settings, or whatever. The idea was to have the main view as we used to have before, which has not only the container, but also all the functionality around it. Things like the top bar, the right bar, all the user avatars with all the functionality to interact with them, the minimap to go through the mural. And inside the container, this is a place where we will place all the layers that I was telling you that needed synchronization. If you needed to come up with a new layer, all you had to do was just to add it there. And then the positioning and the scaling will be done on your behalf. Everything but the engine itself, which was also synced, but it was depending on which engine you were using. And this engine placeholder was there to fulfill two different purposes. The first one was as a way to switch between engines. Right now we have the DOM engine and the Canvas engine, but we could add things like the WebGL engine or Neo-based browser feature engine in the future if that thing exists, but also to concentrate the behavior. As I told you in the first slides, our business logic was split into two different places, ampersand and React. And since we were no longer having React for the rendering, we needed a way to merge the business logic and then act accordingly, no matter which engine we were using. So the interface. The idea is every engine that we create needs to stick to this interface, and that the interface should be technology agnostic. Because as web devs, we're used to use React, and we think in terms of DOM events, and that might be true for the DOM. I mean, you have a div, you attach a click handler, and then you can just bubble the event up. We could argue that with the canvas, it's the same. I mean, we need basic interaction, click, double click, context menus, and you have those events in the canvas. But what if in the future we have a technology which doesn't have this kind of events? So we needed to reduce the interface to the very basic set of things that we needed. And those were primitives, numbers, strings, things that we know exist and that someone else later can understand and act accordingly. And that's the bit you see in the middle, the interface and each engine sticking to that interface. And when I was talking about business logic, that's what you can see on the engine placeholder. The idea is the engine placeholder would instantiate one of the engines, it doesn't matter which. All of the engines would receive the same handlers, and that engine would act as a proxy to the underlying technology. Let's think of the DOM. If I have a set of widgets and the DOM engine is rendering 100 divs, all it has to do is to each div attach a double click handler and then just take the information out of the event and pass it through to the engine placeholder. If we were talking about the canvas is just one DOM element. So this is a bit of interactive behavior that I was telling you before. We need the engine to have a way to say, hey, engine, I'm clicking on this point. What do you have here? And the engine should answer to us this widget in particular, maybe this hint in particular, because we have things like photos, which when you are overing them, then a button pops up and you can click on the button and open the photo in a new tab. With a DOM, that's pretty easy. You can achieve that with CSS, but what happens with the engine? We also need a way for the engine to say, hey, I'm overing over you at this point. Is there a widget there? Yes, okay, so show the button. If I click here, you have a widget, but if I have a photo, am I clicking on the photo or am I clicking on the button? And those were the things that the engine had to solve for us. And that's why we were trying to decouple technology from implementation. And that's why this interface, of course, it's a super simplified version of what we did, but I hope you can get the idea with this. And then talking to the engine, this is kind of what I was mentioning before. In order to talk to React, it's simple if you think in React terms. Let's say you have the engine DOM, you receive 100 widgets, And next time you render the screen, you can re-render all of them. If any property from the widget has changed, then React will take care of it for you. It's quite simple. But with the engine, that was different. We need to come up with a mechanism to understand when there were differences between what we used to have and what we will have in the future. Again, we are all web devs. We are used to React. So we thought, React does that for you. We have the component we receive props lifecycle method. Why don't we take advantage of that? And what we ended up doing was from the top to the bottom, all we have are pure components, and we are relying on the pure components optimizations by React, but mostly on the shallow comparison. So this component in particular is not pure because we are overriding the should component update method, and this would never re-render. This component is a proxy to the engine. Once we mounted it, we receive the engine as a prop, and we mount the engine into our main component. And the engine doesn't handle event for us. They just let the events bubble up, and we capture them in the main element. And then there is where we have all the logic we need in order to let the parent components know. And again, shallow comparison. Every time this component was about to receive new widgets or a new set of props, no matter the prop, what we would do is compare the props we have with the props that we are receiving, just discarding the ones that haven't changed. And for those that do change, then we used to dig deeper to understand exactly what has changed. Because widgets at this point are kind of like the application state I was mentioning at the beginning. It's not only what you persist, but also some state that the UI has. For instance, again, you are overing a photo. So should I display the button or not? Maybe it depends on the widget being logged. Maybe it depends on the widget being dragged by some other user. If someone else is dragging the widget, you shouldn't be able to see the button and click on it, even if you are hovering that widget at that particular time. And what's below the cursor? That's the other bit of things the engine has to do for you. If we are double clicking for the browser, the canvas is just a gigantic canvas, and it's like a picture. And there's no way for us to understand, as soon as we start panning and zooming, what's below what we are clicking. So that's another bit of the interactive stuff that the engine has to do for us. And the multiplexing we have to do at this point. I double click at a given point, the engine tells me here, you have this particular widget. Then if the widget has a hint, it can provide a hint as well. By hint, again, I mean the button, maybe the title for areas, but the text if we are talking about the text box. And we will pass all the information up the chain to the engine placeholder. And the engine placeholder is the one containing the business logic and doing whatever needs to be done. And what about the release plan? As I was mentioning, the planning started in February 2020. And what we decided was to make our best effort and everything by the end of June 2020, so we could release the new engine by the end of July 2020. But the thing is, we also needed feedback. It's not easy to come up with a new thing, a new product, a new technology, and make it work for every customer, every user. So the idea was first to add an option for internal testing only, where you will have the engine off. This means you would still be rendering everything on the DOM, but you would be able to just switch the new engine on and see the differences. And this was like this for around 2 months. At that time, we felt that the engine was polished enough to be the default, at least for internal testing. So we changed the default from off to on. And the crazy thing was that nobody noticed it. Most of the people thought they were still using the DOM, even though we were half the way to our final goal. But some issues arise. Things like Safari not liking using SVG on top of Canvas. That was like a great blocker. I don't know, people having performance issues with Linux plus Firefox. There were a couple of things that we needed to polish before launching this. By the end of May, starting of June 2020, we gathered a group of users, power users, that wanted to test this. So we enabled the possibility of turning the engine on and off and see the differences for them. And GA was around July 2020. We decided to move forward with the engine-only approach, a Canvas engine-only approach, but we kept a flag in users and workspaces profiles in order to be able to switch to them if they have a particular issue. We actually didn't have to turn them off for them, but the possibility was there, and it was wise for us to just keep it there in case anything happened. And to wrap up this talk, key takeaways. Basically, being ready isn't easy. We had a plan, we had an idea to move forward, and all of a sudden, something happened. I know a pandemic is not something that happens all the time, but again, you should be ready for that. The first takeaway is you need to understand the problem before jumping into a solution. We took a lot of time understanding if DOM, Canvas, WebGL, or whatever technology was enough or not. We took time to understand, is the problem the user is facing something that will extrapolate to other users or not? If it is, then you need to come up with a short and long-term plan. If they have a problem, you need to fix it right away. But sometimes things you do to fix things right away are not the things that will scale or will be good in the long term. Measure. This is super important. No matter what you change, no matter what you do to your product, you need to measure. You need to have a baseline. You need to make fair comparisons, and you need to understand where's the point where you are standing at the moment, and then move forward with data and not based on assumptions. Use the right tool for the right job. This is super important. Sometimes you have a tool that's better than other tool, but I would argue that the right tool depends on your team's capabilities. If you have a group of web developers, then React would feel like the best thing to use. Maybe there's a more clever way to achieve the comparison we were doing with component we receive props. But for someone who is used to React and is jumping into our code base, it's super easy to understand, oh, they are comparing things and they are doing this here and they are talking to the engine. And from this point backwards, I can use React. From this point forward, I can use the engine. And there's a cognitive load with each change you introduce, especially if we are talking about architectural changes. So keep that in mind. Keep the tool that more familiar for your users, for your devs, actually, and use that if the difference is not so big. Of course, things like moving away from the DOM to the render goes against what I'm saying, but there the difference was notorious, and that's why we decided to move forward. And of course, keep an eye on the future. Again, changes you introduce, as soon as you start seeing problems, you need to start planning.
Next up is Jason Poole, a senior engineering manager at Mural, who will be telling us about how engineering and product collaboration is enabling success while scaling his team.
Hello, I'm Jason Poole. I'm an engineering manager at Mural. I'm going to share some lessons that I've learned while building product engineering teams here as part of a great engineering management, product management leadership team. So first, a little bit about me. As I said, I'm an engineering manager here for several teams at Mural. My teams are building customer-facing products. So not platform or infrastructure, but more of the end user-facing products. In addition to delivering these products, I also get to help improve engineering management and leadership on a broader scale at Mural in general, which I love. I enjoy that a lot. How did I get here? Well, I started my career as a software engineer, as a lot of managers in the engineering world have. But at some point, I was given the opportunity to lead my team and try management. And I feel lucky that I was asked to try it, not forced into that. But it turns out I loved it. I loved leading teams. I loved helping people overcome obstacles. I loved seeing them succeed. So that became my discipline. And I really enjoy working places where I get to help people do the best work of their careers. That's why I'm at Mural. So that's me. And who is this? This is Andrew. So Andrew is the product manager for the same teams that I manage on the engineering side. After all, this is a talk about engineering and product collaboration. So Andrew is my partner in crime. He's my counterpart in the product management side of things. And he really helps set the direction, the vision, the mission for the products that we build. He has formed deep relationships with both engineering and design to do that. And it's worth noting that design is a key part of any product delivery team, but it's just something we're not talking about a whole lot in this talk today. And how did Andrew get here? So he actually has a background in data science and worked for a company with a strong focus on data. And it's something that he's really passionate about and was able to use that as he moved into product management, where he can use data to make decisions, but even more than that, can use data to build new features using that data. So it's something he's excited about, and the entire team is actually really excited about too. So this is a picture of our team. Our team is called the Workspace team. Woo! We like to have fun. You can see this is a picture from a recent demo meeting. There's a pirate in there. I think the Lone Ranger's in there. Somebody's upside down. But the reason I call this out is that every team and every situation is unique. Every team is different and should find what works really well for them. And we're going to give you an example of things that have worked really well for us. But hope that it gives you some ideas to try because they've worked so well for us. And hopefully there are things that you'll learn and be able to try for yourselves. I really like this analogy. You can think of delivering software products or features like a construction project, much like constructing a building. It's a very physical example, so I think that resonates well with people regardless of your background. And you can think of it as breaking up a construction project into three main phases. Of course, you could take this much, much further into many different phases, but for our purposes, this works well. So think about the definition phase first. You've got to create the plans that you're going to build. There's some architecture involved, planning, designing. You're going to have experts focused on all these different areas, like your architects and your designers. You'll move after the definition exists into the foundation phase where you need to lay a really solid groundwork to build on. So you've got to create, in our world, you've got to create a solid team with people that you really trust and set up an environment for that team to be successful. And the last phase is your implementation phase, where you're actually going to build to those plans, put it all in practice, and build everything that you said you would do. So it's getting to see that vision go from design all the way through to release. As we said, the first stage is the definition phase and really thinking about defining what it is you're going to build. It can start pretty abstract, but at some point needs to become fairly specific. But in the end, you do need both. You need this business reason for doing this in the first place, but you also need to break it down to a level where people know how to act on this higher level definition. So let's talk about that strategy. How do you define a strategy? Sometimes we'll call that a vision. But this isn't guesswork or thinking that you know best, better than your customers or than anyone else. It's really about pulling from a lot of different inputs, compiling all those inputs together in a very thoughtful way, and then making some educated decisions. So it's important to get out there, talk to people, talk to customers who really value your product and what you're building, but also talk to those who don't and try to understand what you're missing, what they're missing. Be sure to test any assumptions that you've got. It turns out that the easy answer might be the right answer, but occasionally it's not, and you need to be able to dig into that too. Research your target market, buyers, who are your users, what are the distinct competencies that you're looking for, what are ways that you can push business growth. As far as growth goes, maybe you're talking about annual recurring revenue, maybe it's the number of members that are joining Mural or the number of accounts that you've got. What's the impact on the company? What is it the bottom line? And also think about your customer engagement. We don't want people to churn, so how do we keep people really engaged? In the end, we should be translating this vision from a big collection of ideas into words that other people will really understand. But a strategy, it's not just a roadmap. And they're certainly related, but a strategy is not a roadmap. And also a roadmap is not just a bunch of feature requests. So it's all, in my mind, it's important to remember this Henry Ford quote, which I know is very overused, but it's pretty pertinent here, which if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So for us, it's important to be defining the car, not just the faster horse. Build what our customers don't yet know they're going to need in the future. Not what they're asking for today, but think bigger picture here. And of course, use what they're asking for today, but then do discovery calls, do market research to be able to define what they don't even know they need yet, but we're looking out and trying to help our customers in the future. Look across our customers and potential customers to be building for the many, not just the one. Even if it's just one customer request, you can think about that and say, will this work for others? Will this work for our many customers? What's the opportunity cost here? Or is it something that'll really benefit a broader audience? And we want to be able to push the boundaries of the box that our customers are put us in. Make sure that we can try to stand out, go deeper, go higher level, go sideways. What are ways that we can push that box, push those boundaries? And it's okay at times to be able to cut scope, drop stuff every once in a while, but really choose carefully, because customer trust is what's vital here. We need to talk with the customers, inform them, but of course, don't promise what you can't deliver. So with this strategy in hand, now you really need to share that with your team to get everybody on board. And by the team, I am talking specifically about the engineering team in this case, because it turns out that just reviewing a document, handing a document to someone to review it, that's not enough of a handoff. So something that we did that really resonated well with our team was Andrew put together a video of the vision. He had created a document, but put together a video where he actually walked through the background of the product and was able to explain it, what the value was, talking about where we should take the product in the future and why we should go that direction. How would it fit in with the market? And what is our opportunity in this market? He was able to call out the customer research that he had done, who some of the competitors were, what they were doing, and similar products that were being built. And these all became the backing for decisions that were being made, or were going to be used in the future for decisions that could be made in the future. And it really helps share the purpose and give a much higher level direction for the entire team, so they really understand what they were going to be building. But communicating that strategy, it doesn't stop with sharing that initial vision and sharing that strategy with the team. You've really got to have these once you have these goals and the scope in hand, it makes decision making a whole lot easier on a day-to-day basis, really. The product the docs that we're building, from a product perspective, they're not defining how to build something. They're just defining what it is and why we're building it. So your priorities become a lot more clear. You avoid getting lost or confused because everything is a lot more clear. And just like the team likes to highlight their progress via demos each week, the product team can also keep the engineering team updated on the product strategy. If you're hearing from customers and we might be changing things based on that, it's important to keep the team updated. So in the end, this is an ongoing process, but it's important to keep the strategy communicated frequently. And doing this, actually continuously reminding the team of this vision and talking about it frequently, offers a lot of benefits to the team. It helps reinforce what we call the leader-leader model. And we're helping build leaders at every point, every level in our organization. What we really want here is a team of good decision makers. And you get that by giving control of some of the decisions to those that are closest to the information. In our world, you can think of it as the people closest to the product or to the code should be able to help make some of those decisions. And by understanding this vision, understanding the why, it really gives a purpose and it builds that autonomy. And it also encourages asking questions over just blind obedience. We really like having smart people on our team who are asking questions and understanding why this is so important for us. It turns out this model ends up building a lot of trust because of that autonomy. If you haven't read it, I really recommend this book that's called Turn the Ship Around by David Marquette. It goes into a lot of detail on how to actually give control to those who are closest to the information and how to make them decision makers. And it helps demonstrate how to turn people into leaders and offer them more of that control that they're really looking for to be autonomous. So great, you've got some good plans in place, and we know what needs to be built with that strategy. So what's next? You're really going to need a team of experts to build everything, and you need to set up an environment for them to grow and thrive. So that's what we'll talk about next. I just want to make it clear here that Andrew and I, we're trying to present a unified front of leadership, but we're two very distinct and helpful leaders, definitely both required to help the team run well. We're always in sync with each other and talking quite frequently. We're always on the same page. And what I really feel this is one of the most critical relationships for any thriving engineering team, the product manager and the engineering manager. It's critically important for them to be in sync and constantly in touch with each other. As an anecdote, I think we would likely know what each other, how we'd be able to answer questions for each other. And I think that's a really good sign. If somebody came to ask about the workspace team, I think either of us would know how the other person would answer. We are meeting together really, really frequently. We have leadership meetings, team meetings, our standard planning and grooming and demo sessions. We have weekly one-on-one meetings with each other. There's lots of ad hoc meetings that pop up that are project specific. We're talking in Slack frequently. So it's important to be very tightly integrated and in touch with each other. And it's also clear that there should be no good cop, bad cop. There's no us versus them or blaming people, whether that's other teams or other people. That should never be happening here, because we're working as a joint team. We're helpful leaders with a very specific set of responsibilities. And when something pops up that a decision needs to be in the other's realm of responsibilities, we ping them and ask them about that. Speaking of that, our roles are they're very clearly defined. So anything that's a product decision, we know that's going to go to Andrew. Sometimes the teams will think they know what's best, but I'm going to support Andrew's decisions, right? He is the leader on that product side. But it is worth calling out that strong opinions are expected from a smart and an engaged engineering team. So we want to have those discussions. Everything's up for conversation or up for discussion. And often the team just wants to know why a decision was made. And especially if it's different from their own, they really like hearing that backing evidence and understanding why. Anything that's an engineering decision, that's going to go to me. Occasionally there will be some kind of a critical maintenance issue or an outage related issue that's going to bump a product feature. But Andrew really understands the importance of a stable system, and he's going to help balance those priorities. We both understand that we can't have this chicken little syndrome all the time where the sky is constantly falling, but where we would be doing nothing but tech debt or nothing but maintenance. And he, like I said before, he understands the importance and the importance of a stable system. So we're going to balance those priorities together. So to really build a team that thrives, you've got to start with getting the right skills on that team. So determining what those are and then finding the right people becomes a critical piece of this. Of course, naturally in this world, there's going to be some technical skills that are going to be required, but that's not it. That's not only it. We're also going to need to identify people who are going to sort of augment the existing team skills. A lot of that comes down to things that are non-technical. For us specifically, we've been looking for people that are going to fit our team that are respectful and passionate about what they do, that are open-minded, very collaborative, and have a bias for action. We also want people that are great communicators and come from like a diverse background, so we can build a team of people that is very tightly integrated, but also very open-minded. And we also want to go back to this idea of building an autonomous team. So when we're making good decisions, we're expecting people to be able to say, I intend. This is a concept where when people are decision makers in this leader model, you can say, I intend to go do something. And that's to me, the engineer is telling me, I intend to go build this thing. And it gives me a chance to ask some questions, say, is there any reason not to do this? But otherwise, you're the decision maker. Go ahead and do that. So building an autonomous team is another key part of a team that's going to thrive. Once you have this team in place or starting to take shape, it's probably time to do a team liftoff or a team kickoff. We're actually setting the processes in place for the team to work well. We found that it might take more than just one meeting to make this happen. For us, it took two, because there is a whole lot to cover in these type of sessions. So we started by reviewing our team mission and our team vision together, again, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page and fully understands it. Then we walked through a definition of our values and making sure that we understood together what our values were as a team. We started off with a brainstorm. Of course, we're using Mural for all this. We did a brainstorming session on what's important to the team, and we're able to filter it down to what became the most important things for us, and those were our team values. We were also able to discuss how we were going to work in an agile manner, what our team meetings looked like, what the cadence was going to be. We defined our definition of done, our definition of ready, and one of the most tricky things we had to talk about was defining our estimation process. And I'm only going to talk about it at a high level here because I know it's, again, one of these tricky things that's different by team. But what we started off with was 3 example stories that we all agreed on that were very similar in scope. And those became the baseline. We're using the Fibonacci sequence. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. I'm sure you're familiar with it. We used the baseline of 3, kind of in the middle of those first 5, so that we had something to go on. And everything is relative. So that just gave us something to work with. And if it's a little bit easier, a little bit harder, we could base it off of relativity. And now we have story points that are starting to make sense. It is still in flight, so we're still growing as a team, but it's working well so far. As part of that, we got to define our actual sprint process as well, our agile process. So we're experimenting with a 1-week sprint. This actually started back in March, and it's been great so far. It really allows us to stay flexible, because the longest we go without having to pivot, without being able to pivot, is only 1 week. It's also quite aligned with our current release cadence, which is 1 week. And we're finding that this helps us keep our meetings much shorter because they happen frequently. A lot of teams have experienced in the past that you might go into a planning session and come out 3 or 4 hours later exhausted. We've been able to keep ours down to 30 to 45 minutes, depending on the team. So our meeting cadence looks like this. Mondays, we do our retro as the very first thing. So we talk about our last week's sprint. And then we go into our sprint planning after it, sprint planning for the next week, the upcoming week. On Wednesday, we do a quick team sync just to sort of check in with each other, make sure we're making progress, ask for any help if we're not. And then on Friday, we do our demos, where we actually get to show off our work to our stakeholders and to each other. It's worth calling out that on Thursday is when we do our backlog grooming, but we keep it down to a smaller group. We have our product manager, engineering manager, QA, and our tech lead are there. So we keep it smaller so the entire team doesn't need to be involved. And again, this is an experiment. We might have the entire team there later, but this helps save some meetings. And another interesting feature of our cadence, our agile process, is that we do our stand-ups asynchronous every day. We use a tool called Geekbot in Slack that asks us the questions, the stand-up questions, and we get to answer them every day. It's working out really well so far. Speaking of retrospectives, this might be one of the most important meetings in your entire agile process. It's really how you improve when things aren't working well. Not surprisingly, we use Mural for our retros, and you can see a picture of what one looks like here. We start them asynchronously to give everybody a chance to collect feedback anonymously before the meeting ever starts. So you can put a mural in private mode. People can drop a bunch of sticky notes on there and nobody knows where they're coming from. So it can be very anonymous. Then we get together on Monday mornings and we review them all together, again, anonymously, and then vote on which of these stickies we think are most important to talk about. We'll go through a big discussion and come out with action items, which are the things that we want to try changing for the upcoming sprint. And it's important to make sure that those action items are really assigned, and we review them each week to make sure that we are actually taking action on those items. It's also worth calling out that our retro board here has 4 different columns. Everybody's going to do the retros a little bit differently. Ours, we split up into these 4 columns of I appreciate, I like, I wish, and I wonder. And that very first part, that's I appreciate, is really calling out the appreciation of individuals on the team. It is kind of amazing. Every single week that we do a retro, the I appreciate column has by far the most stickies, and it's the most fun to talk about. It's getting to recognize your colleagues for all the great work that they're doing and acknowledging it in a very public session where everybody else sees it as well. So that's really fun benefit to running your retros this way and making sure that you're calling out the kudos as well as the things that you want to change. An example of a retro that worked well for us was we recently were running into a lot of merge conflicts, and that became our most voted topic in our retro. So we discussed several different options, but in the end, we decided to try using a feature branch for a very specific project and just PRing into that branch, and decided that this is something that we're going to try for a few weeks. So it's nice because we can just consider these experiments and tweaks, and then we can always iterate on it. And I don't yet know the outcome of this experiment. We're going to try it now, but it's important to have that experimental mindset. And I think that's especially true when you're using retrospectives as often as we are, because you want to try things. And if it's not working, it's okay to go back or try something else. And I think it's worth calling out too that Claudia is giving a talk specifically on retros. So if you didn't get to see that one earlier, you should probably go watch that. All right, another part of building a team that's really thriving, so much of a strong team is about trust. And in our case, what we found is that the team trusts decisions that me or Andrew make because they're backed up from research, data, maybe peer reviews, or customer feedback, or even leadership direction. So that the team can really trust the decisions that are being made from our leadership team. And then on the other side, we really trust the expertise of the engineering team. For example, Andrew will base product decisions on engineering research. We can also learn to trust the estimates that are coming from the team, because that'll inform some of the timing decisions that we make about releases and launches. And we know it's worth noting that engineers tend to estimate optimistically. So we're careful in the early phases to not try to over promise and under deliver. And also Jason trusts our engineering team to inform me, right? Like I trust the engineering team to inform me of any major issue or technical debt that's coming up. That's how we're going to prioritize the important work, is by calling it out to the engineering leadership team so we can make sure it gets onto our roadmap. And another key part of trust is just follow through. Everybody on the team is accountable and needs to actually do what they say they're going to do. Part of this is, committing to your sprint and being able to say, I can get this done in the allotted time. And part of it is literally, if you say you will do something, then just be sure that you do it. This actually builds trust both ways, so it becomes important on both sides. All right, so you've got your plans in place now, your architecture is set up, and you've got a solid foundation, which you're going to be building on top of. So what's next is actually building. And this is the fun part for the engineering teams. It's how we get to go from those plans to a delivered product. So with that plan, we've got this in our world, is a product brief, a document that's explaining the objectives, the background, what are the success metrics of this project. We'll get to hear about customer research, market research, all this information. Where do you go from there? Well, it's time to break it down. So we have a project kickoff where we actually review the entire brief with the whole engineering team. You can explain the importance of the project, the strategy behind it, and one of the most important things is answer questions. We've talked about this document by now a few times, but in this kickoff, we really want to make sure that it's clear and that everybody understands why we're building it. So ideally, you'll set aside a good amount of time. Some people will do this as like a half day. Sometimes it's a full day, depending on how big the project is, but really set aside a good amount of time, not just a half hour. And you can start breaking the project down into smaller parts. What are some ways that we can deliver this incrementally? In the end, you want to start with what's most critical and come up with your MVP, your minimum viable product. I think we've all heard that by now. But if you can split this up into your MVP and then some other phases, we like to call them the fast follows, then you can start iterating and deliver incrementally. So the benefit of getting that MVP out there really quickly is that you're going to start getting customer feedback sooner. So keep that in mind when you're breaking this down, is that you want to go incrementally so that you can get to your customer faster. And eventually you'll break this down to the point where you can start creating Jira stories. We use Jira as our project tracking. So create stories and keep them as small as possible. The benefit, again, is that when they're smaller, you can deliver these incremental chunks. And if you're working in a 1 or a 2 week sprint, you really wouldn't need to be able to commit to something that happens within the length of your sprint. Make sure that you're demoing your progress all along the way to make sure that your stakeholders are able to see what's happening, and then also celebrate the successes. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the future. All right, so let's talk about sprints. Now that we've got your project well defined, how do we actually start working on it? You've got some small stories. Well, this is the time when the engineering team takes over through the actual development process. Of course, we're going to review everything to ensure it's all in scope and make sure that if anything new pops up when the team takes it over, that's taken into account. And we're, of course, going to have to balance all of this new work with any of the maintenance work that needs to happen too. So we'll look at, in our sprints, we'll look at this week's progress and decide how many story points we think we can focus on next week. And this is something that our team is working on right now. You have to start small. We talked about the estimation that we were working on earlier. We're trying to get to the point that we can start predicting what our sprint velocity is going to look like for the next sprint. And we're very close, but we're not quite there. So something that we know we can get better at is our velocity and tracking that, but also trying to break down our work by type. How much time do we spend working on new features versus spending time working on bugs or maintenance? And we're working on ways to measure that more clearly right now as well. It's important to be able to pull your stories into the sprint based on priority. So this is going back to that MVP. What's most critical should be prioritized first. And the team should only commit to work that they know they can get done during this sprint. If it's too big and they don't think they can commit to it, well, that story needs to be broken down further. And it's also worth noting that we should keep the backlog ready. So sure, your sprint is planned and you're all ready to start work, but keep that backlog ready, because if you get to the point where you finish everything in a sprint, you need to be able to pull something off the top of the backlog too and start working on that. So here's some things that we have learned about our process that we really valued. One of the most important ones was swarming. And this is basically where you have your entire team focused on one project rather than trying to spread them thin. Sometimes it's challenging. We found it challenging when you get towards the end of a project and, oh no, I don't see any new stories to pick up. What should I work on? Well, then it's time to start pairing with somebody. It's time to start helping test. It's time to work on docs or start asking people where they might use help. The idea is to get this project over the line before you start working on anything else, because that's going to get the value to the customer out even sooner. We also learned it's important to grab the next story that's been prioritized, not just whatever looks good to you. And again, this comes back to, we want to deliver this MVP, this most critical product, out to our customers sooner. We found out too that sometimes major bugs or outage mitigation incidents are going to take priority, and it's something that you just need to be able to take into account and also make sure that you communicate it well when things like that do happen. We found that focusing on new features, like this is a very poorly worded concept here, but focusing on new features as much as possible while keeping the lights on, it's important here. Like, it's basically just finding the balance. The reason I call this out is because we learned that we were way behind and we're spending way too much time focusing on bugs and keeping the lights on, and not enough on new features, and then saw that the pendulum swung the other way because we tried to account for it. So it's important to find that balance. And the last thing is that we really love this idea of T-shaped engineers, or it might be okay to call them full stack engineers now, but we like our people, our engineering team, to be able to work on all kinds of stories, not just front end, for example, or back end, but work anywhere. And we found that pairing really works wonders here to get people ramped up and working on all types of stories. And we were actually seeing experts helping each other learn and grow. So it was a really nice kind of focus area for us. Okay, and another important part of the Agile process is giving a really solid demo. You should definitely build a demo into your sprint process if you haven't already. A little context goes a really long way. Just explain, what is this project for? Why is it important? Are we fixing a bug? What bug are we fixing? Giving that type of context before jumping into your demo doesn't take long, but it really gives them a lot of understanding about why. The demo gives your stakeholders a peek into what's coming next. Of course, this depends on when in your process you're giving your demo. Are you doing it in a test environment or a beta environment, or waiting until you get to production? But we found that most stakeholders really like to see the progress before it ever gets to production. So take that into account. It also gives them a chance to offer feedback sooner. So if you can demo earlier, maybe in a test environment or a beta environment, you can get feedback from your stakeholders sooner. And it's also, we found that dashboards and charts are incredibly useful. Maybe you can show your adoption curve. Maybe you can show results of an experiment that you've been running. And maybe you can show stakeholders why decisions were made based on those results or those charts. And of course, don't forget to celebrate these wins. one thing that we did with a project that we released recently was a project that was called Audit Log API. We held a charades called Audit Log Charades, where everybody on the team had to act out an event from the audit log. It was ridiculous and it was really fun, but it gave us all, a sense of completion, and it gets the team excited about getting the work done quickly and iteratively. It really builds good habits because we're trying to deliver iteratively, and it makes the teams want to go faster, and they get to hang out together. So the celebration's about having the whole team involved and the whole team getting to celebrate, not just an individual effort any longer. So kind of coming back to this analogy of constructing a building, you can see how these same steps translate well into the product engineering world. There's the definition, the design and imagining these new products that get built. There's the foundation, which is building the skilled team of people and creating the processes that are necessary to have them thrive. And then that implementation phase of putting it all in practice and then tweaking it as is necessary. So what were some of the results that we saw from implementing these processes? And we started seeing we were delivering better features that met our customers' expectations without doing a whole lot of rework. So that was really key for us. And we were seeing improved customer trust. The customers were seeing that their concerns were heard and were being addressed. We were having frequent conversations where they could offer their input, and there was lots of input. And we're even seeing some individuals that were happy to work with us directly and just contact us rather than going through a well-defined process to give us feedback. Our internal stakeholders started being able to understand what was being built, why, when, often how as well. And we also found that the engineers really loved being part of their team. The vision resonated with them. They got to feel passionate. They got to feel like they were part of something really great, really important. And they enjoy celebrating with their team. So these were a lot of really good results that we found. Some of the lessons that we learned along the way is that we really need to think big. We think way out into the future and then build that strategy to get us there. That strategy helps you stay focused, and it trims out a lot of the noise that you might find along the way. It also gives you some forward momentum. Instead of feeling like you're going in circles or spirals, you can see the goal and how you're getting closer to it. You really need to understand the why. The why is critical. Have that research, feel passionate, an understanding of it, trust, shared goals. The why of this work is much more than just a sentence in a slide deck. It really needs to get the team excited and help them make great decisions. Part of that team autonomy that we talked about. Also, the small successes. Try to deliver that MVP and then iterate on it. When certain items aren't completed in a sprint, it's probably too big. When deadlines are being missed or items are getting overlooked in a project, it's probably too big. So focus on breaking things down and keeping everything really small, and try to really show appreciation and celebrate the wins. And we've also learned it's really important to have fun. Just because you're at work doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it. You can see the goofy picture here of the workspace team giving a demo again. We love having fun, and it makes your day a whole lot easier. So that's it. Go be yourself. There's so many ways to deliver software. These are just a few things that worked well for us, as I mentioned before, but I would still love to hear ideas. If anybody has thoughts or suggestions for me, please reach out. Thank you. Goodbye.
Next up, we have Liz Byrne and Brennan Billfield, two staff software engineers at Mural, who will be discussing Mural's journey of scaling accessibility.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. A quick introduction to who we are. This is Liz Byrne, and my name is Brandon Billfield. We're team architects on the design system and accessibility team at Mural. And we're two of the people who helped kickstart Mural's accessibility program. Today, we're going to talk to you about just that. So sit back and enjoy Mural's journey to Alleyland and beyond, our approach to scaling accessibility. Real quick, I wanted to provide you an overview of our agenda today. Our talk is separated into 3 parts. Today, you'll learn about how we created a scalable accessibility program called Alleyland. Next, you'll find out what we learned throughout the process. And finally, some of our future plans for accessibility here at Mural. So now that you know where we'll go on this journey, let's jump right into it. If you take a moment and travel back in time with us to the distant time of September 2020, we formed a new team at Mural with a focus on implementing accessibility best practices throughout our organization. Mural is experiencing hyper growth with over 10 employees joining each week. So how does a small team get all of Mural to be a part of making the shift towards accessibility? We decided we could do it by creating a game. In a game, he said, our dream was to get every Mural employee to join us in a game we affectionately know as Alleyland. We saw this as a place where every Muralista can learn and grow their accessibility skills. So what is Alleyland, you're asking? And how does this big idea create an environment that can scale accessibility during this period of hypergrowth? Well, Alleyland represents a place where all Mural employees can visit to find the education needed to produce inclusive and accessible work. Really what this means is Alleyland is where you learned accessibility. So when someone starts their journey on the game board, they can see in the distance Empathy Lake, Inclusive Design Forest, and Wicag Mountain, which are a few of the unique locations we created to help understand how to make Mural a place that's for everyone. These places represent some of the different types of training our team built around accessibility. Because of how it was structured, we can create this training as people progress. This allowed Alleyland to scale with the tremendous amount of growth we were experiencing. But why Alleyland, you ask? Well, there's a few important reasons why we really went in this direction. The first reason was to ensure that no user got left behind. By creating Alleyland, all Muralistas could learn and grow their accessibility skills, and we could move towards creating a product that really leaves no users behind. So what does this really mean? Once someone thoroughly explores Alleyland, they'll have the necessary knowledge to create an accessible experience that works for everyone. And the second reason really was to drive engagement. Creating a fun experience for people to learn about accessibility was a primary reason behind Alleyland. By making the experience unique, we really believe that people will be more willing and excited to participate in our training. And then the final reason, and most important in my opinion, was to empower the other teams. We understood that a small product team could not keep up with the pace of growth that Mural was going through. Well, we could try and wrap our arms around every feature going out the door. That it really wasn't realistic. Just from a development perspective, we couldn't review all the code that all of the product teams were writing. And forget reviewing every design before they went out the door. The only way to be successful was to empower other teams with the knowledge required to implement accessibility independently. And now that you understand a bit more around why Alleyland exists, Liz is going to take us to the process we use to create Alleyland.
Now that we've heard the philosophy, let's dive into how we actually created it. First, we needed to determine who our game players were and their unique accessibility paths. What different roles do you have at your company? We had diverse players between developers, designers, testers, marketing, sales, customer support, HR. You get the point. What does each player need to learn too? We analyzed what type of work each role was doing to understand overlaps in their deliverables and interactions with others. Then we needed to prioritize and roadmap the steps to have a complete board. First, we looked at where there was overlap. Most of our players need to understand the basics of accessibility, such as why it's critical, understanding and using assistive technology, and determining accessibility criteria. Then we really wanted to drill into what's most vital for them to learn right now. We wanted them to be motivated to level up on their own. If the concepts engaged people, they would slide through the board quicker. And then we also looked at what resources already existed for accessibility training. Due to our small team size, we really looked to reusability to drive an immediate impact from our team. And finally, we wanted to design the game to meet our players' capabilities. How do you coordinate across multiple time zones in this hypergrowth environment? Well, the answer was simple: asynchronous play. And how do you also compete against so many other priorities? We did this through bite-sized training that is set up for each step along the game board. We broke up each activity into smaller lessons around empathy, learning and understanding, hands-on practice, and carrying what they learned into their daily tasks. Internal to our team, we had to design the training in an iterative rollout format based off of our capacity. I've added an image of the Alleyland board that we delivered as part of this initiative. It has multiple paths made of candy and circular spaces that represent each training session. The paths diverge and go around areas labeled Empathy Lake. This is the more generalized training for everyone at the company. Then we go off to Wickeg Mountain, focused on development and testing accessibility on different platforms. And there's also Inclusive Design Forest. This is an area created for a variety of teams, including sales and marketing, that focus around content design. Inclusive Design Forest also contains a tangent path, which dives into the details for visual and experience design. And eventually the paths rejoin to reach the ending space, a cast with the label Accessible Mural. Alleyland was finally ready to play, but things didn't go quite as planned. Inclusive Design Forest was an endless maze. The game players weren't showing up quite as we had anticipated. The carefully and meticulously planned game board was turning into a maze of overlapping paths. What happened here? Where did our plans go wrong? The only way we could make Alleyland an extraordinary experience is to make sure that it's a place that everyone was excited to visit. There were some lessons to learn here. After delivering Alleyland, we made sure to beta test by playing the game with real players. So how do you go about validating this gameplay? First, we worked with sponsor users to understand the communication strategy and rollout, as well as understanding the individual trainings that were available at the time. Then we wanted to look at why the game rules were so confusing. We started to see patterns in the questions we received from the teams. Specifically around the training, we heard things like, how long is this training going to take? When's the due date? How am I going to apply this to my daily tasks? And what's the estimation impact? It looks like a lot. And also, what's the timeline for the design system and accessibility team to deliver all of the training content? But even probably more importantly, we were getting more generalized questions, such as, what work does accessibility affect? What do I do about my current tasks in terms of accessibility? I haven't completed any training. I've added an image of an example training session found within Alleyland. It shows the 6 subsections of the Developer 101 space. It has training overview, empathize, understand, practice, carry it into your work, and then an optional additional resources. Below the subsections include an area for players to track their progress and provide feedback to our team. While empathy building has proven to be an excellent motivator for some game players, most players were drowning in the information. The generalized training and empathy building sessions didn't connect to how they apply accessibility practices to their daily work. While our players were dealing with Empathy Lake, we were struggling with our own challenges. Our setup for bite-sized training was not scalable, especially for things like notifying us of player progress or their feedback. And even worse yet, our only means of informing players of new board content was by playing a Slack disruption card. With all these lessons learned, let's take a look at some redesigns to Alleyland. First, we really wanted to make sure we are connecting with new players. When you're in a hyper-growth environment, how do you connect with all of those new hires? Fortunately for us, Mural recently revamped its onboarding program called Liftoff. We now include a general accessibility session with interactive empathy building exercise to introduce and engage our new players. We also made sure to simplify our rules. We really wanted to look into what familiar elements can we add to the game. This is what made us change and opt to use the same learning management system as our security team for delivering the content. The platform automatically handles individualized training rollout and tracking. Most importantly, it's a system the players have already used and understand. And we also wanted to narrow down to the most impactful content. We scoped and reprioritized our training content based off of individual WCAG checkpoints. This is so the players can jump right into practical skills they can use every day. This training will be more manageable for everyone to complete and apply, even if they aren't passionate about accessibility. We later called this our sprinkle size training. Even with the simplified training, we knew we had some players who wanted more. So how do you engage these passionate players? We've still seen how empathy can build that passion, and we didn't want to lose that. Our existing bite-sized training is getting a revamp for those self-motivated players to take a deeper dive into accessibility by building off of this new sprinkle-sized activities. Next, I'm going to hand it back to Brandon, who's going to discuss the other changes we made within our team to support accessibility at scale.
Thanks, Liz. Let's talk about just that. So Alleyland really made us rethink how our team needed to operate. Understand, creating Alleyland was no small task. Each space had its own content and training requirements. And with only 2 people to generate the content, which was Liz and myself, how could we get all this done? Well, we found out it couldn't get completed as effectively as we would have hoped. Our capacity was significantly limited by our team and our ability to create new content and training. And because Alleyland incorporated so many diverse ideas, we discovered several hidden game spaces on our board, or needs our team had that were not previously considered. Because of this, we needed new team members to help if we wanted to be successful. Between creating a design system, creating an accessible product, and developing our accessibility culture initiatives, we really needed an army of people, or at least a few good ones. So our team identified specific roles we would need for each work stream, and we started hiring. Each work stream required a unique set of skills. For our design system, we needed developers who were experienced in modular UI development. And for our accessibility product initiatives, we needed developers who lived and breathed accessibility, but also had the technical expertise across the entire stack. Alleyland needed a lot more support. And to provide some context, when we first formed the team in September of 2020, we had 5 people. And today we're now 13 and we're continuing to grow. And while we're stronger in numbers, it also wasn't possible for everyone to do everything. The creation of Alleyland was only one of our initiatives. Our team was also simultaneously planning a brand new accessible design system, enhancing existing product features to be more accessible, and continuing development on additional culture programs besides Alleyland. We needed to organize and become systematic about how we were solving these significant problems. This is when we created our distinct work streams to plan and prioritize our work. With this happening, we could no longer plan and prioritize high impact work against itself. And instead, we could maintain positive momentum on each area our team was responsible for. We officially created our design system, product accessibility, and culture squads. A huge, huge, huge step in the right direction. And though forming squads didn't solve all of our problems, it had provided us with a sense of stability and organization to help drive our mission forward. And how could we make each one of these work streams successful on their own? To do that, we decided to play a support card. We quickly found out there's a large demand for accessibility knowledge, and the number of people with that knowledge continued to be small and limited to our team. Because of this, we decided to implement an organization-wide accessibility consultation and support program. This included supporting other teams by providing on-demand accessibility consultation for their deliverables. And this consultation model has since transformed into a weekly office hours where employees can discuss anything they really want accessibility related and get direct input from Mural's accessibility subject matter experts. Now we move to ascend WCAG Mountain. So our initial plan was to have all product teams support making Mural more accessible. But as we just discussed, this idea moved out of reach very, very quickly. So how would we fix the existing accessibility issues with our product? More importantly, how would we identify where we were not compliant with WCAG? And how do we overcome the challenge of other teams drowning in empathy lake or getting lost in inclusive design forest? We do that by owning the process ourselves. We quickly realized that we needed to move some of the game pieces. It wasn't realistic to expect other teams to complete the challenge of Alley. They hadn't planned to do any of this work, and they didn't have the subject matter expertise necessary to do it, which ultimately led our team to joining them in the game. Our team needed to own the remediation and cleanup process for the core of Mural's product. So what is this process? We took a relatively standard approach to understanding how our product aligned with WCAG. And this was the model that we followed. We created an accessibility statement. We conducted a product-wide WCAG audit and produced an ACR. We triaged the audit. We prioritized the issues from the audit. We went through a remediation process to fix those issues. And then we started to look at accessibility beyond compliance. Now that we've defined the process for you, let's dig into each one of these steps a little bit more. So the creation of an accessibility statement. Right, an accessibility statement doesn't really solve any actual accessibility problems, but it did highlight that Mural understands we have accessibility issues and we have a dedication to making our product a place where everyone can play together. We posted our initial accessibility statement on our website as of December 2020. We formally outlined the initial phase of our accessibility process, and we'll continue to update this as we move through our journey. Next up is creating our WCAG audit and creating an ACR. The most critical step to understanding the work needed is by conducting a WCAG audit on the product you are looking to make accessible. So this is exactly what we did. Partnering with the industry trusted company, DeQ, and working closely with them to get our audit completed, we supported them by defining the scope of what we wanted them to audit and the platforms and devices we wanted them to look at. And from there, they started the audit process. In addition to having the audit completed, we work with them to also have an accessibility conformance report, which is also known as an ACR, created from the VPAT document. This document is hosted on our accessibility statement page and provides specific details around the parts of our product that may or may not be conformant with WCAG. And ultimately, this provides a level of transparency for any customer looking to understand where we are on our journey. Next, we triage that audit. So no audit is perfect. And given our understanding of that, we went through a detailed triage process and looked through all of the corners of the audit we received for a few different reasons. The first reason was to identify any false positives in the data. Simply put, some issues appear to be issues, but may not actually be issues. The next was we wanted to reduce the redundancies in our data. In many audits produced, there can be redundant data that occurs for a handful of reasons. We triage an audit to help discover these issues and remove them. Some of the examples that can cause this are, if an issue exists on a global component and is reported multiple times, it may only need to be reported once. So you want to clean up all of those redundancies. Or alternatively, if an issue will solve multiple other accessibility issues with a single fix, you only have to report that once, and then you remove all of the additional reporting of that issue. And then finally, you want to organize your issues for development. The final step of the process is to reformat the audit so it could be easily consumed by developers and seamlessly imported into your choice of task management systems. So how did we figure out what to work on? We went through a detailed planning and prioritization process that had several different considerations. The first way we prioritized was by the location of the issue within our product. We looked at this in two different ways. First, we looked at global issues. So if an issue existed on a component in multiple areas of our product, this was determined to be a global accessibility issue. And these ranked as some of our highest priorities. Because a single fix can impact multiple areas of our product, identifying these was fundamental to leading a successful remediation process. The next reason was issues by product area. Once we determined an issue wasn't a global issue, we started to look at the product area that it existed in. By identifying this, we could go through a sub-prioritization exercise of these issues based on where they occurred in our product. So once we had all the issues categorized, we started to dig into what areas of the product had the highest impact. Determining these high impact product areas then allowed us to create a roadmap. We prioritized issues from high impact areas over low impact areas. And this approach provided a solid structure for our planning and development process. Now that the reported issues have been organized into product areas, we looked at each one individually. DQ provided a set of prioritizations in their audit, and we looked at those in combination with our own methodologies. For example, an issue preventing a user from accessing functionality or preventing them from doing an action we set as high impact or critical. An example of this would be if somebody can't access a feature with keyboard controls. Whereas if an issue was a clear WCAG violation, but really didn't affect a user's interaction with the product, we then prioritized these as low, and those ended up falling to the bottom half of our backlog. The next step was actually to remediate the issues. And the remediation process is where we put all of our due diligence to the test. After completing our prioritization process, we started the process of actually fixing the issues. We provided estimates to these issues during our weekly backlog refinement sessions. From there, these tasks get assigned to a developer for completion during our sprints. It's straightforward compared to the triage and prioritization process, but make no mistake, remediation is generally a very large development effort and requires a substantial number of hours. Our process is no different from that. So after remediation, where do we go with our process? We started to look at accessibility beyond compliance. WCAG isn't the only solution to all of our challenges. If we remediate all of the issues from our audit, we would have a significantly more accessible experience. But that isn't the end of our work. To make a truly inclusive and, more importantly, usable product, we needed to focus on making Mural an experience that's accessible beyond WCAG compliance. We're approaching this challenge from a user-centric perspective. By including users from the disabled community to validate our work and test our features in real-world scenarios, we're really looking beyond the confines of WCAG. Our team sees that as the only authentic way to enable everyone to enjoy playing in Mural.
By bringing remediation back to our team, we could finally catch our breath and make sure we were designing Alleyland in a meaningful and impactful manner versus turning Alleyland from a carefree game into a drilling set of flashcards for a training boot camp. As we considered all of the hidden spaces of Alleyland, we looked to other initiatives and work streams to help us connect with players and ultimately help us drive our desired culture shift. Next, we'll cover a few ways in which we're expanding and going beyond Alleyland. We want to connect to players where they work, and this is to get them to play every day. So how do you relate gameplay to daily work? First, we started by breaking up WCAG by role. So individual players knew exactly what's relevant to their work. IBM's accessibility checklists were a primary inspiration for us. Their checklists are prioritized by role, but they're also prioritized by the level of impact for end users. We then wanted to create connections between the training and our players' daily tasks. We did this through common structures and terminology. These checkpoints are now outlining the exercises as part of our sprinkle size training. How do you make accessibility a repetitive task so players build their accessibility muscle memory? First, we narrowed down the checkpoints into method cards that provide actionable questions and tasks to complete within their job roles. We were able to narrow down each role's approximately 30 checkpoints into about 10 method cards. We then shared these cards with the players to track in their daily tasks. For us, that meant updates to Jira, Asana, Confluence, and GitHub. Each integration is slightly different based on the environment and the discipline, but we also got to luck out because where we could, we used the built-in tools of these platforms to help our team track the effectiveness of these integrations. And then finally, we wanted to make sure that we were encouraging gameplay. We're doing this through alpha and beta testing before rolling it out across the company. So far, everything has been voluntary as we gauge expectations versus reality on the impact for these teams. One day, we'd like to make this a mandatory process for teams, similar to security considerations. This initiative is a crucial piece to track how others are considering and implementing accessibility. We also understand that it's only a piece of the broader game and will continue to grow as we roll out Alleyland and our other initiatives. Beyond enabling players to be accessible, we wanted to provide them a means to do it efficiently. And that's where we're leveraging our new design system. So exactly what impacts does a design system have on accessibility? As I've demonstrated in this high-level diagram, the design system is a foundation that supports multiple deliverables for Mural, including our core product, third-party integrations, numerous websites, and eventually our native applications. By having a primary focus on accessibility within the design system, it helps establish consistency and stability around accessible components across these areas and deliverables. All design system features consider and test for accessibility prior to release. The design system also allows us to focus in on component usability, and this enables product teams to focus on the end-to-end usability. Again, dividing up the work between more players and making accessibility more manageable. But we felt the design system could go beyond this and provide an even more significant impact. So how can you extend a design system to achieve this goal? First, we made it a community-driven environment. The more people involved, the more ideas in the conversation to improve the features effectively. We are adding user testing with people with disabilities as part of every component's process. We're also using the design system to break down accessibility guidelines and documentation as a way to educate around accessibility by component. This documentation approach is another means of making WCAG more consumable, relatable, and practical for our players. Documentation should include what has been done as part of the design system, but more importantly, provide details about what considerations still need to be made. And probably our most significant extension to the design system that has accessibility in mind was to create a robust testing architecture. This architecture is to extend automated testing for products. Quality is a crucial mission for the design system, so we ensure all tests are merge blocking. And we did this by adding tests around HTML validation and accessibility scans within our continuous integration and delivery workflows. We also opted to use multiple tools, which enables us to do comparative analysis of the tools for better use within the product. We also convert all manual testing results into automated functional tests focused on user interactions, HTML structure, and ARIA usage. These tests allow us to automate regression testing with an increased code coverage compared to relying on accessibility scan tools. We took it a step further by formatting our functional tests to enable the product to import and reuse these tests. This allows them to verify their implementation meets our accessibility requirements. This again increases coverage of automated testing scans within our product. And then finally, we supplemented the functional tests with visual regression testing to ensure visual features such as hover and focus states are all compliant. We've covered our plan to enable game players with the skill sets to implement accessibility, but that doesn't mean everyone makes it a priority. So how do you empower players to create an inclusive environment beyond the basics of accessibility? Here enters our Accessibility Champion program. This initiative helps teams level up and become more autonomous, efficiently, and effectively. So how do you create a champion program? We started with a few high-level goals. First, we wanted to make sure everyone felt included, even those new to accessibility. And then we also wanted to design an iterative program that could be built and grow as needed. We ultimately came up with a 5-level program. The first one is the Admirer. As a level 1 champion, we wanted to empower all game players, no matter where they were in terms of accessibility, to have the ability to participate. We're bringing back the revamped bite-sized training, focusing on empathy and understanding the importance of accessibility. We're looking for players who care about and will encourage accessibility within their team. The next is the advocate. As Brandon mentioned, the first step to addressing accessibility is the ability to identify issues, and even if the teams don't quite know how to fix them. This level of champion understands the basics of accessibility and learns how to run general audits using assistive technologies on their team's deliverables. Finding violations enables teams to recognize where to reach out for help and create roadmaps as needed. Next, we want to empower players to independently implement best practices for basic accessibility violations. The third champion level, the practitioner, stays on top of their game by consistently practicing what they learned in the previously discussed sprinkle size training program. We intentionally wanted to create this overlap in programs to help draw connections and reduce duplication between our programs. The adventurer. This is the fourth level champion, and they're going beyond compliance and looking for opportunities to address accessibility considerations in an innovative way. They focus on making sure their team works with inclusive usability in mind and can act as an accessibility subject matter expert for their team. And finally, we don't want champions to stop at the edges of their team. So we created the final and fifth level of our program, the evangelist. We're looking for players who promote advocacy for accessibility across and even externally to Mural. This program is a cornerstone to creating an accessible culture. We know one of the best ways to achieve accessibility is to broaden the conversation. We look to accomplish this internally and strive to spread awareness outside of Mural. We want others to see us as a company that cares, but also that follows through. Now I'm going to pass it back to Brandon to discuss how we're going beyond Alleyland on the product side of things.
Thank you again, Liz. And now that we talked about a design system and new culture initiatives, let's talk about our approach to developing new accessibility-focused features, a primary destination for our journey beyond Alleyland. These are the features that will really differentiate Mural as an accessible product that is inclusive to all users. These are the features that will not only make sure no user is left behind, but also ensure users have an exciting and fun experience with Mural. So what are the considerations when we're looking for these types of product features? First things first, there needs to be an agreed upon way to prioritize what gets developed. It's impossible for our teams to develop all of the features and do all of the things with our limited capacity, as we've already discussed. So what's our perspective on this? It's that the blockers go first. We look at features that we see as key to our experience, and then we look at what we need to do to ensure no blockers exist for a user for that feature. A few examples of this are keyboard users cannot navigate our canvas. So how do we enable them to do that efficiently? Screen reader users can't consume the content of a mural. How can we enable these users to access this content in a way that makes sense to them? Or Mural's keyboard shortcuts are conflicting with the shortcuts a user has. How can we make sure all users have access to all of the keyboard shortcuts that they need? All of these scenarios include key pieces of functionality required to enable users to do the things they want to do with Mural. And our prioritization of blockers will push these types of features to the top of our backlog. And part of the fun of Mural isn't that it's just a product to consume content, but it's also a product that acts as a content authoring environment. We understand that to be an inclusive product, the content put into a Mural needs to be done in an accessible way so that our diverse range of users will be able to access it. I'm sure you're asking, what's your plan for this? Well, there's a lot to this plan, and unfortunately, we can only share a little today. But here's the general idea of it. One is that we create a set of best practices and guidelines so that all users understand how to leverage specific Mural features to make their experience more accessible. We want to make sure that we have the data to create experiences that work for everyone. So do we need to update an API endpoint? Or do we need to provide additional authoring options that didn't exist before? There are a lot of questions that we ask about our own data to understand how users need to use it to make Mural an experience that they truly enjoy. And then the final one is to give content authors, facilitators, and Mural users the tools that they need to create accessible content. We're thinking of a ton of cool add-ons that can go into our product to make the process a lot easier and more transparent for all of our users. So every user is different, and how each user experiences Mural is unique. It's up to us to make sure that they can use our product in a way that best suits their needs and creates an experience that's enjoyable for them. Part of our accessibility journey is making sure Mural is robust, whether it's through more responsive user interfaces that are supported by our design system or a set of user-level personalization settings. We want to make sure Mural is a place that people feel like they belong. And then finally, we can't make Mural a place for everyone without the support of everyone. This is why as soon as Mural formed our team in September of 2020, we kickstarted our design partnership program. We're partnering with active clients and users of Mural to help support our journey and take our accessibility work beyond compliance. We created this program for a few different reasons. The first was to foster relationships within the accessibility community. Also, to create consultation channels with actual Mural users who have disabilities and experience our product on a daily basis. And then finally, to create testing and feedback program for our in-development accessibility features. And while we're still in the beginning stages of these new accessibility features, we've received a ton of valuable feedback from our partners. So if you or anyone you know is interested in becoming part of our program, please get in touch with us. We always love to talk. And we just wanted to extend a huge thank you for joining us today. We hope this inspired you to talk more about accessibility at your company and that you learned a few things about how to scale your accessibility program.
Our chief architect at Mural, Pato Zavolinsky, or as we know him, Pato Z, will be speaking next about human consensus.
Hi everyone, I'm Pato Z. I'm chief architect at Mural, and this talk is about human consensus. Kind of. When I was first asked to speak at this conference, I was in equal parts humbled and excited, but I was also weary about what my talk was going to be about. So I knew it had to be something around people, because people is such an important part of Mural culture and values, and caring about our people, our employees, and our customers, and people in general, that's encoded in Mural's DNA. But I also have a background in distributed systems. So one of my ideas was, what if like next time that we need to agree on something, like a technical design session or a sprint planning, we run it through a standard or a well-known consensus protocol like Paxos, or maybe Raft or SAB, right? Needless to say, after careful consideration, that idea sounded a lot better in my head than it would do in a talk. So in true startup style, I decided to pivot this talk into something similar in spirit to the original idea, but radically different in implementation. So instead, I'm going to tell you a story. And this is the story of how I learned the secret. This was a secret that was hidden in plain sight, and yet it escaped me for most part of my career, for lots of years. And I'm not going to spoil what the secret is, but let me just say that it completely changed the way that I understand how to professionally work as a software development. So the story goes like this. It was the early 2000s, and I was studying towards my computer engineering degree at the University of Buenos Aires in Argentina. And at the same time, I had this part-time gig as a software development in a small company in downtown Buenos Aires. And during my university years, I can pinpoint a specific event that changed the way that I thought about writing computer programs. And that precise moment had like a before and after. Afterwards, like to me, writing software was a different thing altogether. And that event was the first time that I read this book, the Design Patterns book, also known as the Gang of Four. So if you are not familiar with this book, you should probably go get a copy after the talk or after the conference. This talk has a catalog of patterns, and these patterns are canonical solutions to recurring problems in software development. And the thing that made it for me, the thing that was shocking and amazing about this book for me, was that these patterns, these solutions, they refer to problems that I had seen before and I had solved before. Some of those in university, kind of in a theoretical kind of way, but most of them in my daytime job. So while reading and going through those patterns, I couldn't resist the urge of checking my code, seeing how did I solve these problems as opposed to how the problems were described in the book, and compare notes. So needless to say, I wasn't impressed with my code. So while checking the patterns and the code, like I missed some pretty obvious corner cases in the book that my code just, I didn't even know those existed. And I also, like, my names were very wrong, were super confusing. Like there was a lot of creative names that made sense kind of in that at that time, but it was super hard going back to the code to understand what I was trying to do. I missed some abstraction opportunities. There were some clear participants and some clear artifacts describing the patterns that in my code were conflated in single modules or big functions with that made my code a lot harder to maintain and to understand and generally reason about. And because of that also, I lost opportunities for optimization, like memoization and caching. So long story short, I was doing it wrong. That was my feeling after learning about the patterns. And also, like, by the way, so if like we have this type kind of thing over here and we have to select a function from that, how do we even call that question mark? Is it switch over type to get function? Is it function selector? Maybe it's something around the strategy. If I had known that pattern at the time. So because of this knowledge, like I felt like I was a better programmer already. And eventually I got my engineering degree and I left my job for a different company. And while leaving, I was leading a small team of developers. And the last thing that I did before leaving was gifting them a hardback copy of this Design Patterns book. And to me, that felt like the ultimate form of mentorship. Like it was me saying, hey, I'm moving on, and this might be scary a little bit or maybe confusing, but you stick to this book and everything will be all right. So moving on to the second part of the story, let's fast forward some 10 years. And by then, I'm already working at Mural, and this is pre-pandemic, by the way. And every year we would fly everyone from around the world to Argentina, Buenos Aires, so that we can get to know each other in person, spend some time, do a retreat and an offsite, and work together generally, right? And so I was idling, browsing the calendar for this year's offsite and retreat, and I saw this, Thursday and Friday, 2 full days packed with meetings. And my general reaction here was I was scared. If I actually go through all of these meetings, probably my brain would melt. So I panicked. And the second reaction was, hey, how can I get myself, wiggle myself out of this situation? So I tried to find a loophole. And the response was, yeah, no, I mean, this activity, this is a design sprint and this is mandatory. So you have to go. So in the failure to actually skip that design sprint became the seed for the next epiphany, for the next eureka moment here. So let me walk you through what this design sprint was. So this was not in Mural's offices. This was at an offsite in a really old abbey in a residential neighborhood in Buenos Aires. And once we arrived there, we were put into this huge room where the whole company fit in a single room, tall vaulted ceilings, very bright. And it was from the very beginning, let's get to work. We were divided into functionally diverse team, cross-functional teams. And we were going through most of the motions in design thinking. In my team, I had a few other engineers like myself. We had a designer, we had an expert facilitator, we had a customer success rep, and we had a C-level executive. And all of us, we were working together as peers and trying to solve a real-life problem. So the way that this activity began was with a single word. That word was meant to spark our creativity and our imagination. And from that point on, we went through some of the typical design thinking phases. So we empathized with our customers and with our end users. We chose a problem from a list, and then we made it our own and decided to clarify what that problem meant for us and to us. And also we started thinking about solutions. And we ran that thing through lots of frameworks. And in the process, we were doing this in pen and paper. So we were empathizing with the pains of the pains and the good parts of the physical world. So some of the things that we did, we checked what we were doing already to solve the problem, what we were not doing, what issues did we have, what did we wanted to explore. Some things didn't even fit the pattern, but we just improvised there. So at the end of the day, we were very tired. It was mentally and physically taxing. That was kind of a new thing, at least to me. So some of the people there were very familiar with the process, but not me. And we were doing some crazy things. but the general reaction, the general feeling was I was really excited. This was I was using a part of my brain that sat there numb and unused for a long time. We sat there, time flew, I was having fun, and I got to meet these people, and it was amazing. So at that day, at night, I went to bed early. I was tired, but I could feel the wheels were spinning in my head. Right? I really like this experience, and this is super efficient. And it's a completely different way of working, one that values collaboration and diversity in those teams. So next day, it was prototyping, and this was a frantic race. So we were coding all over the place. We were there's people coding in the stairs in the courtyard. We were rushing here. We needed to build something, to build some sort of prototype to test the hypothesis behind our ideas. And the reason why we were actually rushing is because after lunch we had user interviews. Right? So we were going to present this to people and gather feedback. So at some point we realized, at least in my team, it was impossible to actually code production-ready code or something similar in the allotted time. So we reverted to something much more primal, much more raw. And we created our prototype directly into Mural. We were doing a Mural prototype. Some other teams did something different. And we said we are going to fill the gaps in a prototype with just storytelling. Believe us that we are asking the user to believe that at some point some things will happen that are not there yet. And there was an added pressure for those interviews because the the end users that will be checking our prototypes, they were not just regular users, but they were like celebrities in the design community, like really distinguished celebrities from the likes of IBM, SAP, and many other companies have agreed to join us into this experiment, right, and be our test subjects. And the way that we run those interviews was, at least in my team, was in groups of 3. So one would actually run the prototype, another one would do the interview, and a third one would take the notes. And after the interview was done, we would switch roles so that everyone got a chance to do everything. And after that, we combine and summarize our results, our knowledge, our findings around our ideas, and then we debrief the whole company. And that was that. That was the whole design sprint, 2 full days of collaboration, and it was amazing. Again, I was super excited. Like, why? Like the obvious question for me was, why am I not doing this every single day, right? Like in my regular like software engineering job, why am I not collaborating this way, right? So now I knew, like, this second epiphany is like, I knew I can do this, right? We could potentially do this every single day, and I don't know why we're not doing it. But I also got this like weird feeling, kind of like a strong gut feeling, like there was something missing here. There was a piece of the puzzle that was missing. Like if at that time you asked me to facilitate a brainstorming session, say, like I could probably do a pretty decent job. But when should I use brainstorming, right? When was brainstorming the right tool for that type of collaboration? Given this team, given this problem statement, what method should I use? Like I couldn't actually figure out what to do there. And asking around in Mural, there's lots of experts, facilitators there. Like my feeling was like there's a lot of art in selecting the methods. It's not super straightforward. It's not systematic. It has to it's like reading the audience, maybe having some gut feeling around the problem. Maybe they know the method so well that it just comes magically. And for me, it wasn't clearly like that. So I thought maybe this takes years of practice and trial and error. So we need to let's talk about this missing piece, right? So at some point, some months later, still feeling like there was something awesome out there that was just beyond my reach. Like I was idling, browsing Slack, probably waiting for Webpack to finish bundle something, and I saw a message by Mark Tippin. And if you don't know Mark is one of the most distinguished facilitators that we have at Mural. And so much so that our facilitator user persona is named Mark after him. And he was calling out some old Autodesk articles in a really, really outdated site. And he said like there was this collection of methods, right? So when Mark says something around methods, you just pay attention there. So I like that piqued my curiosity, and I said, hey, I'm going to check this out. And my mind was immediately blown. Like those methods, they have like a typical description of what the method was about, but then you also there was a description of when to use it, right? And then how to use it, how to run the procedure for the method. And then why would you use it? What are the strengths and weaknesses? What do you do with the outcomes or the artifacts that you produce during this session where you run this method? And then you got like an example. And the reason why my mind was blown is because like this was like the design patterns of collaborating with people, right? That this had like a similar structure, something that was pretty close to home, something I was familiar with. And on top of that, it wasn't just one method, right? It was a treasure trove of those methods. It was amazing. So it's like that felt like a really full circle kind of feeling. And most of these, like all of these articles were written by Chauncey Wilson, a person that I've never met and I've never spoken to. And I'm eternally grateful to him because like this was the missing piece for me. And I realized that there are many publications out there that might be similar to this, but like the one that actually for me made a difference was this series of blog posts. So here was, right? So like I had my design patterns, the code version of design patterns. Then I realized that there were these methods, and like those methods can make working with people so much fun and and very efficient, right? Like it's the things that we could potentially do if we were able to adapt these methods to our day-to-day like software engineering life. It was amazing. And now I have found the design patterns for those methods, right? So now it's like time to switch to the second part of this talk, and it's about the secret. But that's no longer a secret. Like let's go over those methods. And just to be super clear here, like the goal of this part is to pique your interest. this list is not, by any means, it's not exhaustive. It's not complete. It's just like a couple of methods that I like that make sense that you can just start using right now. But I strongly encourage you to go and find the method that work for you. And if a particular method doesn't work, that doesn't mean that the method doesn't work. Like maybe you need to adapt it. Maybe you need to Frankenstein your way to success by just pulling parts from different methods and creating the one that's best for you. So let's get into the methods. The first one that I'm going to present here is called teachback. And teachback is useful when someone is trying to teach you something, presumably a domain expert. And once the teacher finishes teaching you, then you teach that same thing back to the teacher. And the reason why this is great is the fact that it gives the teacher an opportunity to correct mistakes in your perception, or maybe like clarify some misunderstandings. So it's a good collaboration opportunity. And do also know that if you are the teacher, you can also use teachback, but you should kind of like a reverse teachback. But you should be super careful there, because like you should make sure, make explicitly clear that the reason why you're doing teachback is to assess your prowess as a teacher, rather than the student's capability of learning, right? Otherwise, like this method can become toxic pretty quickly. On to the next one. So this is called brain dump. Brain dump is useful when you have an inherent bias towards one solution or one idea, and that thing might be preventing you from being open to alternative solutions, to other ideas, to other people's ideas. And to me as an engineer, that's something that it's pretty frequent, right? Like when someone is explaining a problem to me, I immediately thinking about the solution, like building the solution in my head. And the more that I learn about the problem, the more that I narrow the potential solutions into one or just a few that to me work. And that makes me super attached to those solutions. So much so that it's hard for me to accept like maybe other solutions, right? And the brain dump can be used to mitigate this type of situation. And the way that you execute the brain dump is like pretty simple. You just take a piece of paper or your favorite tool, and then you just sketch or write the key points of your idea. You can connect, you can draw, and make sure. I mean, you need to make sure that you time box this. This should be like 5 or 10 minutes, and the thing that you're producing is just for you. So it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be understandable by anyone else but you. And the way that thing works is kind of similar to a save game in a video game, right? Because you have this save game menu in this safe place, now you're free to explore the spooky forest over there. And if that forest happened to be filled with monsters, you can just reload your save game and be on your merry way. But if the forest was filled with treasure and wonder, then good thing that you decided to explore that thing. And so when brain dump is the same, like because your idea is safely tucked away in that piece of paper over there, you're not free to be open to new ideas and to explore them. And if those happen to be unfeasible, or maybe like too outlandish, or maybe not something that you can implement or think about right now, that's fine. Like you can always reload your idea and be on your merry way. But if they happen to be filled with wonder and magic, then good thing you decided to explore those. Next one is called the yes and. This one is super useful when you're doing architectural or technical design reviews. And the story with this one goes pretty much like this. When you are like a senior engineer in an organization, or maybe a principal or an architect, and someone comes with a crazy idea, like I guess it's super easy to just outright reject that idea, right? Like this is not going to happen. We already think about this many times. We thought about this idea. It doesn't really work. Just like go back and think about something else. And needless to say, like this attitude towards innovation, this negative attitude towards innovation is super toxic. It's really bad for your culture, but it's also very inefficient. And it's also a missed opportunity in learning about your own architecture, the one that you are currently running in production. So an alternative is just like taking a hint from the cardinal rule of improv and use yes and to build upon ideas, right? So rather than just outright reject a new idea, something that's too crazy to work, like take the time and try to build upon that idea. What if in a completely different universe 2 years ago we decided to go this route instead of what we actually did, right? How would the world be different, right? What things would be different? probably just you can immediately think about lots of things that would be wrong, right? Or would be more difficult. But try to force yourself to think about the pros as well, not only the cons. Moreover, like enlist the original author or authors of these ideas in a session with you, a synchronous session ideally, and let's think together about pros and cons, right? And make sure that you derive as many pros of those crazy ideas as you can. Because if you are saying that this is a pro of that idea, that means that that's kind of like a suboptimal, it's probably a suboptimal implementation in your current architecture. So like you're learning about, not only about the potentials, but you're also learning about your reality, things that you can improve. And this crazy idea, that's a way of improving it. Maybe not the only way, but now you know that there's a better way of implementing some things that you have there. And needless to say, an equally or perhaps more important outcome of applying ESN is they are building a relationship with these people that came with crazy ideas, with good ideas, with something innovative, right? And that's like, it's not you saying, hey, your ideas are not welcome here. It's a complete opposite. Like you're open and welcome to new ideas, to innovation, and you're creating like a collaboration relationship that might be even a mentorship relationship or a peer relationship, where we all work together and we all accept everyone's ideas and we consider them. Just thinking this ESN experiment as a sci-fi type of experiment, an alternative universe where things were really different. And I left the one that I like the most for last. And this is not exactly a method straight away. It's like a strong recommendation, a suggestion that you're welcome to follow. Then there's a mental model and a method that goes with it. So the recommendation, the suggestion is like you should linger in the problem space. So if we go back to the brain dump spiel, like while saying that, like, so like we, at least me, and I'm going to take the luxury of generalizing this a little bit, like we engineers tend to like jump straight to the solution pretty quickly. So someone comes with a problem statement, maybe someone from product in your own company, and you just think of the solution and you want to implement that solution, and that's it. Like it's as if we were kind of afraid of talking about the problem and we want to just get a solution for that, right? And what I'm trying to say here is like resist that urge, like do the complete opposite. Like the problem space is a wonderful place to be. It's a place filled with opportunity, and there's a lot of wisdom to be learned by staying in the problem space a little bit longer, right? So the way that's the suggestion. It's like if you're trying to fix a bug, and the only thing you know about that bug are the symptoms. If you go and fix the symptoms and without understanding the root cause, chances are that bug is going to happen again, probably much nastier iterations. So you really need to understand the reason why things are failing, or the things are not working, or what you are trying to build. And only when you deeply understand that thing, you can have a solution that has good problem fit, and in the case of a bug, completely fixes the issue. So a mental model that can help us in lingering in the problem space is thinking about the problem space as a two-dimensional space. And so, your current problem statement sits squarely there in the middle. And because of this is a two-dimensional space, you can move in different directions here, right, in this space. So the most obvious one, the one that we always do, is zooming in, especially us engineers. So we want to know the details of the problem, right? What makes them work? I guess like the typical method here for zooming in and understanding this is functional decomposition, where you try to learn as much as you can about that specific problem, about the inner workings of the problem, try to split the problem into, like, divide into different problems, solve each one separately, and then compose a final solution, right? But that's the details of the problem. And if you can zoom in, that means that you can also zoom out. And this is maybe something that we don't do that often, right? And zooming out means understanding the context of this problem. Who is having this problem? Which user persona? What other problems are happening for this same user persona? And this is extremely important. And it's not something that we do. But is the solution that we are going to provide for this specific problem that solves the problem for the user? Or this is just a small piece in a bigger construct? And if that is the case, how can we make sure that whatever we produce as a solution for this problem integrates smoothly with the rest of the pieces, right, into the final artifact that we're going to build. And we also need to understand how important is this problem. Is this the problem that we should be solving? All of that comes from the context, from zooming out, not diving straight into the problem. And just like you can zoom in and zoom out, you can also move to the sides. Like you can look sideways and see what other things are out there. Maybe the problem that is squarely sitting next to yours is the next ask from the customer, right? It's the thing that you're going to be building like next sprint, next couple of weeks, next quarter. And you should probably consider that thing into your solution. Otherwise, like this is the type of thing that requires a big refactor right after you ship the feature, right? Ship this and then refactor everything because we never considered that the next step or the next iteration for this was sitting right there in front of us. Well, actually to the side. Also, like, so there's like maybe a time, a coupling over time with those problems sitting next to each other. Maybe one is the future of the other, but there might be problems that co-occur, that they happen at the same time for this specific user persona. So maybe we should be fixing or solving those problems all at the same time, right? So that's the model and the suggestion. So the technique that you can use, the method, is called laddering questions. And essentially, it's like you need to think about questions that allow you to move to in these different directions. So questions for zooming in, that comes kind of naturally to us. But you can ask, why or how is this a problem, right? What are the details of the problem? And keep like digging into the details of the problem recursively till the end. We know how to do this. This is not something we need to focus in this talk. But we can also ask, why is this important, right? And what's the user persona that has this problem that we are trying to solve? Those are like pretty important questions to ask. Like, and generally be open about the context. And depending on your domain, these questions might vary. But the idea of the method is that you can figure out a set of questions that work for you in your domain that allow you to move in the problem space. You can also ask for similar problems for other pain points of the same user persona, or just like co-occurring problems. Check when those problems occurring, what the frequency, and find similarities with the one that you're trying to solve, the one in scope. So that was like a pretty brief run through some of those methods that I use every day. And just a quick clarification there is like these methods, you can certainly use them at work. You can also use them at your in your personal life, right? When you're planning your next family trip, right? You can run them through these methods, right? When you need to agree on something, don't do Paxos with your significant other. Like maybe try one of these. Anyway, so some takeaways and some final remarks, right? So one of the main takeaways of this talk, at least for me, is that the outcome of us working together can be much greater than the sum of our individual contributions. And that can be a definition of teamwork, a plausible definition of teamwork. But much more important, at least to me, is that working together, that collaboration can be a lot of fun. And I do realize that this might not be your current reality, right? This might be like maybe an idealistic type of thing. But there's a systematic way for you to go from where you are to this. And those are the methods. The ones that we described here, the ones in Chauncey's blog post, but also out there in the internet. Right? You can just go there and explore and adapt and make your own methods if nothing works by just using pieces from other methods, and then share that information with the community. Like, let me know what works for you and what doesn't. Like, I would be super interested to know. So some final remarks. Working with people can be very productive. Working with people can be extremely fun. And granted, sometimes working with people can be challenging, but people are worth it. Thank you.
Wright is a DevOps engineer at Mural, and will share how we are embarking on the path to observability at Mural.
Hey everyone, I'm Paulo Wright. I'm a DevOps engineer here at Mural, and today we're going to talk about how we can embark on the path to observability. Now, what is observability? There are several working definitions that are being thrown around. The one that I like the most, for this purpose at least, is the one that states that an observable system is one that can answer arbitrary questions about its behavior and its internal status without having to ship new code. Now, this is a very Platonic ideal definition, and I'm here to tell you that for the purpose of this conversation, we're not going to worry too much about this strict definition, but rather about how can we prime our organization and our teams to understand the power that observability brings and drive practices towards that ideal. It's about the journey. How many of us are in a position to re-instrument our code base right now and migrate to new vendors just because they offer true observability? Probably not a lot of us, and that's why my main point that I want you all to take away is that for most orgs, observability in the pure sense isn't an immediately achievable goal, but rather it's a path that needs to be walked deliberately, and that we can benefit from walking down that path. And like most journeys, not everyone gets to the same destination, and not everyone walks at the same pace, and what might be enough for some might be too little for others. But there is a benefit in walking down this road. The first thing we need to do is pack our bags. And to do that, we need to know what we have, what kind of tools we have, what kind of needs we have, what kind of teams we have, who is looking at the stuff that we have. We need to organize that information and understand how it's being used so that we can be effective in improving our organization. Here at Mural, we went through that process. We identified a few key concepts that might be useful for you when embarking on this trip. Let's talk a little bit about the different types of events that we identified. Let's talk about business level events. What is a business level event? It's anything that relates to what a customer does or anything that happens on our systems that might be of use for teams like customer support, sales, product design. Even leadership might ask questions related to this type of information. And this information usually has a couple of characteristics. It doesn't necessarily have to be real time, usually. There might be cases where it does need to be real time. And another is that it's usually required to be presented as a dashboard or a report of some kind. And what that means is that whatever tool supports this is usually going to need pretty nice and advanced querying and presentation capabilities. So what usually happens in these cases is that this is going to be stored in a data warehouse or some analogous concept where folks can design and query and dashboard and report their hearts out. Moving along, application traces are basically the path that a request takes through our systems and any subsidiary request that it might trigger, and any information related to that, like duration, response codes, etc. Application traces, also called APM depending on the vendor, allow us to understand potential bottlenecks in our systems and any request patterns that we might have. One of the things I like the most about traces is that they show the reality of the code's behavior contrasted with our mental model of the code's behavior. The look on an engineer's face when they see their code and all of its subsequent requests and actions and queries, etc., all displayed out for them to see is wonderful and priceless, and it's one of the best things that this can give you. And if you're lucky and your framework and your vendor libraries are compatible, you can get a lot of this for free in terms of effort, with some magical auto instrumentation. Now, this type of event has a very fine line that divides it from the previous one. So what is an application level event in this context? An application level event sounds very similar to an application trace. There is a subtle distinction here, which is that application level events need to be bubbled up to the developer, meaning we need to basically send an alert. And what this gives us is the ability to bubble up this this event, this alert, whatever, this error, whatever we want to call it, with the context associated with the request. For example, any stack traces that might have been generated, and some tools even let you reference the specific code block that generated the event or the error and the context around it. So the main difference, or the main distinction that I want to make here between APM and this, is that this is basically something where the developer is intentionally saying, I need to know about these types of events, either because I have to take an action to remediate, or because I need to see the data of how many occurrences of this we have, or because it's a critical failure and we need to fix whatever went wrong. A lot of the tools that provide this also provide automatic catching of uncaught exceptions, which is also pretty useful in the scenarios where you run into those things. And now we get to the dear old metrics. Metrics are basically just time series data, successive points in time of different data types depending on what you're doing, with a set of tags to identify different properties of those points. Today, we usually associate this with infrastructure monitoring, meaning CPU usage, disk usage, memory, network, etc. Even some more system-oriented data like latency, error counts, etc., can be displayed with metrics. But we don't want to be limited by anything other than our imagination, and it's usually going to be a lot cheaper in terms of effort for us to ship out a couple new metrics to understand what is going on with our system. And if we do that right, we can get a lot of mileage out of those metrics. We have done this, and we have proved, well, not proved, but corroborated hypotheses or disproved hypotheses about the behaviors of our system that have allowed us to improve performance by several percentage points, which I don't know, but they're quite a lot. So my point here is that you can use the tools that you have already available to understand the behavior of your systems and get answers without having to re-implement your whole monitoring stack or whatever into whatever fashionable service we have right now. And now we get to what I like to call the trash bucket. And why do I call it the trash bucket? Why do I call logs the trash bucket? Because if you have the other types of events available to you, usually you fall into logs because it's the default. Because most most logs will fall under one of the other types of events, except for, and this is a very huge exception, except for off-the-shelf software, which doesn't let us tune uh, its monitoring capabilities that much. So for those cases, obviously logs are perfectly acceptable, which is a great segue into what types of logs are actually acceptable. There is a great talk about uh, how to structure your logs into something much more powerful. The talk is by Alex Vondrak, and it's called The Path from Logs to Traces. And incidentally, it's a huge inspiration for this talk, um, which basically walks you through the process of structuring out into JSON one log line so that at the end of the talk, you have a fully formed and fully featured trace. Now, again, that path, you can probably abandon it at almost any point in the middle. You don't have to go all the way to the end, um, while still reaping a huge benefit from having structured logs. So even if you only rely on logs for your off-the-shelf software, if you ever find a need that is not covered by the other type of events, you can still benefit from having a structured log come into your systems. Why is that? Because we don't want to spend our life writing log parsers. And if you already have a structure coming into your system, you don't have to worry about custom parsing for it. Um, okay, so with the knowledge of these types of events in your org, you now know what you have, and you're going to know who is actually using it and how, right? So what you need to do now, you need to start positioning, enabling people to answer any long-standing questions or even recent questions about performance and the behavior systems. And even with the tools that you already have, you can start answering those questions. And that puts us in a great position to start improving our capabilities. So we know what we can answer today, and we then know what we want to answer tomorrow. So some useful landmarks on the way there. Documentation, documentation, documentation. This is very, very important because people need to know, how do we use this? What do we use it for? And how do I instrument this? Um, Having that is going to be an amazing accomplishment, because it'll let you scale beyond your capabilities. If you're just a single human, you have a limited amount of time. uh, Getting documentation out there that is to the point and practical is going to be key here. um, on the same topic, make sure that people have the necessary training to use the tools, not only to implement the code, but get the answers themselves, right? So if someone can just instrument all their code and then stops there, they're never going to see the impact of that actually being used. So have them use the tools, and that will generate a great feedback loop. Another great point on documentation is make sure that there's a clear decision tree on where you want to send things. So the reason why I say this is because there might be some ambiguity in, for a person that is maybe fresh to the company or to how, or a tool, a specific tool or a concept. For example, anything that you can send as an application level event, like the Flare kind of thing, you could arguably send it as a metric with a custom tag or as a log, right? So uh, how do we decide which of these tools to use? That decision tree has to be clear. Here at Mural, we did something which is basically a decision tree that is no work of art because I made it, but it does have clear reasons why you want to send data to specific places. Another excellent point is to recruit a team or two as guinea pigs, so that you can smooth out both your documentation and any processes that you might have on onboarding people to the tools, making sure they have the access to actually use them properly, try out the training material with them, and make sure that you understand where the rough edges are, where the force multiplication is. And that will lead us to our next point, which is get some people excited. Testing hypothesis is a lot of fun, right? We want people to be passionate about getting this data and getting the feedback themselves, of seeing their code in action and being able to see the behavior of what they're doing. A great point here is, how do you get people excited? People like free things. Make sure that you emphasize which of these things you get for free. Like I mentioned before, if you have an APM vendor that offers a library, it might just hook into a framework that you have, and that's such an easy win. And like I said before, the expression on an engineer's face when they see that what they already have available to them is priceless. Also, to get people excited, focus on the noisiest things. Those are going to be the ones that just because they're the noisiest, they're probably the ones that are trying to be ignored the most, that people try to ignore the most. So focusing on that is going to get you a lot of visibility with a lot of people that maybe are just not comfortable with taking on such a project, and it's an easy enough gain if you're already embarking on this trip. And this is a question that everyone I've met in the capacity of pushing observability has heard me ask. What questions do you have? What do you need answers to? Get people into the mindset of thinking about the questions you have. Maybe it's something you've wondered and that you don't actually know, or that you assume works like this. So what better way to actually motivate people than to have them start with a mindset of, hey, we're going to need to ask questions about this piece of code that I'm writing. So let's instrument it now instead of after something breaks. Okay, so what's next? Let's just take a breath. Make sure we're ready for the next leg of our journey. Up until this point, we have identified all the different types of events that we may have in our org, who the potential stakeholders can be, what path we might have to start using that effectively now, and more importantly, more than almost any of these things, is making sure our organization is understanding the power of being able to answer these questions. That alone, even without anything else, is already the most valuable lesson. So what do we do next? Let's start burning through our goodwill. Let's start with the improvements. Let's make sure that we can clean up logs, we can clean up alerts, find donors for alerts. That's always going to make you popular with the engineers. Take advantage of the force multiplication and maybe try out some new tools, or research if you can leverage your existing tools more effectively. Maybe there's an integration you haven't tested that might come in handy. Maybe there's a feature from a vendor that you haven't tested because you have another tool that makes it redundant. But this is another key point, is that the hop from one tool to another can maybe stop or slow down an investigation, because not all tools are going to handle the same concept or the same resolution or the same way of searching for issues. So having to stop and translate what you're doing from one tool to another may be something that can be improved. And lastly, see if you can abstract away the instrumentation. Use the knowledge that you gained of the types of data that people are shipping out and that might want to ship out. Abstract that away and try to use that to set some standards. Make sure that people are aware of what they are, but again, people like free stuff. If you don't force them to work and they can just get it for free, that's going to be much better. And that'll also allow you later on, if you find a new tool that adjusts to what you need, you can swap it out without bothering a lot of people. And with that, thank you for your time. And if
Next up, we have Juan Gabriel. He's a principal engineer at Mural, and he'll be talking to us about the cursor's dilemma.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Cursor's Dilemma talk. It's tailored to engineers in the quest for performance or how to make Mural happy. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Juan, I'm a team architect here at Mural. I'm very happy to be here with you. So, I want to tell you about this tale of two engineers in the quest for performance, but also beauty and happiness. Some time ago, when I entered Mural, I saw something with the cursors. The remote cursors or pointers is a simple but powerful feature that represents the user's virtual presence in a Mural session, because it's heavily used by facilitators when running workshops or retrospectives, because cursors represents the user position in a mural. But there was something odd happening. Take a look at the video. The cursors seem to jump all over the mural. My perception was that Mural was slow and not performant enough, so I wanted to do something. Before telling you about the experiments I ran, there were several experiments, let me tell you how communication works between the Mural client and the Mural servers. It's done in two ways. A classic API calls implemented with HTTP and messages implemented with WebSockets. We call the latter the real-time layer. This real-time layer is, in its most simplistic state, a server that sends one messages from one user to all of the others connected to the same mural. But in reality, it's a complex set of server and services allowing broadcasting this data. So, let's go back to the jumping cursor problem. So, I'm new in Mural, I started browsing the code. So, doing some research, and I found out that each time, for example, I move the mouse over the mural, it starts sending messages. And I found some function that was throttled to only send 7 messages per second. So the result was the jumping cursors. So, okay, very simple. The solution, just remove that throttle and voila, perfect, beautiful cursors traveling through the mural. Animation, amazing, beautiful. So let's ship to production. Not really, but first, let's ask for a second opinion. Meet Rula. Rula is a super nice guy, kind of funny, but obsessed with performance, and he's like the wizard of real time. So it was a good idea to ask for his opinion. Oh, so, hey Rula, I have this problem. I have the jumping cursor problem. I'm gonna fix it just by sending more real-time messages. I was so happy, and Rula was, oh, please don't do that. Rula was worried, and he was right. He said something like, imagine this. If you have 100 users collaborating in a workshop, and they all decided to move the mouse at the same time, you will have 70,000 messages per second traveling through this real-time layer. And what about having 100 murals with 100 users? That will mean millions of messages per second. So there was a bigger problem. half of the real-time traffic was pointer data. If we remove that restriction with the throttle, the traffic will be way bigger. So instead of having one problem, the jumping cursor problem, now we had two. So Luna and I decided to team up to find a solution to both of our problems. I ran some experiments on the client side, Rula ran some experiments on the server side, but let's talk about Rula's experiments some other time. Let's focus now on the client side experiments. So experiment number 1 was kind of a failure, but brought to light the status of a critical part of the Mural experience, the real time. So I have this constraint when working on the solution of no sending more than seven messages per second, If possible, reduce the number to prevent flooding the real-time layer. So I ran a second experiment, and I realized that there was a small gap of time between each call of this throttle function. So I said, okay, what if I store all this mouse coordinate in memory and I send it all at once in one message so I can have the whole path? I presented this solution to Rula. Okay, Rula, I'm gonna fix this problem just by sending more data in each message. And Rula was like, please don't do that. So, okay, this was a problem. Putting more data meant bigger messages, 5 times bigger messages, and that meant 5 times more data to handle in memory and CPU, in servers. So we had this new constraint that we cannot increase the message size. It was time to rethink about the problem of jumping cursors. The problem was, after all, perception. Perception plays a key role in performance. Just think about this. Performance has to do a lot on your experience as a user and about your expectations. If you read the newspaper on your computer, you will expect that site to load, I don't know, in 1 or 2 seconds. But if you read the same newspaper on your mobile phone on the street, maybe you will wait like 10 seconds, for example. So it has to do with what you expect for that. But in the case of motion on our animation, our expectations as users is very high. An application should run then as close as 60 frames per second as possible, because otherwise users will notice the difference. So the idea is to trick the eye to perceive things in a different way, and animations play a key role in this. So I changed the focus and I ran some more experiments using animations. The first and most obvious was CSS animations. CSS animations are said to be faster than animated with JavaScript, and they are handled by a different thread. You know, with JavaScript we have this main thread with all the code is run, but CSS animation runs in a different thread called the compositor thread. So the cool thing about CSS animation is that if, for example, the main thread is blocked by some heavy running computation, the animation doesn't stop. In this case, we have an animation, the same animation running in CSS and running in JS, and what happens with the JS animation when we run a loop or some heavy code. CSS animations can be fast because they are predictable. But think about the pointers. We don't know where the pointer will be because we have to wait for a message with the X and Y data. So animations were a no-go. The next step was, okay, next experiment, let's try CSS transitions. Transitions are simple to declare and use. And you can use fancy time animations like ease and cubic Bezier. So it's a very simple piece of code like this, and you get an amazing animation. But take a look at the video. There's something odd with the movement of the pointer. The fact is that CSS, when it has to move one element from one position to the other, it uses a linear path. And mouse movement is anything but linear. So it's like drawing a diamond path. It was kind of ugly, kind of odd. It was promising, but we were not quite there. So let's run another experiment. Experiment number 5. There's a cool technique used by CSS animators that if you want a curved path, for example, a sun rising in the horizon, you can grab one element inside another, apply different transitions to them, and you will get this curved path. But it's too hard to combine with dynamic data like pointers. So still a no-go. It was time to try something totally different. So we went with JavaScript animations using interpolation. We had 2 key factors here. Use interpolation to generate these intermediate frames between one point and the other and run a smooth animation. And the other is to have curved path. So we use Bezier curves that are basically done with different control points. So this is how it works. Each time we receive a point from the real-time message, we calculate these intermediate points with interpolation, and we draw this Bezier curve. The mouse goes through this amazing curve, and each time a new message comes in, we draw this curve again and again. So we get this interpolated path and this amazing curved path. And the results were amazing. Take a look at the left, that it's the original jumping cursors, and at the right, the same amount of messages, but this amazing fluid animation. So, experiment 6 was a success. The same number of messages, we didn't increase the size. We had this amazing fluid motion and a better performance and better perception that Mural was running faster. So I was very happy with this. We have these beautiful pointers without performance drawbacks in the real-time layer, and Rula was, yeah, I'm okay with that. So, okay, let's check client-side performance now. We always have to aim to this 60 frames per second target. We know that most browsers can cheaply animate two CSS properties that are transform and opacity. And that was our case. We have a piece of code like this with transform that we translate with the X and Y coordinates from the real-time message. Why is this? Why the browser can cheaply animate this transform and opacity? Let's go back to how the browser renders a document to pixels in the screen. After building the DOM tree, the browser has to put all these elements as pixels for you to see on your screen and runs the famous rendering pipeline that is made up of 4 sequential phases: the style, the layout, the paint, and the composition. The style is where the final style for each element is calculated based on the CSS classes. The second part is where each element is measured in its geometry and size. The third phase is painting the pixels, converting that elements to a layer. And finally, that composition this is like Photoshop, yeah? You have layers and they are placed and rendered to the screen. But the fact with this rendering pipeline is that, for example, if you change the CSS class for a given element, all the 4 phases have to run again, and that is very, very expensive. But if you only change transform and opacity, you can potentially run only the last phase, the composition phase, and that is very, very fast for the browser to run. Browsers try to make smart choices when assigning elements to layers. Not all elements get its own layers, and this was the case. The browser was not making smart choices regarding cursors. The cursors were painted over and over again. You can see here with the Chrome DevTools, with this rendering tab, that the element is flashing green, and this means that Chrome or the browser, is running the pipeline all over again, unless the painting and the composition phases. So each time the browser doesn't make smart choices, you can. And we have available this property called will change that hints the browser ahead of time of what kind of changes you are likely to make to an element. So assigning will change to pointer and hinting that we will change the transform of that element, we finally could improve our performance, run 60 frames per second, and run only the last phase, the composition phase. So the pointer didn't have to be drawn over and over again. So just wrapping up, in this path to happiness, we had beautiful cursors with amazing fluid animation, no more jumping in the Mural, no more sending messages or more messages for real time, no adding additional data. But somehow, I thought Pula deserves something better. So let's try a final experiment. What will happen if the user sends fewer pointer messages? What about, for example, sending, instead of 7, only 1 message per second? And the results were amazing. On the left, we have the interpolated cursors with 7 messages per second, and in the right, we have 1 message per second. We lose a little precision, but the animation looks good the same. So remember our charts were 50% of our messages were from the pointers, we can move from this to this. And finally, this made Rula very, very happy. So, friends, that's the tale of the two engineers in the quest for happiness and performant animation, and performant browser rendering, and performant network traffic, and performant message handling. And just to recap, think always about performance first, understand the browser rendering pipeline, use only transform and opacity when possible, and use will change with responsibility, because we all know with great power comes great responsibility. Gracias, thank you, merci beaucoup, see you next time.
Nick Floyd, a software engineer at GitHub, who will be coaching us all on nerd life balance and being a healthy remote you.
Hey friends, my name is Nick Floyd, and I'm so excited that you're joining me today to talk about this big topic, this whole remote work thing in an environment that's kind of crazy right now, and just trying to live this awesome nerd life balance is just difficult right now. But I'm glad you're here. I've been doing this for about 15 years. I've messed up a whole lot, but I've gotten a few things right too, and I just wanted to share that with you as an encouragement. And hopefully together we can have this conversation and learn a bit about how to get better at this thing. Let's get started. So there's a book, incidentally. I wrote this a few years ago, but it's open source, so you can contribute to it. So as we have this conversation now, you can have some ideas and just go and dive right in. It's a GitHub repo, and every time you commit to it and it gets merged in, then a new version of the book gets produced. So please, I want to encourage you, contribute. It's the good thing to do. So I want to level set real quick. So I'm not an expert. I don't hold a doctorate in this or anything like that, but I lived and breathed this thing for a very long time. And again, I learned a lot through getting things wrong. And there's no such thing as work-life balance. And we'll explain that. I'll kind of dive into that. I know that maybe sounds like weird, but hopefully it does actually sound weird because we want to break some conventions here. And not everybody can really pursue what they want or love to do. Life has a bunch of trade-offs, but that doesn't mean we can't refactor, progress, and refactor some more. We can get there. Sometimes situations in people's lives just can't. It doesn't make it work at the time. So just keep that in mind. A lot of this is idealistic. Some of it's rooted in some pragmatism, and all of it's hopefully rooted in reality. This topic is huge. We could go on and on for days about it. There's a bunch of books written about it, but I really wanted to distill it down to some really core things that we can kind of walk away with, right? Just some highlights. Hopefully those highlights can act as a North Star for you to kind of shoot forward and go into life and do good things. And this is, by the way, this is about progress over perfection, right? We're looking for growing in the progress and not reaching perfection. That's just an exercise in futility. It's just so frustrating. And I know that I want to acknowledge also this, that the past year and a half has really been difficult for a lot of people. Life is hard on all of us. One of the things I hope to communicate here is that if we sit there and wait for life to get easier and align somehow, it's just a complete waste of time. Let's get living now. And this is all about self-help. Not about self-help, but it's about self-discovery, which should be really exciting, especially as like software people, software engineers, and people who are just doing this life thing at home. That means we can learn something and grow from it. So let's reframe a couple of things too. Not work-life balance. I want to emphasize that it's work-life progress. Let's state it like this. As I said before, the whole work-life balance thing can be maddening because we have this expectation of equality, right? There's a bar that's moving and we're trying to get it in the middle. We're trying to sand our work lives down, thinking that work and life down, thinking they're eventually going to fit together, and they don't. Instead, we should be sticking them together with the Velcro of reality, right? Like really, just to communicate a principle here. I've got 8 kids. There are no clean sandboxes in my life, and I suspect you have your own beautiful mess too, right? So why would we burn cycles on being frustrated at trying to keep things siloed? There's so much beauty in sharing what we love to do and why we love to do it. So we could try this, right? Just as I was emphasizing, all work, right? So we can put our noses to the grindstone 100%, but eventually we won't have noses to smell the roses, right? So we don't want to do that. We could go all life, right? We could just skate throughout that thing, but that doesn't seem really conducive to life, not in this, at least this generation. Not to mention, where's the growth and fun in that? We'll, just kind of like sitting on, couch surfing. I'm sure that sometimes maybe that would be great, but overall, it just doesn't work. And the balanced life, the thing in the middle, right? This water faucet thinking can really just lead to absolute stress and frustration. It's split-brained and confusing. Where are the balanced lives? What happens when life changes or crazy things happen? This just falls apart. That balance thing just doesn't work. So I also wanted to reframe this too. When you hear that word nerd, oftentimes we are like, oh, I'm not that. That could be a negative term. But the bottom line is we're all nerds, and I'll prove it to you. If you don't think so, ask your spouse or friends. What's the one topic they think you go on nonstop about? For me, it's this. I love culture. I love just thinking through how to refactor life. Whatever they say, whatever they tell you, that's your inner nerd. Welcome to the nerd world order. You are a nerd. Really, it's just a group identity, something that you can cling to and go, I'm really interested in this. I want to share it. So, economists used to think, or at least used to remark, that we as humans tend to act in our own best interest. And honestly, if you think about it, anyone who's participated in the last few years of this hard and crazy can attest that's not true. So how do we unthink this lie? So one potentially skewed way we could think about this is through this recognition lens, right? And basically someone says, good job, and we get that dopamine fix. And then someone mashes like, and we get giddy. That's really, really detrimental to a good, balanced, loving, caring, and sharing life. In the 1950s, B.F. Skinner, he proved this addictive nature of this type of reinforcement learning through his operant conditioning chamber, right? The mouse would push the button, get some food. If it did something wrong that he was told to do, he'd get, something else not so good. So there's that. And the good thing about this, the very encouraging thing about this is there's a thing in neuroscience called neuroplasticity. And that describes the ability's brain to remodel and reshape. Basically, you and I can change. And that change comes through iteration, focus, work, and community, right? We can actually get better at this thing called life. So then what is success, right? Success looks different oftentimes, looks like different things to different people. But there's a constant hum in the back of our minds. Most of us think what most of us think is good success, right? Our cubes and desks at work used to be our operant conditioning chambers. Not so much anymore. Now our kitchen tables and our poorly brewed cups of coffees, and those are our new reinforced learning elements, right? And here's a freebie. If you want to instantly upgrade your remote life, learn how to brew a solid cup of coffee or tea. Instant quality life boost. But seriously, how can we crack open the world around us, loosen our expectations, these self-imposed constraints? What if we loosened our grip on tightly held pictures of what winning actually looks like? So there's always a story. One morning, I remember waking up. It was all an online deployment. There's 3 teams, and I'd fiercely led them into battle. We released the thing, and it was amazing. And there's much rejoicing. I woke up in this closet, no bigger than a bathroom stall. Stumbled out. Actually, didn't even walk out. Just stumbled out and looked around, and everybody was tired and lethargic, and we were all about to head home. And I remember going, "Wow, well, we won, but I really don't feel like winning. Like I don't feel like that was a win. Everybody is miserable. What's the deal?" So we hop in our cars, I hop in and I head home. And the next thing I realize, or at least I remember, is that I'm sitting in a ditch between a train and a truck, realizing that I'd fallen asleep and just driven off the road. And what I realized is that if software is going to be like this, I don't want any part of it. And then I just kind of woke up and I realized it doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to do this. And there's a propensity to do this even more now that we don't have to actually leave. We can get stuck between the train and truck of our at-home workplaces, or just not leaving the proverbial office. We can overwork ourselves. We can stay up at night and all this other stuff. It's so much more easier to get caught in this crazy trap. And I'd like to suggest there may be another way. So there's three pillars. I believe there's three core foundational pillars that can make or break remote life. There may be more than three. It just made my acronym work. But I want you to see something. Synchronizations, expectations, and environment. Synchronizations are like communications, interactions, and empathy. Expectations, it deals with mental health and perception, or how we feel like, for instance, like an imposter, and motivation and so on. And also there's this environmental aspect, right? It deals with tooling and friction to getting work done, time management, and distractions. Can anybody relate to any of those? Distractions at home often are just plentiful. But for each one of these pillars, there's black holes and dynamos, right? And the neat catch here is that we can choose which one we get and use. And I'm hoping these next few thoughts will help you see more clearly. So synchronizations. Anyone get any anxiety by reading these? Gosh, I know I do. If these things don't do it for you, remember we have three more pillars, but most likely you'll feel a pinch of reality at some point. To restate, the synchronizations have to do with that communication, maybe just feeling isolated. Maybe there's a fire hose of cultural information that you're trying to grapple with and it just doesn't happen. Let's see how we can deal with this. So the first off, and this may be old hat, but communication has got to be intentional. This one might be completely obvious, but let's be honest with ourselves. How many of us actually practice it? I was never really great at D&D, but I did know that if you rolled a high enough initiative, you wouldn't be caught flat-footed. Same is totally true for remote life, right? So if you take the initiative with communication and conversations, then you inevitably be more connected. I hope that makes sense. Okay, another counter-cultural thing, at least for developers, is I get it. The whole I'd rather be writing code than in meetings. But hear me out just for a moment. Hopefully you have a work culture that allows you to leave meetings that you're not providing any value in. You can just walk out or log off rather, exit the room, so to speak. But if not, hopefully you can start that meeting culture, cultural revolution where people feel free and liberated to be able to just kind of walk out of a meeting they're not providing value in. But don't overthink this. Someone invited you to this meeting. They must think you have value. Add the value if you can. Also, don't stress about the mess and noise around you. I know that could be just kind of really daunting. There's a reason you see others filtered or muted, and take comfort in that, right? So as an aside, ask the meeting owner to record the meeting too, if possible, right? So that if a kiddo explodes or we have a potty crisis, you can always mute, drop, and watch it later. And another pro tip, you could watch it in 1.5, right? Half the time, you could just speed through it. Oh, acronyms. So, as technologists and as people who do software, acronyms are flying around the conversation all the time. Acronyms actually produce a barrier to communication because they imply or they assume that everybody knows what those acronyms mean, when they can actually be a barrier to moving a communication forward. So a couple of things here. One, have the courage to ask what one means if you don't know. If someone spits out an acronym, just ask, even if they have to repeat it 5 times. Also, have the respect, right, to either define or don't use acronyms in the conversation band. And acronyms is just one of the many communication mechanisms that break down. Remote communication comes with like tons of additional barriers. So drive up the signal versus noise ratio by speaking simply, clearly, and just repeat your core principles, right? We always want to go back to these core principles, just like we're doing with these pillars, right? We're on synchronization right now, of course, and the other two. This is a really cool thing we do at GitHub. My team is amazing and they're incredible, and I love them all. They're wonderful. This whole happy hour idea in a remote place can be just amazingly uplifting, right? This can look like a lot of things, but also when you do it, make sure that everyone's involved and generally try to stay completely away from work topics, quote unquote, right? Because you're going to be talking about that in the meeting afterwards or something. We do this every Friday, and I've learned about everything between the best barbecue place in Texas to how to build a barn by hand. There's a deeper connection, and I want to kind of communicate that or convey that through this. Let's be courageous and crack our lives open to others. You may be surprised by all the different ways you can grow from it. Try on that happy hour. It doesn't have to be hard or complex. Just do it. So here's the deal. We've already invited innumerable people into our homes. And so it should be okay for us to ask how our family's doing, how we're doing, and for us to have the genuine need to be honest, right? Saying I'm fine, I'm okay, I'm good. Those are great, but it's also just kind of placating and just moving past in a very important conversation. Life is messy. Don't be disingenuous and act like your story is, or yours is not, right? I have a story. One of my daughters, she has Downs, and she one day she just collapsed. Turns out that Downs comes with poor musculature, and so in her neck, her muscles just kind of gave out. We didn't know what to do. It was scary and all those things. And someone asked me how I was doing at work, and I had the courage to go, listen, it's tough right now. Here's what's going on. Not 5 minutes later did I get called from the CEO, connecting me with a neurologist in New York that helped us navigate this thing. And that would have never happened if I didn't have the courage, or I didn't just say, hey, listen, life's messy. We struggle, and other humans around us are struggling, and here's what's going on. Take a risk, reach out, be a part of people's lives, because that's you are, and let them be a part of yours too. Okay, so any anxiety yet? We're on the second pillar here. In these expectations, they deal, again, just to reemphasize, mental health, perception, how we feel, motivation. Anybody struggle with motivation? I know I do. So the fact is that expectations completely can destroy you, right? Especially as you peer through these glass boxes into other people's lives, and you look around and it's like, wow, they're great and they're doing fine, and I'm not. These expectations can establish these unrealistic contexts, right? So consider the stock market itself. It's based mostly on expectations. Now consider what embracing that type of chaos would be like in your life. It would be absolutely exhausting. When we got our first RipRap 3D printer, my kids and I cranked out the parts to finish building the printer. So a RipRap printer is a printer that comes, and you can print parts for it to make the printer actually work. It's pretty neat. It's a great idea. All those pieces and parts came out flawless. We had high expectations of this printer, right? Like, man, this is gonna be great. But as soon as we deviated from those basic things, we ended up with piles of filaments and frustration, as you can see in the picture there. It's interesting. So soon we wanted to have very little to do with that 3D printer, right? In contrast, things like life and work can end up as piles of, filament and frustration. So watch your expectations. That's what this whole section's about here. So with motivation, so have you ever found yourself in a motivational black hole? Gosh, I have. I mean, it was a long time ago, like yesterday, but it happens to all of us. I had a new friend that cared enough to help me out of a recent motivational kind of black hole using a pillar of communication of all things. She said this. She said, treat your journey like code. Find the broken line and fix it. It's probably just a dodgy bit of syntax. Chuck the right characters in there and you'll be back on track. I know this seems maybe trite, but like it was such a meaningful set of words that spoke truth into me. Motivation's tricky, right? Because if we expect it to always be there, it'll be all the more difficult to get back when it's gone. So hold on to the truth, like acknowledging that where you've been and why you've been there, and what wins you've had. Use those as motivation. And remember, you've accomplished amazing things before. Why would it be any different now just because you're feeling kind of lousy? So this is a real issue in our industry, especially given what's going on with like the video game industry, privacy, social media, not to mention just holding a job in a remote environment and staying focused there. Life is hard right now, y'all. And don't forget that others are struggling, and that at any given moment you come in contact with is probably facing something hard too. Choose encouragement over expectations. If not now, you'll need someone else to do that for you in the future, right? And by the way, there's loads of resources out there for us, right? So we should use them. The burnoutindex.org is a great kind of test to help you get an idea where you are. You've got communities, real and virtual. You've got company provided resources and so on. There's plenty of things out there for us to kind of hold on to and embrace. You might also consider steering clear of some social media for a bit, unless of course that's where your community is. So there's a famous quote: "Everybody's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it'll live its whole life believing that it's stupid." So what kind of genius are you? Are you the fish trying to climb a tree? I don't think so. I mean, you're here, right? You're trying to grow and you're trying to learn. This whole imposter thing is a real feeling, but consider this: comparison is the thief of joy. While you're comparing yourself to others, remember, you are where you are because you're making an impact that no one else can. If you really need to compare yourself to someone, compare yourself to who you were yesterday, right? And grow from that. So one of the things that is really difficult to kind of process is pride and what that means in your work, because we should all, have this kind of like just encouraging set of pride in the work we do and all that. That's good. So the idea here is not to shy away from being proud about what you did, but trying to stay away from being prideful. Harry S. Truman was quoted saying, "It's amazing what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit." The irony about that quote, by the way, is though he is known for that quote, he wasn't the one who originally said it. Right. So this illustrates that great ideas are continually perpetuated. Right. So if you're looking for affirmation, look at how many discussions you're having and what other discussions have been started by what you say and do. Right. So it's this idea of if we logged into a meeting, why not log in ready to listen and learn instead of waiting for others to finish talking so that we can bring up our points. Right. Start with stupid. That's an easy way to remember this. Come at things knowing that you don't know everything and see what you get to walk away with. So there's this idea called affinity groups. These are groups where people with shared interests get together. And I know what you're thinking maybe is that, another reason to spin up another Slack channel, right? Well, there's so much more to this than that. This is an opportunity to connect with you and your family and your colleagues in real ways on real topics, kind of real-time happy hour. Remember? The happy hour thing. Oh, we have a special needs group actually at work, and because of that group, I've learned more about my kiddos' needs and how I can parent them better and help them grow in real ways. If I didn't have that group, I would be missing out on all sorts of this wealth of contextual information. Remember, sharing life at work and work at life. It's the Velcro, not the sandpaper. Oh, and the open aspect, by the way, more times than not, all people can benefit from the perspectives of a given group. So consider making your groups public, because even if someone doesn't have a special needs kiddo, I'm sure they can grow from some of the perspectives there. So I hope everyone, or at least most everyone, has had an opportunity to either be a mentor or mentee. And you understand how much wonderful growth can come from that. So I firmly believe some of the best growth happens way outside of yourself, right? There's a Soviet psychologist, Lee Vygotsky. he talks about the zone of proximal development, right? These are zones of learning and growth that can be boosted by others. And this is not a title thing, by the way, or even an org thing. It should be your thing, right? So you have an opportunity to mentor someone, be mentored by someone above you, be an encourager to someone with you up here, and help someone grow. Have a mentee, right? Here's the challenge. We're working from anywhere, all sorts of people, opportunities are out there, and so on. So who's sowing into your life right now? Who are you standing next to and encouraging? And who are you lifting up right now, doing your best to help them be better at what they do? Practice mentorship. Okay, we're on the last pillar. It's the environment. This deals with tooling and friction, getting work done, time management, and distractions, of course. Anyone catching themselves growling when their tools fail them, or when you feel too distracted to get anything done? This is your pillar, and let's jump right in. So this happened. I got buried by the kiddos, got sand in my britches, ran around, tried to chase them, and all of a sudden I ended up with what? A rash, of course. There was sand in my britches. Well, here's the deal. A good developer knows to shake out the sand, right? A great developer knows when to shake out the sand. The same goes for tool problems. They should not plague you every day. That leads to bitterness. And the more bitter we are at, we become at our environments, the less likely we're being willing to get in them and get awesome things done. So know when to shake out the sand, and also know to shake out the sand. I try to practice. If something bites me more than a couple of times, I stop and fix it. The time is well worth it. And you learn something, and take that information and communicate it outward, because surely someone else is dealing with the same thing. So we have kids, a lot of them, 8, of course. And I'm sure you have your own distractions of your own, whether they're kids or not. They could be a spouse, they could be a situation at home, they could be with parents, like anything. There's distractions in your environment. What I've learned to do is turn that distraction aspect around. And what I mean by that is instead of keeping all of my stuff at work and just like keeping these things and the things I love to do to myself, I realized there's could be some benefits to sewing into the rest of my family with the things I'm learning at work, right? And so at my house, we have a maker mindset. And at about 3 years old, every kiddo in the house learns how to solder. And it's not because I'm like this crazy parent that has this protocol to follow. No, that's generally when toys and stuff start breaking, right? And so what they then learn how to do is they learn how to put things back together on their own, but they learn it because they've watched me and we've done it together. And by the way, just as an aside, if you look at my daughter's face, look how beaming she is, look how excited she is about something she just built. I'd miss out on all that. There's so much opportunity for us to live our lives into our family and teach and grow. So go on the journey with your families and your friends, not for them, right? There's so much wonderful things that can be done and experiences to be had with people. Incidentally, not everybody's totally excited about our maker mindset. They're safe, but they're not really all that happy. One of the things I learned a few years back is when we went to Africa, we were making a water pipeline. I'm a software engineer. I didn't know what I was going to do there, right? I could swing an axe. I could dig a hole. Yeah, that's fine. But we arrived there, and I started calculating what the pump threshold needed to be to get water pumped up 3,000 foot line uphill. And I was like, oh, I'm using math, like I'm using calculus the first time in forever since school. And that was great and all, but I looked around it and I saw these amazing people, just the beautiful people of this village building things that I couldn't even conceive. And they were building them with very basic elements and materials. And I realized we do that so much in our work and our life, right? So like we approach a project and we have to do a checklist and we have to do a project plan and all this stuff and this ceremony and this infrastructure, and all of a sudden we have all that, but we have no project. Really, there's something wonderful about simplicity, where when you approach a problem or an idea or a project that you're wanting to do, approach it simply. Maybe a checklist. Forget the Gantt charts and the boards and everything, and just jump right in. kind of lay down that idea of ideas and just jump right in and go have fun. So Linda Stone coined this phrase, continual partial attention, citing that as a culture, we don't want to miss anything, right? And it's interesting that the word priority came to the English language around the 1400s. 500 years later, it became pluralized priorities. Nearing kind of that American Industrial Revolution. I find it very interesting because that's when we started building things and getting things and work changed. But I have to ask, how many of us really felt good about finishing nothing and starting a whole bunch of new things? Probably not many. Let's start favoring finishing over starting, delivering over gold plating. We only have so much mental capital to spend, and be aware that being remote opens us up to all sorts of input distractions that we're just waiting to spend our mental capital. Let's not let that happen. Let's take on tasks, favor finishing over starting. So a while back, I decided to measure myself because I'm a nerd and I love figuring it out. And our friend Lev Vygotsky, who I mentioned earlier, he also theorized that humans make conscious decisions about themselves by observing themselves. So I took an interesting application called Rescue Time, and I worked weird hours. So I worked during the day and then put the kiddos to bed and then worked, till 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning and just kind of rinsed and repeat for the week. I felt terrible. Things were awful. It's just awful. It was a terrible week. So I did the converse of that the next week and just did the whole, got up at 6, went for a run, did my work, got off at 5 and, kind of rinsed and repeat that. It turns out the part of me that likes getting stuff done is really a morning person. So go measure yourself. Remote life tends to lend itself to greater flexibility. Doing things like you're still in the office doesn't really translate well to this remote life thing. You might discover something new about yourself. So go measure yourself. So here we are, we're at the end. There's loads more we can talk about, but now it's time to make a choice. And hopefully by now you've picked up on a few things, right? That you're gonna try out. Maybe you're already doing these things, I don't know. But there's still one thing for us left for us to do. We have to decide. You see, there are people scattered throughout our entire industry who have made the choice that we need to right now. People like Ada Lovelace, right? She's the first programmer, mother of 3, she's amazing. Admiral Grace Hopper, right? She's the computer language trailblazer. Jonathan Gillette, right? Why the Lucky Stiff? He changed the way some of us think about learning. Marcus Passions, right? He made Minecraft, changed the world's outlook on gaming forever and how it could be used. So what do all these people have in common, right? They're not exceptional. They're human. They get things wrong, of course, but I think at their core, they chose to get things done no matter what the environment was. They were all over the world, scattered all about, doing great and amazing things. So they chose to get things done over being mediocre. They chose to be exceptional, just like you and I can. One last quick story is I learned to have an absolute passion for biking when we moved to Portland. I hated it at first. It was terrible. It was awful. But I looked around and everybody's smiling, and my heart cried out. I wanted that. I wanted to understand why they were excited about it. And the more and more I did it, I realized that my face started changing, and I started just getting excited and just into it because it just was fun. And I learned so much, and people around me just came around me and encouraged me, and my heart was uplifted, and I was excited about what I was doing. Well, it turns out that there's another thing I do that I react that way too, and it's coding. And I realized something that these two things had something in common, and it was my passion for them. I love them, right? And the fact is, passion doesn't have to have a reason. It's its own reason. We do what we love to do if we can do that. And I want to encourage you to always pursue that, because if you're doing something where you're just not into and you're just beat up about, you'll become bitter and just weighed down by the heaviness of it all. And again, in this remote world where we're kind of a little disconnected from people, that weight can really be heavy. So because passion is overloaded these days, let's use the word love. So what is it you love to do? And how can you do that thing using these pillars of remote life? Something I like to say is ripples over wrinkles. So when you look in that crazy mirror of life and you see, will you see these wrinkles, or will you see the digital pond where you made some amazing life and work ripples? I want to encourage you to open source your remote life and share all that you are with others. and just be genuine in that, and continue making and building great things. Thank you so much for this, for just joining me here. Let's continue the conversation. I'm excited to see what happens. Thank you.
Max Grays is a data visualization engineer at Mural and will be speaking to humanizing data in our next session.
Hello all, I'm Maxine Grays, a data visualization engineer at Mural. Although I wasn't always an engineer, I did spend most of my adult years concerned with data and its many facets. As an undergraduate student, for example, I studied biology and took measurements of spider morphology, collecting data of the measurements of their legs, etc. And then as a master's student, I studied linguistics and did fieldwork in Myanmar, where I started documenting an undocumented indigenous language. This was really the time when I started thinking more about what data represents and the bias of all it. How I interpreted the language sounds, even to the interviews I performed, were all a product of my own experiences. And whether I liked it or not, they played a role in the data's outcome. So I wanted to start with a little warm up, and I would love if you could all join me in it. It's pretty simple. I want you to pick a number that has some signification. It could be your age or address or something else. Got it? I'll go first. Mine is 6. 6 represents the number of years I spent abroad in various countries and continents. Does 6 represent anything special to you? It could easily represent any other fact. It could represent the highest number of pancakes that I ate in one sitting, the number of my closest friends. 6 is just an abstract of our reality, a standalone simplification of the many hours I spent on transportation, the words I learned in other languages, the food I tried. But without that explanation and context, it's just the number of 6, and it could be anything else. To really hone this in, I wanted to go through another example, another exercise. So take this graph. It's Macron's move to mandate vaccinations causes appointments to soar from the Financial Times. What do these bars and even that line represent to you? A single bar here, especially at its height, represents millions of lives, emotions, and voices. Sometimes we forget that this grouping and simplification that we face with on day-to-day, when we look at pie charts, graphs, line charts. So the purpose of my talk isn't just for you to realize this, but also to demonstrate techniques that you can incorporate into your own processes to help you humanize data. I ultimately know that by doing this, you'll end up with more ethical output, but I think also a better product. So I wanted to start the journey with 3 examples of data visualization engineers or data visualization designers that incorporate data humanism principles. The first is the founder of data humanism, or at least the person who coined the term, named Giorgia Lupi. She's an Italian data visualization designer, and her work has been integrated into museums, journals, and even on clothes, which I've really been coveting. So here is one example of her data visualizations. She has a technique that is very close to sketching, very, very artistic and abstract. So this piece entitled A Dialogue Between Two Hands is actually an ongoing collaboration with a musician called Kaki King. And the goal is to explore what data can be. So for example, can we feel data or see music? I wanted to show a clip of this. So this clip is it's not trying to oversimplify data or data into a data visualization like the Financial Times graph that we just saw with a single bar. In fact, this one is celebrating the complexity of data and using multiple methods to really hone in the point or trying to feel the data. And in fact, another data visualization designer, Mona Chalabi, also tries to use data visualization to provoke empathy from her audience, not just intellectual curiosity. She's actually a data journalist, and you may have seen her pieces in the New York Times, the New Yorker, the Guardian, among other notable journals. Her vises, like this one, Global Glacier Thinning Over Time, highlight the imperfection of data and also use familiar graph structures mixed with hand-drawn images that represent the data in question. So this data visualization, Global Glacier Thinning Over Time, it's not meant to give you a precise number per se, but more to show you the animals at play, the animals that are being killed by the global glacier thinning, and to provoke your empathy in that way. So I wanted to search for a more traditional data visualization on the same theme. And I found one by The Economist, whose data visualizations I often look at. So while The Economist in comparison seems more scientific and maybe more precise, Mona Chalabi's doesn't hide the fact that we don't have all the data and that the data is imperfect, as I said before. It attempts to show the thinning of the glaciers by portraying more of the pattern. So for here, we can see there was a large jump from 1985 to 2000. And as I said, she highlights the animals involved and the consequence of this act by putting it directly in front of you in images. The Economist, in comparison, has little context, such as like who or what is involved, and is much drier and much more cookie cutter, I would say. And I'm not trying to critique The Economist because these are both used in different contexts and for different purposes. So the last example that I wanted to show is by a data artist called Mural. This one is called Together, and it visualized the hierarchical positions of the Havas Group, which is a global communications company in Paris. The network starts at the very top of this art piece and ends with the lowest entry positions of the company at the bottom. So data art takes a step further in emphasizing the empathetic side of data visualization. It aims to abstract data, showing again its imperfections and subjective nature by focusing really on the emotional aspect of data. So the goal of this isn't to show who is placed where in the Havas group, but it's more to rely on our emotional senses rather than our rational numeric method. The fact that this is based on data is completely obscured by the final product and might not be immediately apparent. Data is just the foundation, but it's not the emphasis. So all of those three are examples of data humanism. And this is the Data Humanist Manifesto as described by Giorgia Lupi. So what is important to note here is how she is contrasting with the principles that already exist. For example, instead of focusing on big data, remember there's small data, or impartial data also goes along with subjective data. So neither one is right or wrong. It's just that both are needed together. It's a reminder of what other data perspectives exist. So how can we apply this to our own day-to-day practices? Most of the data humanist examples I found, and all of which I've so far presented to you today, are more in the art world rather than the business. And that's where I feel like it's really needed the most. So for this talk, I wanted to show how we can integrate data humanist principles into the workplace, into our own processes, by using myself and my own data explorations as a case study. And I'm hoping as a result that data seems a little less cold and inhuman, a little less scary. And I hope you come away with some techniques that you can incorporate into your own practices. I believe in learning by doing, or if that's not possible, by example. So as a case study for this talk, I sought to take a data humanist approach to a business question by integrating some of Giorgia Lupi's data humanist manifesto into my own work related to data exploration. I started with this question: how are personal, that is non-work related Mural workspaces being used? I broke it down by targeting personal Mural users, since although Mural is mostly used for work, there's also a lot of personal Mural users and Mural users accounts or workspaces. So how can we improve our product to attract more of these users? I narrowed it down even further, making the data even smaller by exploring my own personal Mural usage. So below is the raw data table for data visualizations, data explorations that I'll show to you later. I first performed an SQL query to get my own data and then spent time assessing data and manually entering fields such as type, where organization means that I'm using it more for my own personal organization. Brainstorming is figuring out certain ideas. Narrowing focus is maybe when I already have an idea, but need to narrow down to the audience at play. Prototyping is mostly sketches. And meeting notes is when we are taking notes, writing down our thoughts for a specific topic. And so all of that might seem a little abstract, and this is one beauty with small data and even spending time with data. Because when you spend time with data, not only can you become aware of the faults, missing data points, but you're also more invested in it. And that's usually the best way to get someone to care about someone, is to spending a lot of time with it or making it about themselves. It can also surface more questions as you have more time to let the data sink in and ponder it. Another plus is that I could really dive in and see and compare these different types to hone in my categorization. So quality data contrasts with quantity data. I decided to focus on the specifics and details of a small data set rather than a large quantity of personal murals, even diving into my personal murals to see the data that we don't see, the qualitative data, the visuals behind the categorizations that I chose. It also means capturing nuances to answer specific questions or to improve understanding if there is some doubts in the data itself. I especially love this quote from Albert Einstein because although we can collect data on pretty much everything, and in a world where everything can be counted, he said, not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. Again, to me, this really represents the importance of having quality data over quantity data. So how does this apply to us more broadly? I wanted to just reinforce the fact that all of us, whether BI analysts, engineers, CEOs, anybody and everybody is confronted with data every day, and all of us can make a difference, whether that's seeing data differently, applying some of these processes into our own workflow, Because, for example, for BI analysts decide what to analyze, what data to use, and how to translate results into best practice. For engineers, oftentimes I think that they don't decide product decisions, but that's just not true, because engineers themselves can take initiatives, supply feedback, and I think they have the responsibility to do this. The point is to use data humanism principles to connect to tech decisions that we make, to show the voices and the lives of all of what this data represents. Removing technology can take you out of the box and allows you to get closer to your imagination. That's why a lot of times when I start a data visualization, I go straight to paper, because I'm often surprised by what connections and innovative ideas I have when I just take a break from my screen and take a break from the constraints of my technology. So I thought we could take a little brainstorm intermission and come up with some solutions to this following question. What challenges do you envision incorporating one of these principles into your work or personal life, and how do you think you can overcome them? I'll go first. Time is a big one. It's a big one. And designing visuals with people in mind is pretty tough. But at the same time, when developing a product, isn't it important to work to not offend people by making our products accessible? I think that the solution is really to just set this as a priority, to practice it, to be aware of data humanist principles, and to incorporate some of these principles into your own workflow. This could mean creating an interdisciplinary team with people who come from backgrounds such as like sociology or anthropology, hiring more people so that you have more time to take initiatives and spend more time with data. And as I said, just integrating it into the process so that it becomes a reflex. So I actually believe that one data humanist related business solution is UX. It seems to, maybe intentionally, unintentionally, I don't know, but it incorporates a lot of data humanist principles and is the main example of data humanism that I found in the business world. Let me explain my reasoning. UX personas are developed to reflect what potential users might look like in order to know specifics of a product's audience. So they really dive into experiences of people. For example, with the UX persona on the right, it goes into the details of the many years that she has practiced yoga for. The point of this is to predict the user's needs. So even if you don't have definite information of what your potential customer wants from your product, in a lot of cases, you can just use the information that you already have and try to fill in the details using imagination. And there's no easier way to do this than by creating a personality and putting yourself in the shoes of the character you've created. That's empathy. It's the key for better production and better management. So in this UX example, we have the marketing persona, which is pretty cut and dry. It just has basic data such as her age, the languages she speaks, and sports. But from that, we don't really understand her goals or her pains or what she is looking for in a certain product. And at the end of the day, products are for people. We want our users to enjoy our products and we want it to add value to their lives. The only way to better understand our users is to reconnect with the data and by incorporating data humanist examples. So this is just one example, but there are so many other ways that we can make it part of our practice and many other ways that data humanism shows up. So I wanted to end this talk with a few of the data visualization explorations I came up with. based on the table that I showed you in the beginning. So in this example, I explored the mural categories, the narrowing focus, brainstorming, meeting notes, organization, prototyping. I counted the number of each of them, the many times that they were used, and then also visualized if I just used it personally by myself or if I collaborated with it. In these ones, I broke it up again to see the total number of collaborative murals, not breaking it down by category. And I found out that I mostly use my personal mural for myself and not for collaboration, actually. Another thing that was interesting is the percentage of template usage, because in Mural, there are pre-made templates, but more often than not, I either use a blank mural or I use a template that I created for my own projects. And in none of these cases did I use a template created by Mural, by the software. So I just wanted to go over some of the data humanist principles from Giorgia Lupi's Data Humanism Manifesto that I used in my data exploration. There's small data, imperfect data, subjective data, quality data, serendipitous data, because I didn't know what I would find, and I was open to that. I spent quite a bit of time with this data. And the whole time I was aware that data is people, that it represented my data, and I was able to really connect with the data and what it represented. And that's why I think that data will make us more human. I was able to understand myself better through this data and how I use Mural, and also how I brainstorm and maybe collaborate and work on projects. And so what could we learn from this data? Well, exploration doesn't mean insights. Explorative data vises are useful when there's context, and they can propel you to ask more questions and explore more data and more avenues to follow. But just based off of that, for my next steps, I would probably try to understand what kind of user I am, maybe explore my network, and definitely compare to other personal Mural accounts or workspaces to build user personas and find patterns. Another possibility would to be brainstorm other use cases that I didn't use and make that content maybe more discoverable in the future. So the next step of this, if I was trying to design a data visualization, that would be to use other principles highlighted by Giorgia Lupi that I think are more pertinent to the data visualization design phase. So that is inspiring to action, to kind of break out of the cookie cutter box of using just a line chart or a bar graph, understanding the complexity of the data and making your data visualization complex as it should reflect that. And then also data drawing, which I covered briefly, and that's trying to disconnect from technology and use a different part of your brain and to be less constrained by technologies and tools. So just to sum it up, there's no definition to data humanism, but this is really how I see it. It's questioning the impersonality of the merely technical approach to data and reconnecting numbers to what they really stand for, which is our lives. So I wanted to first move my face so that we can see people's names and thank these wonderful people who helped me either brainstorm for the topic and gave me feedback on my presentation itself and my outline. And without them, I wouldn't have been able to make this beautiful mural presentation that I hope you all enjoyed. So if you are looking for further resources or want to learn more about data humanism, here are 3 books that were very influential to me in my research on this topic. There's Data Feminism, which is by Catherine D'Ignazio and Lauren F. Klein. Dear Data, a collaboration by Georgia Lupi and Stephanie Posavec, and Living in Data by Jerry Thorpe. So I hope that you appreciated this talk, that you found some practices that you can incorporate into your own processes, and that it ignited some curiosity for you to dive deeper into this topic and take initiatives in your own workplaces and projects. Thanks for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Mural Motion Conference.
Focusing on the intersection of people and process, Britt Toohey, a senior software engineer at Mural, will be talking through code review best practices.
Hi, and welcome to the Mural Motion Conference. I hope you're having a good time and enjoying it. This session is called Code Reviews Best Practices, and I'm Brittany Toohey, but you can call me Britt, that's fine. Today, I'm going to talk about how, as developers, we are giving and receiving feedback all the time through code reviews, and it's critical to consider the human experience around these reviews. So we'll cover some best practices for both the reviewer and the author to transform your code reviews from confrontational to confidence building. So first, a little bit about me is that I've been writing code for about 13 years now, which is crazy, and professionally for about 9. I'm currently a senior software engineer at Mural, and I've been working there for about 4.5 months now. I also enjoy mentoring, especially young people and those who are interested in careers in tech. I also have occasionally tutored for a local boot camp that I think is really fun too. Most of the content of my talk has come from some research that I've done, combined with some of my own personal experiences with code reviews and some of the different personalities and mindsets that I've observed in my career. So, for example, if you have ever participated in a code review, chances are that you know what I mean when I say that things can sometimes get confrontational. You know, the author's like, oh, so you think I'm coding the wrong way? You're the one coding the wrong way. My way is the right way. And it doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be confrontational, right? Code reviews can actually be really great for you and your team cohesion and overall morale. So some benefits of code reviews are increased code quality. You're fixing and finding bugs earlier, and so it reduces the cost of finding those bugs later on. You're having shared standards. There's consistent in style and structure across the code base. And also a little bit of gatekeeping can help hold team members accountable to each other, making sure that you include tests and that sort of thing. Also, code reviews and a good code review culture promotes mentoring and learning. So you have different perspectives and sometimes better suggestions on how to improve the code. And there's also a lot of domain-specific knowledge that can get shared. For example, someone with experience with performance issues can give feedback about the performance impact of certain changes that a junior developer or somebody who's new to the code base might not know about. And so again, just because you have code reviews doesn't mean that you're getting all these benefits automatically. Implementing code reviews in your dev teams isn't enough. There is still a very human contribution that needs to happen to see the benefits of code reviews. Like, for example, if the developer or the author in the green box here, they aren't diligent or thoughtful as part of the code review process, and they slough off the responsibility to the reviewer to find all the errors, and at the same time, the reviewer doesn't pay close enough attention and they approve the PR without analysis, and then you're completely bypassing all of these great benefits that your team could have from a good code review culture. So we need both people, we need both of their brains and their thoughts and attention to code reviews to really get the benefits. And so first, let's focus on what the developer or the author can do to help set the stage for a successful code review. So this is one of my favorite quotes, actually. What do we live for if it is not to make life less difficult for each other? As an engineer and a developer, I write code and create technology that makes people's lives easier. It's one of the things I love about my career, right? And as a developer author, by making your code easy to review, it'll make life easier for the reviewers, right? So next, I'll give an example of how not to be nice to the reviewer. Hey, I assigned you a pull request. Okay, I'll have a look. Oh, great. Open the PR. It's like 326 files changed, like 1,000 lines of code to look through. And it's receiving a PR like this from the reviewer's perspective. It's just not very nice. It's very time consuming to do it well, right? It's a huge barrier to effective code reviews. This tweet sums it up pretty well, I think, and it's pretty relatable. If you see a PR with 10 lines of code, then it's easy to wrap your brain about it. So you can find a lot of different issues. But if there's a PR with 500 lines of code that have changed, it's like, it looks fine, looks good to me, right? And it's because, you need the PRs to be smaller in order to make it digestible and to make it time efficient, right? So research has shown that bug detection per line of code goes down rapidly after 400 lines of changes. So it's probably good to personally set a goal to never go over 400 if possible. And even then, it's better to aim between 100 and 200 lines of changes. It's usually a better chunk of code to have. And so why are large PRs a problem? It's because complex code has more bugs. It just does, right? So how do we make them smaller? That makes sense that big ones are bad. How do we make them smaller? There's a couple of ways, maybe having a discussion before you start that says, what are the main steps of my task, right? Or what are the subtasks that I can do in smaller steps? And having maybe a design review to discuss how to break it up into pieces. But you can only try so much. What if the PR just has to be large, right? Talk in person after your PR is out there. Talk in person with people, right? Talk face to face. We're teammates. Let's act like a team. Set up a meeting to walk through some of those code changes with the reviewer or reviewers. And it's a ton more time efficient than reading that diff. So if you have that PR and you feel bad about it, I'm sorry that it's so big, at least do the kindness of walking them through what you were thinking with this large change, right? And it's fun because when I do this as a reviewer, the developer will often find their own issues and think out loud through their own questions. And so it's easier to understand their train of thought with the changes that they've made. Much more efficient than trying to make sense of thousands of lines of code changes. So now back to the perspective of the author. You've just finished coding this new feature and you're so proud of yourself for having a reasonably sized PR now. And you're ready to request some reviews, but wait, before you send out that PR link, please proofread your own diff, right? Did you accidentally commented out code that you had commented out for debugging reasons, right? That you do not want to have merged. Did you leave any stray to-do comments anywhere that you forgot to go back to? Just proofread your own diff, please. And also, it's a huge deal when you can provide any helpful context for the reviewers It also helps the QA too. So is there a related JIRA story or a specification or bug ticket related to this code change? Something that I really enjoy that Mural does well is we often do like a Loom video. And Loom is a piece of software that you can just record short, quick videos. It's great. But also there's screen to GIF, which is especially helpful for UI changes, right? It's much easier to understand and give feedback about something that's visual when you have a picture of it, as opposed to trying to, compose CSS in your brain, right? And so provide the context that helps make reviewing your code easier. And a quick automation tip is that you can avoid a lot of the nitpicky style choices and conversations by just getting your team together and agreeing on some linter rules and then having a linter enforce those style guides, right? As a team, you can make the decision once and avoid so many discussions and distractions and decisions later on. And as a new dev on the team, right, I would much rather have a machine tell me that the spaces are off instead of having a debate with a human about it, right? Because different companies even do it differently. So linter, highly recommend, very good. So author, congratulations. You've done some work to make life easier for the reviewers. And now you're ready to reach out to the team. And sometimes it can feel a little bit like this. No one takes criticism well, especially when the subject is trying their hardest, right? Think of junior developers, but also think about people who are new to the team. They're trying to prove themselves and trying to show that they're worthy of being here, right? And being hired. Sure, like some people view code reviews with an open mind and look for opportunities to learn, right? I'm giving this talk, so I like to think that I have that mindset, but it's really not the norm, and that attitude can really vary depending on the day. Some days it's easier to receive feedback than others, So the author braces for impact, sends their PR link to the team, and then the PR just sits there without any interactions. And so first piece of advice for the reviewers is please try to review as soon as reasonable, not as soon as possible, but as soon as reasonable. It really does waste time if you don't, and it increases the likelihood of merge conflicts, which delays everything moving on through the pipeline. So please, authors, just try to be as quick as you could. That's reasonable. So, okay, author, now you have the reviewer's attention. They've opened up your PR. And let's talk about the reviewer's perspective and the reviewer's goals now. As soon as the reviewer opens the PR, whew, it's less than 400 lines of code. We're good. Okay, time to begin. And the most important job of the reviewer is to find and fix all the bugs and/or issues in the code. False. It is true that finding and fixing bugs is an important benefit of code reviews. However, that's not the most healthy mindset to have. The first thing that I like to have as a mindset of a reviewer, or like that I recommend, is first assume that the code is already good, right? People on your team are competent developers, otherwise you wouldn't have hired them. But at the same time, think, does it need to be better? Second goal is, as a reviewer, and not all reviewers are senior devs, right? But especially senior developers have a responsibility to encourage and be kind to the people on their team, especially the more junior developers. But everyone should be nice to everyone, right? But how do we create a positive code review culture as reviewers? I have some ideas for you. First is beware of the tone, right? as a reviewer, I don't think that you intend to be mean or cruel most of the time, but it's super easy for text to feel judgmental sometimes, even when that's not your intent. So one way to kind of avoid that is by avoiding the word you in your comments and responses. So for example, in a PR, you might say something like, you misspelled successfully, right? But instead you could say typo, successfully, arrow, successfully. The first one could very easily be interpreted as you messed up, right? But the second one is more of the subliminal message is there's a typo, here's how to fix it. And you don't even make them go look up in the dictionary how to spell it, right? You give it to them right there. So as a reviewer, you can also be considerate and kind to the developer author. Another like mindset to keep in mind is that as you're creating your comments, is that these might be their changes, but it's going to be part of our code base and we're going to be in charge of maintaining it. So using the words we, our, us is another way to build community around the code and make it less about the author and the author mistakes. Get away from that sort of mindset mentality. Another thing is leave actionable comments. Don't leave the author guessing if they've addressed your concern or not, right? Be specific. And an example of this is like variable names. This is personally, the naming thing is a sort of trigger for me. Like naming things is hard. Like you don't like my variable name, don't just say like this variable name is not right. Like, please, like tell me something better. You don't think that I thought about this for a while? And like, if you suggest a new variable name, like honestly, I'm probably going to agree with you because I've ran out of ideas. So please, if you don't like a variable name, don't just shoot it down, like suggest a new one, like start a conversation. Also, don't be afraid to ask questions, even as a reviewer, right? You might learn something. And this is especially true for junior developers or developers who are new to the team. If you're looking at an experienced dev PR, don't just assume since they're a senior, they must know, everything their PR must be good. Like hop in there, ask questions. If something doesn't make sense or something looks new, it's an opportunity to learn, right? And sometimes if you have a question about something, someone else might have the same question, but they weren't brave enough to ask. So it's good to be bold and ask questions, be curious. Another tip is to use a checklist. So it's really easy to look at a PR and see what's there, but sometimes it's harder to get your brain to look at what's missing from the PR. So some things that you could potentially put in a checklist is tests. Is there comprehensive test coverage? Are there tests? You could have on your checklist talking about security, documentation, accessibility concerns, especially for UI stories, right? And performance. What impact does this story have on the or potential performance impact does it have? And another automation tip for you with GitHub, at least, is that you can create a pull request template. And so every time you create a new PR, it automatically loads up the text. And at Mural, our PR checklist includes tests and info for quality assurance to be able to verify the feature, but it also lists like typical security concerns as a checklist to make sure that you've thought about things that you might be exposing. So those are things that are really important to Mural, and I love that it's part of the PR checklist and the automatic PR template, because when it's there in the PR description, it's hard to ignore that stuff. And so you've got this checklist, so you've got lots of feedback to give, right? And I have two pieces of advice about this. If you have a piece of feedback that is similar for like a bunch of different files, don't put 10 different comments for each file. It's like throwing a lot of tiny daggers in that cartoon from earlier. Even if your comment is minor, like receiving 10 comments on your PR is kind of not great, you know? So comment once with the change that you want them to make, and then just a simple ditto throughout, or, you know, see other files too. And then recognize that the author is competent enough to change all of the instances of that issue without you needing to point out every single one. But what if you have a lot of different pieces of feedback and lots of different questions or concerns? Please don't write a billion PR comments. Instead, set up a time to chat with that author. Again, have this discussion face to face. The feedback will be delivered and received in a much more friendly way. People are just nicer in person, right? Or over a Zoom call, you know. Also, when you have these conversations, don't forget to put the conclusions back in the PR, because someone else might be wondering the same thing, and it's good to have a record of that conclusion of that conversation. And they might add to that discussion even if they weren't in the meeting live. So next, try to avoid opinions. Reference external resources when possible. And I've mentioned this before, but linters are great. Like, it'll save you so much time with some of those nitpicky conversations. A lot of it which is opinion based, but as long as your whole team comes together and makes that decision, it's no longer an opinion, right? And the linter can enforce that. Another thing that's really important for making comments actionable, like I talked about earlier, is to distinguish between blocking and non-blocking comments. So how you decide to signify that distinction is up to the individuals and to the team. But personally, I'm a big fan of emojis. So blocking comments, you can use a stop sign, right? And they are things, suggestions, that requests that must be fixed before I'll approve this, before I think you should merge this, right? But non-blocking comments are more like suggestions, questions, discussions, changes that are encouraged but not necessary, you know? And of course, positive feedback can have a little sparkle. I like that one. Right, because not all comments need to be critical feedback. It's important to try to find opportunities for positive feedback as well. Remember that your goal is to build confidence in the developer, not just confidence in the code. So for example, if you notice that there's a dev who always forgets to write tests in their PR, and then one day they submit a PR that does have tests, reinforce that positive behavior. Be excited. Because what you reinforce, they'll continue to do, right? Positive. And so this is another quote that I really like. I mean, it's a tweet, I'm pretty sure, but it's specifically about code reviews. It says, sincere compliments ease the tension by demonstrating that you are their supportive teammate and not the cruel gatekeeper. And I would like to have more supportive teammates on my team and less cruel gatekeepers, right? So give compliments, be nice to one another, reinforce those positive behaviors, and it'll create a positive code review culture at your company. And the opposite of that is the bad code review culture. So, and this just might be a sign of a bad company culture overall, right? Because a bad code review culture increases imposter syndrome. New employees and junior developers, they realize that your company is not a safe and supportive learning environment for them, and they're going to leave the company. They're not going to stay, right? And it creates this negative, critical culture where people only care about who is right instead of what is right. And people in a bad code review culture, they're afraid to give feedback in the PRs. They're afraid of the reaction that the author might have. I knew a guy who was angry at anyone who requested changes to his PR or any of his PRs because it delayed his code from reaching production, right? And so people didn't want to give him feedback. And, you know, or people might be afraid of defending their ideas. Like maybe I put a lot of thought into it and that's why I did it this way. And the reviewer just, you know, they just talked about the first solution that came to their mind. but instead of having a discussion, maybe I was too afraid to have that discussion. I don't have enough confidence in myself, right? Or you're afraid to give feedback because you're afraid of sounding dumb. But you know what? That dumb question could lead to some important conversations. And it just would be missed if you didn't bring it up. So the unfortunate thing is code reviews can be a point of contention for your developers, but it doesn't have to be this way. When authors strive to make life easier for the reviewers, mostly by having smaller PRs, but being prepared with their code review. And when reviewers have the mindset that this code is already good, does it need to be better? And if it does, saying it in a considerate way. And when they have the goal of encouraging and being kind to the other devs on their team, then you end up with a better code and better culture and better developers. So you have better code because you build confidence in your code base quality with cleaner code, and including tests, security, performance, all those other considerations. You have a better culture because you have opportunities for mentoring and knowledge sharing. You have a safe place for discussions and learning. And the whole team is better than the sum of its individual members. And you end up with better developers. You build the confidence of team members. They like learning and contributing, and they feel like what their work they're doing is meaningful and helpful. And you have better retention. So the things that they're learning stay with the company. So in summary, as developers, we're giving and receiving feedback all the time through code reviews. And it's critical to consider this human experience of these code reviews. So today, I've shared some best practices for both the author and the reviewer to transform your code reviews from confrontational to confidence building. Thank you. And if you have any feedback or want to connect, you can send a message to me on LinkedIn at linkedin.com/in/Brittany2E. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Claudia Korzeniecki, also known as Clau, is a senior engineering manager at Mural, and she'll be sharing how to run effective retrospective sessions.
Welcome, everyone, to this effective retrospective sessions talk as part of the Mural Motion Developer Conference. Taking small actions can generate huge impact. So this is the agenda for today. How to structure the retrospective, examples of the retrospective, retro techniques, how to visualize the outcomes and do a follow-up, takeaway, and goodbye. So let's start. This is a little brief summary about me. I'm Claudia Korzeniecki. I'm a software engineer from the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. I have been working in the software industry for 50 years and currently working as an engineering manager for the design system and accessibility team at Mural. I consider myself an agile woman who is passionate for introducing the best agile practices in order to help teams and companies to move to next level. I love what all agile value represents, so I'm in continuous learning process to improve my knowledge. And here you have a link to my profile in case you want to take a look. And also some of the certifications that I got from the last years. If we go on looking for this meaning in the Scrum Guide, you will find the purpose is to plan ways to increase quality and effectiveness. What does mean? It is needed to dedicate time to inspect how the team is working together and what are the impediments that don't allow us to move forward, propose changes to improve and adapt to those changes in the next iterations. So the retrospective sessions allows the team to stop and reflect on how they are working together and if the outcome of the last iteration was the effective one or not. It lets the team inspect and adapt in order to improve their way of working. The focus of this session has to be put on the team and what it is able to do to introduce the necessary changes to make things better. For instance, every time that a new team member joins us, it's really hard to find documentation for onboarding. So I have dedicated a lot of time to explain to the person how things work. This is a tiny example of an action that we can take, saving time for each iteration to enhance and increase the current documentation. Having said this, it is important to highlight that the retrospective session is a very rich and valuable conversation that the team has to have frequently, and it is highly recommendable to have one at the end of each iteration of work, in this case, as an example, for a sprint. So, what it doesn't mean? It is not the time to be knocking each other's heads together, point at the guilty one. You can express your feelings openly, share your thoughts and ideas in order to make the session helpful for everyone. So a typical mistake or confusion in connection to the purpose of a retrospective session is to transform it into a therapy. It shouldn't be a catharsis session, but a safe space and open meeting to talk about thoughts and feelings. If you think the session is turning into a therapy, the facilitator or even any participant should raise their hand and try to stop it, to help everyone to change the course of it and try to generate actions that can be taken in the short term. Since the next iteration. So, the main goal of the retrospective session is to generate action items that can take place in the next iterations and have an owner or owners who can be responsible for them. They don't have to be very big or endless checklist of things to do. Remember that small actions can generate a big impact. So for instance, adding a table of contents allows to have readings organized and could be a guideline for the audience to have the first overview and use shortcuts to go where they want. Another example could be organizing the conversation by threads. So anyone can start a conversation about a particular topic and then continue discussing in threads. This allows to find the conversation you are looking for very quickly. Those examples are small changes that can improve communication, allowing the teams to find information they need quickly and reducing the amount of time they can spend looking for what they need. Remember, the action items has to be possible for the team to implement. If we want to change an external process, we can start the conversations, but it won't depend on us to generate the change. So in order to avoid the frustration, always try to take actions in which the owners can be the team members. So how to structure the retrospective? Based on the Scrum Guide, the Scrum team inspects how the last sprint went regarding individuals' interactions, processes, tools, and their definition of time. Inspected elements often vary with the domain of work. Assumptions that lead them astray are identified and their origin explored. The Scrum team discussed what went well during the sprint, what problems it encountered, and how those problems were or were not solved. Before starting the retrospective session, you should set some rules and the corresponding working boundaries with the team as a ground rules. This should be an agreement with the team. For instance, if you have people distributed in different countries and time zone, finding the best time for everyone to attend the session is a good way to start. Sending a poll, offering days and times, and seeing how many thumbs ups you have may be the right way to do this. Then you can continue defining the preconditions that will help you and the team to have a successful retrospective. If you come here, you should stay here. That means turn off your notifications, close other tabs that can distract you, make a good coffee or have a tasty snack on hand, whatever you need to make sure that you will be present in the session. Finally, try to keep yourself open to listening to your teammates. Be friendly and try to don't judge anyone because remember, we all count on different experience and point of view. So we have 5 steps to follow the retrospective session to be successful. Set the stage, gather data, generate insights, decide what to do, and close the retrospective session. Each of those steps' duration will depend on the dynamic chosen. Once you have defined the duration, you need to have a timekeeper who's usually facilitated, but it's a good idea to have another person playing this role in order to help the facilitator. Setting the stage represents the check-in, so you will need to measure how the team is smartly handling the following steps. Try to be very flexible because the success of this session will depend on it. Recommended time for this 1 minute. The gathering data is the heart of the session since the team has to come up with the topics, pain points, and achievements during the period in which you are inspecting. This is the information the team has to work on. So the recommended time is 5 minutes. Generating insights take place when the team has finished to add their thoughts and feelings in the previous step, and you have the ordered the topics according to their similarities. Ask for help to make the activity more dynamic. Then you can apply different techniques to prioritize the ordered topics, such as voting, choosing the topics that has more comments. So the recommended time for this, 10 minutes. Deciding what to do. After completing the previous step, allowing the team to think about how to find solutions to the topic described, every idea has to be considered. Invite the team to write the thoughts and decide together which can be put in practice in the next iteration or next time. It doesn't matter if there are only few actions. What is important is being able to implement those concrete actions. Invite the team, the audience, to choose owners for those actions. Recommended time for this is 30 minutes, distributed by topic, generating actions for each of them. In case you haven't completed the discussion of a topic during this time, be flexible and ask the team what they want to do. If they have more time, you can extend it to close the conversation and to generate actions for it. Otherwise, the topic can be reviewed in the next retrospective. So finally, closing the retrospective session has to be a celebration with the team for the work they have done. Decide where the actions will be published to be visible for everyone, to have the change, to do a frequent follow-up, and finally offer a friendly closing. Ask them how they are feeling after this retrospective. Ask them for feedback to improve these sessions, or just invite them to give thanks to somebody. Don't forget to be thankful for them to be part of these sessions and invite them to participate in the next one. Recommending time 4 minutes. So the retrospective sessions are used in iterations of work such as sprints, releases, quarters, projects, or even events. Incorporating this practice as an habit is the best way to learn and improve. They typically take place at the end of each iteration, and its duration will depend on the time it is evaluated. It is time boxed to a maximum of 3 hours for a 1-month iteration. For shorter one, the event is usually shorter, as I mentioned in the recommendations. Another good example is when you are starting working with a new team and you don't know, you haven't worked with this team before, and the team members don't meet each other. So it's highly recommended to start the first session to run the retrospective session, to understand their thoughts, feelings, ideas, and to set some ground rules and some agreements. So here you have some examples of the retrospective that I really like and enjoy implementing. The fishbone. You can use this activity to generate insights in a longer iteration, release or project perspective. The head of the fish will be the problem to solve. Each spine represents the main cause. So each participant adds their ideas about root causes. Read all of them, run about this session, and finally create action steps determining who, what, and when. You can do it many times, depending on the time that you have. You can do this exercise 4 times in order to discuss 4 different topics. Here you have a link to a mural template that you can use for this. What went well, improve, and actions. This is a typical retrospective that can be used in shorter or longer iterations, releases, or projects. Ask the participants to identify successful milestones from the period you are evaluating. Then ask them to establish what needs to be improved. It can also be ideas. And finally, agree with the team the actions to be taken into the next iteration. So here you have also the Mural template link to use this. And as I told you, the last, you can add an extra column to give thanks to somebody, or just bring some ideas, so give flowers, presents, emojis, whatever you want. You can change this several times using the classic template, but you can improve it. The sailboat, I love it. This is one of my favorites. Use this activity anytime for a shorter or longer iteration, release, or project retrospective. The boat represents the team in charge to make the boat arrive at its destination successfully. The destination in this case is a lovely Iceland. The wine, what helped us move forward? The sun represents what made us feel good. The anchor represents what held us back. And finally, and the last example of a retrospective session is the timeline. Use this activity to generate insights in a longer iteration, release or project retrospective. This is, for me, one of the most common retrospective for a quarter project, for instance. You can evaluate to highlight the milestones and then the pain points in order to work on them for the next quarter. So the participants should note down memorable and or personally significant events. It's about gathering many perspectives. Consensus will be detrimental. The things over the timeline are good and the things under are not. You can use color coding can help to see patterns. For example, emotions, events, technicals, organization, people, or function. Tester, developer, manager, just you can ask the audience what they want to do, and you can follow them, use the colors coding based on the final decision of the participants. So here we have some breakthrough techniques. For me, these 3 points are very, very highlighted, very important to keep in mind. So measure the audience motivation to be in the retrospective session. The icebreaker at the beginning of the session as part of the check-in will help you to understand the motivation level people have to be there. If everyone feels happy, you will probably get good results from the session. Otherwise, if most of the people feel tired or sleepy, or even on fire, try to change the approach, reducing the duration of each activity, putting energetic music in the background, and not spending too much time in silence because we don't want to lose the participants. What happens if people don't want to talk? It's very common. Some of the participants don't want to speak or share their thoughts in public, even if they have been working together for a long time. So we shouldn't put pressure over them, but they need to know if they don't share their feelings, thoughts, ideas, insights, they are not supposed to expect things to change. So a good technique at this point is inviting participants to write their thoughts in an anonymous way. For instance, in Mural, we use the private mode to do this. Then when we are deciding what to do, and we notice that it's always the same people participating, there are many things you can try to encourage the rest of the team members to speak. One is inviting the person to speak, saying something like, "Hey, Claudia, what do you think about this?" Or, "Do you believe this is a good idea to implement?" If this behavior is current, it would be nice to have a one-on-one conversation with each of those people to understand what is happening. Always invite people to provide you with feedback of the retrospective to improve it in order to allow everyone to speak and highlight at the beginning of the session the importance of every voice to be here. What happens if the session turns around one person? Another situation that is very frequent is the session turns around one person and maybe this stops others from participating. So we need to allow everyone to speak because every thought is important. A good way to try to cut this is to stop the speaker in a friendly way, and you can say something like, "That is a really very good point. Thanks for sharing. Let's ask Claudia what you think about this." And then when Claudia finishes, ask another participant in order to allow everyone to speak up. If the behavior becomes recurrent again, it will be nice, again, to have a one-on-one conversation with the person the session is turning around and ask him or her to help you to encourage the rest of the participants to speak. The idea is to propose this person to collaborate with you for everyone to take part into the conversation. And keep in mind, these are only tips that you can take and try to put in practice. They're not secrets or magic. It will always depend on the audience, the motivation level, and the way you improving the session. Listen, practice, and ask for feedback. How to visualize the outcomes and do a follow-up. So remind everyone the retrospective session should always be a safe place. Remember, the retrospective session is a safe place for the team, and only the team members or people involved in that process during a period of time should be part of it. What is important to visualize for everyone are the action items that show real improvements of the teamwork. Typically, these action items should be displayed in a place everyone can have a quick access and to take a look at their progress. It is a good idea to use a Kanban board to register the progress of those action items, and also if they can take place in the active sprint, can you go inside the active sprint board? This Kanban board can live inside a shared document, Mural, or even tools such as Jira. If the actions are inside the sprint, the team can dedicate part of the daily stand-up meeting to review their progress, and the final checkout will be in the next retrospective. This is a great way to review all together if the actions we decide to take in the last session are being accomplished or not. If they have been accomplished, that means we are improving as a team. You have to celebrate. If not, we should bring the facts to the conversation in order to make a new decision regarding what we may accomplish. So as I told you, the action items resulting from the retrospective should be displayed in an accessible place for everyone. Do a frequent follow-up of the action items and check its status to the next retrospective session and celebrate the improvements. Now, yes, the takeaway. So here you have some takeaways that you can take a look. Ideas, you can use this link to the RetroMap website. There is a lot of ideas and combinations that you can use depending on the kind of retrospective you are going to conduct. Tools, well, Mural, use Mural. Mural it's a powerful product for do these kind of things and and do it in a very dynamic way. Books, this is like the primary book you should read in order, you can do it before starting conducting retrospective sessions, or maybe if you want to improve and to understand more, to close the concepts. Agile retrospectives, Making Good Teams Great by Esther Derby and Diane Larson. And you can take a look on the events that currently Meetup website. There are very good events that are conducted by different people distributed around the world, so you can take a look. Are very, very nice. They're not secrets, but practice, and more practice, and always ask for feedback. So thank you so much. This has been all. Remember, stop, inspect, and reflect is the best thing to invest your time in if you really want to make things better. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
A principal architect at Mural, Sebastian Pules, or Seba as we know him, will touch on process as he speaks to deploying smoothly with GetOffs.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this talk. My name is Sebastian. I'm the lead DevOps engineer at Mural. And today we're going to be talking about how we deploy smoothly with GitOps. to give you a little overview of what we're going to be seeing today, first, we're going to see how everything was before these systems were developed and how our CI plus CD pipeline were one and the same. We're going to see what GitOps is. We're going to see what the operator pattern is and how it can be implemented as a Kubernetes operator. We're going to see how we implemented flags and how we developed our own custom smooth operator. We're going to see how both work together and how we managed to include encrypting and committing secrets into this pipeline. And then we're going to see a demo of everything working. Let's see a little bit of history of how everything was implemented before these new systems were in place. We have our developers writing their amazing code and pushing it into a Git repository. Once a push happens, a webhook is triggered against our Jenkins instance. And simplifying the CI stage, what we get as output of this, as an artifact, is a Docker image. At the same time, once the Docker image is generated and pushed, a deploy is triggered against our server fleet. This already presents some problems, like, for example, Jenkins being a single point of failure. If Jenkins were to fail, we will be left without the possibility of building and testing new Docker images or deploying to our server fleet. This did not scale with the number of environments and services that we were adding. And there's no easy rollback if there is a faulty commit or something happens. The biggest problem we faced is that there was no source of truth. There was no single place which described the entirety of the system that we could check if we needed to know in which state some part of the system was. To tackle all these issues, we decided to build around the GitOps pattern. So what's GitOps? There are several definitions in the net, so we decided against going with this one. GitOps being a practice for using Git as a source of truth for declarative configuration management. Let's break this down into parts. With declarative configuration management, what we want to say is what we want as facts or things that we want to exist or resources that we want to be present, and not how we want it. We don't want to give instructions into how we want to generate these resources or how they need to be created. We just want to say we want this to exist and let some other system figure out which steps are needed to get us into that state. And all of this in a Git repository. So we are going to be using Git as our source of truth. This already presents several advantages. The most obvious one is that this trivializes rollbacks. It's as easy as doing a Git revert over a faulty commit. And this is all using a tool that the developers are very used to using. There is separation of responsibilities. So there is going to be a very big separation between what needs to be done and how needs to be done. And all of this can be implemented using operators. So what's an operator? An operator is an extension of Kubernetes that is going to allow you to manage applications and their components. These operators implement a control loop following the operator pattern. In this control loop, the operator is going to observe the current state and see if it matches how it should be. It's going to analyze what should be done to mutate the current state into the desired state. And it's going to act on the mutations by applying them in a non-disruptive way. There are several ways of implementing this, and everything depends on what you are trying to achieve. And for our new deploy system, we decided to implement 3 operators. 2 of them already existed, so we only needed to install them. And 1 operator, we couldn't find an already existing replacement in the ecosystem, so we decided to implement it ourselves. So the smooth operator, which is the new deploy system that we implemented, implements the control loop in this way. It's going to observe for new commits in the repositories you work every day. So imagine your system has an API is gonna observe that repository and observe for new commits in that repository. It's gonna analyze if the head of the branch we're monitoring changed compared to the cluster we're running in. And we're gonna act by creating a new commit in the cluster spec repository, updating the image tag to the new head. So how does this look? We have two repositories. The cluster spec describes the current state of the cluster. It's going to contain all the manifest, all the deployments, ingresses, config maps, secrets, everything we need to run all of our services. And then we have the API repository. This is where our developers are pushing code every day. The smooth operator is going to monitor the head of both repositories. And every time the control loops run, we're going to check if the head of the API repository is the same of the hash that we have in the deployment manifest in the cluster spec repository. So if the deployment is up to date, or saying in another way, if the deployment is running the latest image, the latest commit, then we're gonna just sleep until the next control loop runs. If the hashes do not match, then we know that we're running an older version, or at least not the head of the API repository. So we need to update the deployment. Now, to follow the GitOps pattern, we're not going to update the deployment in place, but rather update the manifest describing the deployment in the cluster spec repository. So this is what these commits look like. We can see that they are authored by the operator, the smooth operator. They operate only in the environment they are running on. So in this case, this operator was updating itself in a cluster called Mural Alpha. And the only thing it does, the only thing it changes in the deployment is the hash of the image that is running. Now, once this commit happens, we need in some way to bring those changes into the cluster. For this, we install the Flux operator in them. So with Flux, we are using GitHub as our source of truth, and an operator keeps the cluster updated with any new configuration changes. So Flux is going to be observing new commits in the cluster spec repository. This change, for example, is part of what the Flux operator is monitoring for. It's going to analyze what resources have changed since the last apply commit. Again, in this example, we're only changing the template of the deployment for this service. And we're going to act by applying these changes into the cluster. So again, in this example, the only thing we would do is apply this change and expect the deployment to have the new Docker image. How everything works together. I'm going to go in here. Let's see how everything works together. Same as before, we have our developers writing and pushing code to GitHub. And once a push happens, two things triggered at the same time. On one hand, we have the webhook triggered against Jenkins, which, same as before, produces as an artifact a Docker image. And at the same time, we have the smooth operator monitoring the head of the cluster spec repository. Once our developers push code against the API, for example, and the commit we just saw happens in the cluster spec repository, Flux is going to take over. It's going to grab all those changes, and it's going to apply them in the cluster. So both services, Flux and the smooth operator, run inside the cluster, while Jenkins keeps running outside the cluster. How do we manage secrets? That's very easy for us. We just decided to encrypt them. We are using the Vietnamese secret controller. There are several other alternatives. You can also use SOAPs with Flux. But for us, Vietnamese was the most easy choice. How does this look? We're going to have a new CRD in the cluster called a seal secret. And this is just going to be an encrypted representation of the secret. We can see that we have in the spec the encrypted data. And this encrypted data, once decrypted, it's what's going to be the data field of a secret in our cluster. So the secret resources, the Kubernetes secret resources, are going to be managed by the seal secrets controller. We're just going to create seal secrets. How both operators work. So we have our DevOps engineers writing configuration changes or state changes. For example, changing a secret or a config map. And then we have a second DevOps engineer reviewing this change. Once this is approved, this PR is merged into the cluster spec repository. And as we have Flags monitoring this, Flags is going to notice this new commit updating a secret or a config map, and it's going to apply it inside our clusters. Let's see a demo of all of this working together. Unfortunately, it's not going to be live because with the reconciliation loops of all of the operators, it will take too long to include in this presentation. But we're going to see some examples of all of the operators acting against some change in the state and how all of this would look like. So in the first place, we have a new version of some of our services that needs to be deployed. In this case, we are detecting a new version of the small operator itself that needs to be deployed. And this is the raw Git log, including the patch. So we can see that the only change that needs to be, or that is made against the cluster spec repository is just the Docker image tag that needs to be deployed. And this is the only thing that changes. Once this happens, we get a Slack message from the operator saying that some service has a new Docker image that needs to be deployed. And yes, the operator is self-updatable. So whenever a new version of the operator itself or the API or a worker or whatever other service exists, the operator is going to figure it out and it's going to include everything in a commit. If there were more than one service that needs to be updated at the same time, then this commit would include both services. If for some reason one of those commits or one of those deploys is of a bad commit, then reverting these changes is as easy as reverting the commit that the operator made in the cluster spec branch. If we revert the commit that the operator did by, for example, just executing git revert in the console and asking a fellow DevOps engineer to approve these changes, then Flags is going to figure out that this has happened, and it's going to deploy the previous version of the deployment. And at the same time, the smooth operator is going to figure out that the last commit is a revert of one of a previous deploy commit, and it's going to post itself. Why, you were wondering? Because if it weren't to post itself, then the operator is going to end up competing against the DevOps team to always deploy the latest version of a service. So if we were to revert it and not post the operator will figure out that an old commit is running again, and then try to make a new commit like the previous one, advancing to the latest image. There are a lot of controversies. Most of them we have discussed internally, and we know about them. The first one, our most controversial one, is what happens if the CI fails. So if Jenkins fails to build a Docker image, the smooth operator is still going to figure out that the hash does not match the head, and it's going to try to deploy it anyway. Once this happens, and Flags applies these changes, Kubernetes is going to try to pull the image, but of course, it's not going to be there. It's never going to be there. So the deployment is going to end up in an image pullback off. In this case, we have to manually find the issue that caused the build to fail and rebuild it. Once the build succeeds and the artifact is pushed to the registry, then everything is fixed automatically. The other controversy is that we have a soft dependency with Flags. We depend on Flags doing the actual application of the changes. In the latest version of the operator, it has a way of making the patch against the deployment itself and not follow the strict GitOps pattern that we want to follow. But if we want to follow the GitOps pattern, then we have a dependency with flags. Another problem is, what if the Git source is down? GitHub is not down often, but whenever it happens, we have no way of automatically deploying new versions of the services. We have to wait until they solve their problem until we can continue deploying. The most difficult one to solve is that reverts and race conditions are hard. If we want to revert the latest commit, we have to check if that commit was against the cluster we are trying to revert, or if it was against some other cluster. As we now manage several environments, the cluster spec repository gets more and more complex. So that's a problem we're still trying to figure out. One good news is that the operator will be open source very soon. We thought it at the beginning as an open source project that we wanted to give back to the community. So we are working on getting everything Mural specific out of the way and documenting all of the processes. So you also get to use it as soon as we have it ready. Thank you for attending. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. And if you have some comments, contributions, or want any more information about everything we talked about, also please reach out.
I'm excited to welcome Guido Villarino, our Director of DevOps at Mural. He'll be sharing the story of our journey in scaling our engineering team from 5 to 200.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my talk, How We Scale Our Engineering Team from 5 to 200 Members. I'm Guido Villarino, born, raised, and living in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Today, I'm going to tell you the story about how at Mural, we effectively scale our engineering team from 5 to 200 people, the challenges we faced, how we faced them, what decisions were instrumental for our success, and what lessons we learned along the way. So what do I do here at Mural? I'm the Director of DevOps. My mission here is to ensure that everything that our product engineering team needs is in place so that they are able to deliver value to our customers with ease, That means that they are able to focus on what they need to, which is building, shipping, and running incredible software that enables amazing user experience. Not to worry about the complexities of the processes involved into transforming the code they write into the applications our customers use every day. In a nutshell, my goal is to make our engineering folks' everyday work easier and fun. But before I continue, and if you were wondering, a tiny bit about what Mural is. So Mural is a digital workspace that enables visual real-time collaboration for distributed teams, as you can see in this cute video we have here. So whether you need to do a tech design, brainstorming session, sharing a customer journey map, or any other kind of thinking together with others activity, Mural will help you do that effectively. So today is August 2021, but I joined Mural in 2015. That's over 6 years ago. So today we'll take a trip to the past, and I'll walk you through the story about how some of the technology and processes that support our software development lifecycle evolved through the years. First, I'd like to tell you about a set of core principles that have helped us drive our decisions. First is UX simplicity. The second is short feedback loops. UX simplicity is about keeping the user experience, or in our case, the development experience, as simple as possible. That means that as a developer, I like to keep my interactions with the tools I use to as few as possible without needing to learn weird commands or UIs that are unfamiliar to the ones I use. And that anything that isn't absolutely necessary for me to work or to run arbitrarily should be automated. I shouldn't even think about that. Short feedback loops, on the other hand, is about keeping the time between me finishing writing some code and seeing it running and testing it with others. It should be as short as possible. Notice that I said testing it with others. That's because Mural is a tool for collaboration, and value is added when we improve how users collaborate, and not just when I add some code to it and that's it. We focus on collaboration between human beings. So back to the story. I joined Mural in August 2015 as a backend engineer. At that time, we were about 15 people in the whole company. This picture you're seeing is from December 2015, and that was the whole product organization at the time. Out of 14 people in the picture, 8 were engineers. And that was the whole thing, right? I mean, maybe there's someone, like one person missing, maybe taking in the picture, but that's that. So at the time, the Mural application was really simple. A single page application in the front end with a Node.js REST API in the backend. And there were a few Ruby workers, like async services for processing, again, async operations, like sending emails when a user invited someone else to join the team, or when we needed to push out some email notification or something. Those were processed by these async workers. So during my first month, we encountered an issue where some users weren't receiving transactional emails generated by our backend. And after a quick assessment, we learned that the emails weren't being bounced. They were actually never being scheduled to our mail sending solution. So the problem had to be in the async worker apps, because they were in charge of that. So these services were running in Heroku, a very popular cloud service at the time. So you probably heard of it, but if you haven't, it was before Vercel or Netlify, that was the thing. So since these services performed very simple operations and were written in Ruby, while our core application was written in JavaScript, they didn't get a lot of love from our team. They would mostly run, and that was that. But for this particular issue, I had to understand what was going on, and I'd been in Mural for less than a month, so I really haven't ever looked at these services. So then, went into the service logs, and looking at these logs, it was evident that there was an issue, but the logs themselves weren't really helpful. So I had to reproduce the issue locally for trying to, produce a fix. I had to understand what was going on. So I cloned the repo, and followed the README for starting the application locally, and it obviously did not work. My terminal was filled with runtime errors, completely different to what I saw in the services logs. So, I couldn't even, figure it out because I couldn't even run the application. The root of it all was that my local Ruby version was different from the one the one which the services were running in Heroku. I was running 2.2 in my machine, and our service was built on top of a release candidate for 1.9.3. That's like a major version behind. And I really didn't want to spend too much time researching how to downgrade my Ruby version. Just, I wasn't that, well versed into Ruby. I just had to fix the code. So, I went for the next best thing and asked my coworkers, the team, if anyone had it properly configured on their machines. And I got a very interesting answer. Oh no, if you need to hack on that project, you'll have to use that laptop over there. Yeah, as you're realizing, it was the only computer in the company that was properly configured to run those services locally. And of course, I ended up using that machine to fix the issue, right? Fixing a production issue is always more important than fixing your own setup. But right after that, I set out to make these services work in my machine and hopefully in everyone else's. And my weapon of choice was, of course, Docker. Docker was not yet the de facto standard for lightweight virtualization, but I had been using it for a few years, and I was, honestly amazed by how easy it was to use and the immense value of decoupling the host environment from the application runtime. But this thing about Dockerizing these services, it wasn't as easy as I expected. There wasn't an official Ruby image prior to 2.0, so I had to dive into the depths of open source and finally found an image I could use as a base for my Docker file. I had to put a lot of love into it, but I eventually was able to build a Docker image that could run that application flawlessly. And since I was excited about that, I didn't stop there. I actually wanted to be able to run the whole Mural application with a single command. That's all services. And that's when Docker Compose came in. Around that time, it was transitioning from the Fig open source project into an official member of the Docker family. And I wanted to just run Fig up and have the full thing up and running. And to be honest, Dockerizing our Node.js application was really easy. And so the dev-env repository was born. Dev-env, by just setting up your Docker in your own machine, cloning a repo that just had one Docker Compose file, and that was mostly it, you run Docker Compose app -d, and you would have the full thing working properly. Now, I know this doesn't sound at all amazing today, but 6 years ago, it was actually something. The UX for this thing was so incredibly simple. It was just like Docker Compose up -d, or Fig up. I use Fig. I still use it nowadays, but for the sake of standardizing, Docker Compose. The whole application was just running, and and the whole team was super happy about that. There was almost no learning curve for anyone. And a day after I shared it with the team, everyone was running Mural with this approach. And just install Docker, do this, and it works. And everyone's happy. And this project actually is still today the way we run Mural locally. I mean, of course, it has evolved, but it was a decision we made 6 years ago. So a little bit of fast forward, no? Mural started growing steadily, both in the product and the team. And by the end of 2018, there were more than 60 people in the company, with about half of that number in the product team alone. One thing that stood tall since the early days until today is that every change to our software has to be validated by a product manager or QA tester or both before reaching production, right? So this is part of what I was talking about with the short feedback loops. We want to do something. We want to be able to test it really quickly in an environment where we can all test it together. And this was the place where either product managers, even engineers or QA testers, would test that. And this thing about testing it before reaching production, it's not I mean, it's both because we want to guarantee the quality of what we do, right? Of course, but also because we comply with a big number of norms from our compliance certifications, and we're committed to meeting them. And part of this is that every change is proved by a human being and validated by a human being. So this is like the base for what we call our testing environments. What are these things? So, I mean, we do have integration tests, but those can only go so far. And user experience is hard to validate with automation. Human perception is a very tricky thing. So for our product teams to be able to easily test out and validate changes, we made that for every pull request, there should be a testing environment running in an infrastructure as close to production as possible. Because every push to any branch runs a build, and every successful build produces a Docker image. Our challenge was just to run those Docker images as containers available for our team to test. So this is kind of what it looked like, right? So if you wanted to add a feature, you would just branch from master and into an add/feature branch. And you should be able to test that code live in an environment available at an internal URL. But the most interesting problem was not how to operate these things. Like I'm going to tell you just after this, like how they worked underneath. But the most important or interesting problem for me was how to put our product team in control of them, because they were the actual users. We thought about many things, from a CLI tool to a full-fledged admin UI, but we asked ourselves, what tool that everyone is already using could be easily adapted to meet this need, right? We wanted to minimize, cognitive effort. And the answer was Slack. We use Slack for internal communication. So can we use this thing that everyone already has, to manage these things? So we put up a few Slack commands that will let them bring up or tear down testing environments, pretty easily. So the UX was either Mural unpack, add feature, like the branch name, and you would get a environment, like full-fledged with all services available at a URL such as feature.internal.mural.dev or something like that. And you wanted to bring that down, just Mural env down branch name. And that was that. You'd get a confirmation through Slack, like your environment is up, go check it out, or your environment is down, or whatever. And as you can imagine, everyone liked the idea. And so everyone was using them just a few days after we rolled this out. I'll tell you a bit about how this worked under the hood, as I promised. So at first we had a single server running all testing environments, right? Single VM, and a reverse proxy, like I said, the entry point, and whenever there was a new environment, we would reconfigure that and just restart it, and we would point the star dot whatever to there, and based on the URL, you would go to the environment. I mean, you can imagine how it worked. Pretty simple, but the cool thing is that we actually used, for bringing up each of these environments, the same compose file that we use in our developer environment configuration, the one I told you about in the dev repo. But the thing is, as we grew in number of people in the team and open pull requests and things to be validated, this setup became kind of a bottleneck, because you could always scale that server up vertically, more CPU, more RAM, or whatever, but that goes only so far. So, and this was around 2016 when this technology, Docker Swarm, which is Docker's native distributed scheduling solution, became a stable part of the Docker toolkit. So we migrated to a scheme like this. And the good thing was that with our existing working setup, the only thing we actually needed to change properly was, instead of connecting to a Docker daemon in a machine and doing Docker compose up -d, we would actually just change the command to Docker stack deploy, which is the same thing, but for Docker Swarm. And we became operational in a new, completely setup of distributed, machine, many machines, like a cluster, with a lot of things, just by almost just by changing that command. Of course, bringing up those clusters and configuring them was something, but the way we had to adapt our deployment, our testing environment deployment scripts, was minimal. And so, that was pretty amazing for us. And of course, like nothing changed from the point of view of our engineers or the QA people or the product team. Right. So, I mean, this, as I told you, was 2016, but by the end of 2019, and we continued to grow, our team had almost doubled in size. Mural was over 100 people. And this, this is actually the last offsite before whole pandemic thing. So it's the last time we probably got all together. But yeah, like we were over 100 people. And this system that I was telling you about, the test environments, development environment, remained in place, for all those years with like minimal issues, just like maybe adding an additional machine, maybe, adding some sort of feedback for some logs or something. But the core of it was just the same. However, we were starting to experience some limits in both our public and our internal infrastructure as our company grew. Again, more pull requests and more platform usage, and infrastructure has limits. And what happened at 2018, 2019, like Kubernetes went ahead and sort of became the standard for running distributed container environments, and our productive infrastructure also followed the path. And for us to keep honoring the principle of making our testing infrastructure as similar to production as possible, our testing infrastructure also moved from Docker Swarm to Kubernetes. But we also made a very important decision about the way we manage the internal configuration of these environments, the testing environments. And well, not just the testing environments, actually, the whole thing, productive and testing. So when our platform running in plain old VMs, as I told you a few minutes ago, our release automation systems had to like SSH into this testing environment machine. Or if we had to release something to production, we would use Ansible, and Ansible uses SSH behind the scenes to apply changes, right? So our automation systems had to SSH into those machines and apply changes synchronously. When we used Docker Swarm, we had to have the Docker client in the release automation systems, connect with the Docker daemon in the remote clusters to deploy new stuff, also synchronously. So what happened is that each time we change a backing system or server, we had to reconfigure or adapt the release systems, and that wasn't too great. I mean, it's not something that you do every day, but every time you change one of those things, there are caveats, and it's not fun. And we wanted our release strategy to be able to work with Kubernetes and with whatever comes next, because stuff changes, and in a few years we're gonna see something else, or another flavor of Kubernetes that has some kind of other API or whatever. And we wanted to be able to work with that or whatever comes next without us needing to grant external access to any external automation job. And this is not just for the obvious gain in security. Opening up some management endpoints is always tricky, but also to effectively decouple build and release automation from the internals of how to actually perform deployments in whichever infrastructure we choose to use. Yeah. So we went ahead and adopted the GitOps strategy. I mean, if you're not familiar with it, I mean, you can obviously go and Google it for that, but in a nutshell, GitOps means using Git as a declarative source of truth for the desired state of a piece of infrastructure, and having a system that takes care of reconciling that desired state expressed in code, because it's in Git, with the internal state of the infrastructure. So basically, think about it like there's a file in some Git repo that says, this is a structure of the deployment that I want to have running in this environment, and having a piece of software running inside that environment, looking at that file every once in a while. And if it detects changes, then, it computes a diff between what that file declares and what's going on inside the system, and just applies the change. So we started by looking at Weaveworks Flux operator, which is kind of like the standard for GitOps. for managing our Kubernetes configurations. And we immediately fell in love with the operator pattern. So we started using Flux for what it's designed, and we wrote our own custom operators for use cases not covered by Flux. And we were so happy with this approach that we now use like operators for every system we manage, because these operators in the end, which is this, I mean, operators are these systems that I was telling you about, like something looking at the sort of truth and figuring out how to make that happen inside the infrastructure. But the cool thing about these operators is like in the end they are simple software applications, right? Like the code is pretty simple. And because it's a code that we own and manage, we can apply all the quality recipes in the book for them. Automated testing, modeling edge cases, tracking meaningful errors, events, adding the notifications we need to them. You name it. Like it's just a simple piece of code that needs to do like one single task. And actually, they are very easy to extend, and they all follow the same pattern. Well, you know about design patterns, and if you don't, like, you should. But it's a pretty amazing and simple pattern for to follow if you are doing like operations over distributed services. But for me, the most important aspect of this is that the UX is still the same. We still use the same Slack commands for managing these testing environments, despite the major changes we did in the underlying infrastructure. With Kubernetes, we gain a lot of flexibility and granularity for controlling, low-level aspects of our environments, like, the networking layer or, visibility with the namespaces and whatnot. But our product organization didn't have to change anything about the way they worked with with our testing environments at any of these stages. Like the UX was good for them from day one. Like, Slack command, pretty simple, and by having that, great. Well, I really like it. That's why I'm saying great. It's actually pretty simple and works. User experience. We could experiment in under the hood as much as we wanted, without with causing like minimal or no disruption to the workflow of our engineers or product managers or QA folks, because we had it didn't affect any of that. All right. So moving to 2020, as you all know, March 2020 hit the world with the start of the COVID pandemic, and well, it affected everyone. And for work, it meant remote became the standard almost overnight, right? For Mural being a remote collaboration tool, it meant growth at unprecedented speed, not just in usage, but in team members. By the end of 2020, if you remember, we were, by the end of 2019, 100 people. So by the end of 2020, just a year after that, we were about, a little bit shy from 400 people. And right now, August 2021, we are over 700 people. So this brought our engineering organization to over 200 members. I wish I had a picture to show you the whole company, but this Zoom screenshot is the best I can do. As with the pandemic, it's been impossible for all of us to get together. And honestly, I don't know if we would all fit in a single picture no more. But anyway, this growth brought about some challenges that we hadn't faced before. While scaling in the cloud with Docker and Kubernetes is relatively easy, with more engineers in more teams, there are more projects, more services, different local development needs. And not everyone needs to run every single service in Mural for coding a small feature in a small part of the product. And our DevM grew from 4 or 5 services in 2016 to about 20 or maybe even more today. And even if Docker makes all that easy to run, when they run all together, they put a lot of stress into the machine where it's running, especially if it's not running Linux, because Docker in Linux is native and not in Mac or Windows. But also, tailoring your own kind of development environment requires you to be very careful about your overrides with the Docker Compose. And, of course, engineers are creative people and they always find workarounds for these kinds of issues. But these kinds of workarounds come usually as some form of tribal knowledge that's easy for everyone to know while the team is small. But as we grew this fast, and many people, were new to the team, and maybe they came from other companies where, their setup was very different, they had a hard time understanding how to address them. And we honestly, we can't expect every person that joins a team, to know low-level Docker quirks, or to know those things that sort of everyone knows, but they aren't like written anywhere. And that would take time for people to adapt to the environment and whatnot. And basically, we asked ourselves the same question as we asked in 2015: what does great UX mean for our engineers? And after a lot of conversations, brainstorming sessions, tech design sessions, we agreed that we should still keep the same approach for simple interactions and hiding the complexity. And so the MDK was born. Now, you may be thinking that I'm talking about that awesome game from the 90s. Well, I'm not. But if you haven't played it, check it out. It's pretty cool. But anyway, MDK stands for Mural Development Kit. And the MDK is a CLI tool, that is simply an abstraction layer over Docker Compose and some other APIs that we use, but basically focusing on a UX that adapts better to our current team size. While it still allows you to run Docker Compose commands, in the raw if you want to, and if you know about that, it does help the user manage other complexities like managing secrets. Those secrets are backed by remote vaults. Doing complex compose overrides with built-in presets, and as well as provide my team with usage telemetry, right? And that helps us improve the tool without needing to have direct conversations with everyone to understand what's on wrong when something actually fails or there's an error. We track those errors. We have information about the host operating system, maybe what arguments they are using, and we can sort of find bugs that way without the need to be looking at the screen or waiting for someone to report those issues. And also, we can understand the usage, which is good, right? You want to have observability over what we have. Also, because the MDK is written in the same language and following the same coding standards as all of our product code repos, anyone can contribute to MDK and make it better. Either by providing their own presets, extensions, or anything else, as we foster our internal open source culture. The status of MDK, because I told you that DevM is still being used, yes, but MDK is currently being rolled out, and we aim to have a 100% adoption in the following months. And actually, we had after the first launch, you have 20 people already using it, so it looks like it's gonna happen. But anyway, there's a lot more things that we did around the process and communication, as well as some custom tools that sit between our different systems to make all of this work. And I could honestly spend hours talking about all those, but I'll leave those for another time. I'd like to wrap this talk up by going back to what drove our decisions all these years, which are these principles: UX simplicity and short feedback loops. So we always focus on what the best UX is for the use case our engineers have, and how quickly can they get feedback about something that they are coding by testing those changes with others as fast as possible. All of what I told you about today has been done always keeping these two principles in mind. And I believe this is why most of the engineers at Mural have been mostly happy with the tools they use on their day-to-day work. If you need to struggle with your own tools in order to actually do work, it's like you're working for work. And it's likely you'll be frustrated more often than not. And, on the other hand, if you have tools that save you time and make complex tasks easier, or even make them disappear, then it's fun. And you get to do more, better stuff, have more time to talk with the team, and make more awesome stuff, which is great. Because, in the end, work is not, a place we go to or a role we fill or the code we write, but, work is what we accomplish together. And the less friction in the path to do that, the better the result. So thanks to you for listening to this talk. I hope you find the things I covered interesting and hopefully help you think about how you're working today and what a great development experience looks like to you. And of course, if you're passionate about making engineering teams' lives better, then please come and join my team. Thank you.
us today will be Kyle Simpson, a distinguished engineer at Mural, who will be sharing insights on software and agile processes in his Chasing a Bug talk.
Hello and welcome, and thanks for coming to my talk, Chasing a Bug. I'm Kyle Simpson, a distinguished engineer here at Mural. Some of you may know me from the JavaScript space. Maybe you've read a few books that I've written. So you're probably expecting a deep dive technical talk. I promise we're going to get to some code and talk about things like that technical later. But before that, we need to weed through some other topics and talk about some things that I think you may not be expecting. So let's dig in. Okay, what I'm going to share with you today, I'm going to divide into 3 parts, 3 acts, if you will. And for my first act, I'm going to do something completely against all established best practices for speakers. One of the most important things you can do as a speaker is catch the audience's attention right at the beginning. Absolutely never, ever, ever lead with a boring intro. But if you have anything to say that is boring, you have to couch it with like good stuff on the beginning and good stuff on the end, put the boring stuff in the middle. However, today I'm going to start by talking to you about a topic that I personally find very interesting and a topic that most people would say is as boring as watching grass grow. Like literally, I'm going to talk to you about grass and growing grass in my lawn. These tips and lessons that I've learned over the last several months from lawn care. And I'm sure all of you are just riveted on the edge of your seats wondering, how could I possibly make grass growing a topic that would be even remotely interesting? I want to share with you a story over the last several months. Actually, it goes back a few years. Over the last several months, things that I've been doing with my lawn and the lessons that I've been learning with that. And specifically, I want to start my story when I bought my house a little over 4 years ago, and the lawn was just so green and luscious and amazing. It was one of the major features of the house that I was excited about when we decided to buy. And not long after, maybe a couple of months after, the lawn started to look more like this. So what had happened, it went from this beautiful green lush lawn to this. And by the way, disclaimer, these are all Google images. These are not actual pictures of my lawn. But it turns out, I found out that my home's previous owner had done what's called overseeding. Right before she tried to sell the house, she spread all this winter rye seed on top of the existing lawn, and it grows really quick and it looks really, really nice, and it makes it attractive to try to sell a house. But that's a seasonal grass, and very quickly it started to die, and it left behind not only its own dead self, but it actually caused a bunch of damage to my lawn. I called out a lawn care company a few months later to try to look at it, and they just kind of shook their head and said, "This is doomed. You have to replace it." And to be honest with you, that was very tempting. I could throw some money at the problem and immediately, very quickly, get back this beautiful, lush lawn that I had fallen in love with when buying the home. But I did maybe something that some of you can be, identify with. I basically just took the lazy route. I decided not to do anything. It was cheaper. I didn't have to do any work, didn't have to worry about having somebody out. And I just left the lawn alone for like 3.5 years. I didn't pay any attention to the lawn. And I just, it was doomed. So why would I care so much about trying to like fertilize or water it or whatever? And, year after year, the lawn sort of kind of half came back. There were weeds mixed in lots of places, but mostly the lawn was kind of okay and it wasn't too embarrassing. About a year ago, my neighbor on one side made some changes to the way that he had like structured his lawn and his landscaping and stuff. And it started to expose a problem I already knew sort of existed, but it made this problem much worse, which was a drainage problem. Anytime it would rain, even moderately, I'd get these huge pools of water in my backyard, and they would collect and they would take days to drain out. And it was literally starting to wash away parts of my front yard out into the street in front of my house. It was really embarrassing. The side of my house was like a river, and I not really ever considered that anything that my neighbor would do would would create or make worse so many problems for myself. It's not like it created the problem, but it certainly exposed it and made it worse. And so I hadn't really considered. I thought, lawns are like modular, componentized, they're very individual. And it actually kind of made me wish that all lawns were just like one big, everything's the same, one big single mono lawn, if you will. It would have been nice, actually. I don't know if you've ever seen neighborhoods like that where all of the lawns are managed by a single homeowners association, and they all look like so nice and pristine and uniform, and everything's great. But I know that most people love that individualism. We love the fun and creativity of getting to design our own lawns. And we think that everybody should be free and autonomous to do their own yard however they want. Well, back to my yard, the problems kept getting worse, and more of my lawn was washing away. And it started to look like this, just this muddy, gross mess. And I tried to put down dirt to replace all the dirt that kept washing away, but that new dirt just washed away as well. And so I realized that to address this problem, I was going to have to fix the first root problem, not the only problem, but the first root problem, which was the drainage problem. I was going to have to fix that, or nothing else that I did was ever going to work. So I did a bunch of research, and I realized that I needed a French drain system. A French drain is like a big trough of like rocks, of gravel, where the water can seep down, and there's a pipe inside of it, like PVC with holes drilled in it. And the water seeps down, it drains through the pipe out through a vent, and everything just works great. This was a lot of work, but I built a French drain system on the side of my house. And sure enough, the very first rainstorm, we got a heavy rain, came a few days later. And here's me standing out in the rain, getting completely drenched, but just watching with pride, trying to watch to see, does the water drainage problem fix, and is my yard not in the dirt, not washing away? And sure enough, it made a significant improvement. I had to make a few adjustments, but it made a significant improvement to the drainage of my yard. So once that problem was fixed, I could start replacing all the dirt that I had lost. And I needed a lot of dirt, way more than I expected. I had to buy a little bit at a time because I couldn't buy all of this dirt at once. But I ended up buying like over 50 bags of like 40 pounds each of dirt. That's like a literal ton of dirt. And little by little, I had to regrade my lawn so that the water would properly drain and everything would look nice. And it took a lot of effort. I couldn't do it all at once. I had to do it a little bit at a time and kind of judge the efforts. But once I had the dirt replaced, then finally I could start to replace the grass. And I had lost a lot of grass, like pretty, 5-10 feet by 20 feet area of my front lawn. A lot of grass had been lost. And so I'd contemplated what a lot of homeowners do, which is getting those long strips or those big squares of sod, just getting those installed. And that's actually a really attractive, like, quick fix to the problem. They lay these things down in a day or two, and then you have a yard. It takes a while for it to kind of like all settle in, but it looks much nicer, much quicker. The problem is that those are like pre-packaged solutions for a particular like shape and size, and I would have been buying way more than I needed, and it wouldn't really fit. I had this oddly shaped kind of curved area, and these are all designed for like big rectangles of your yard. And so even though most homeowners do something like that, I could tell that this was not the fit that would work for my yard. So I decided instead to buy what are called grass pot, these grass sod pieces. They're pods. And what you literally do, they're like a 3x3 square, and you dig a hole like into the ground. You don't lay it on top like the sod strips. You dig a hole and you plant them kind of like a plant. And you plant them kind of like in a checkerboard pattern, spread out with space in between, kind of like what you see here. And over time, they just sort of spread and fill in all the gaps. And so you put down fertilizer and you water them, and then they will start to spread. And I thought they would spread rather quickly, maybe in like a few weeks or a few months. It's been like 4 or 5 months now, and I still have a lot of gaps, but they definitely are spreading. It is working, the theory. And I kept thinking, if I had taken that quick fix, the grass would have looked nice and fully filled in. But then it would have been like uneven with the rest of my lawn. So I would have had to basically decide, should I replace the whole lawn just to fix one part of it? And I know that a lot of people like to just kind of like redo, rewrite, and start over from scratch. It seems faster and easier to do that. But I really felt like I wanted to address the actual problem with my yard, which was just that one spot. And I didn't want to have all of the built-in waste that would have come from a big prepackaged or complete redo situation. So I knew I was going to have to water all of this new grass, these pods that I was putting out. And so I actually picked up this daily habit of going out with the hose and like hand watering. My neighbors are looking at me strange, like, why don't you get like a sprinkler system? And I kind of enjoy just peacefully out there watering. And this became a daily habit that even to this day, I'm still out there watering and kind of enjoying my time, just watching my lawn grow little by little. And I had to spread out some fertilizer and other things like that into the bare spots. And as I started fertilizing and watering, I did start to see my grass grow. And it was kind of an exciting piece of progress to watch. After all of this effort, I finally started to see that progress. The kind of grass that I have is called St. Augustine. It's an interesting kind of grass. It has pros and cons. But one of the interesting things I learned about this grass is that the health of the lawn is not for how quickly it grows up, but how much it grows out. It's interesting that you see here in kind of the picture, like this kind of grass, it shoots out literally horizontally along the ground, and it kind of lays down more roots every few inches. And that's how you know that your lawn is healthy. It's not how quickly it grows up, but how quickly it grows out. In fact, if you have two areas of lawn kind of separated by a gap, you can kind of see them like sending shoots towards each other. It's almost like they're communicating with each other and reaching out to grab hands and kind of fill in the gaps between them. It's really kind of fascinating to watch. And at first I thought those were like weeds that I needed to get rid of, but it turns out that that's exactly what you want from your dirt. From your grass. You want that to be spreading into those dirt areas and connecting with each other and making the mesh and filling it in, because grass does not grow well in these isolated patches. And so I learned that if I wanted to get the filled in parts, you might think, oh, I just need to water those bare gaps of dirt. That's where I should focus the fertilizer and the water. But what I learned, almost that, maybe it sounds obvious to you, but was not obvious to me, is that I actually have to water the grass parts. It's not like there's grass underneath the dirt that's magically ready to go up. I have to water the other grass and make sure the whole lawn is healthy so that it will spread in. And so you have to focus on the care and health of the entire system, not just of those parts where it's obvious that there's a problem to fix. Couldn't only focus on the bare spots. And unfortunately, some of the bare spots it worked, but others it wouldn't work. No matter what I did, no matter how much I watered the grass and fertilized around and all of that, it would not actually spread into the bare areas. And I started trying to figure out, well, is it because I'm not getting enough sun? Is it not enough water? What's the problem here? And you might think that that would be the case, but I mean, it was getting plenty of sun, just like the rest of the yard seemed to. And after doing some research, I figured out, well, actually, it's bad soil. In my area around where I live, we don't have very good, it's like the very top, like ½ inch is okay. And then everything underneath it is like rocks and hard clay and stuff. And so in these areas, I just didn't have good soil for the grass to grow into. No matter how much I could try to promote the spreading of it, if I focused only on the surface, there wasn't something down on. So I had to do something counterintuitive, which was like dig out a hole, literally digging out parts of my yard, parts of my grass, and filling it in with good, rich, nutrient-rich soil. Fill in those deep holes, because it's not just the surface that matters. I can't just get the grass on top. I have to make sure that the grass has something to grow into. Had I done those sod strips on top of bad dirt, they eventually would have gotten diseased and died, because there wasn't a place for those roots to grow into. And so I had to actually fix some of these problems in these areas, like dig in and actually fertilize new dirt and create a better foundation for that grass to grow. As I started to spend a lot more time out in my yard, you might be wondering, like, when does he ever do anything but lawn care? As I spent more time out in my yard, I realized that there was a lot of weeds, even in the healthy looking parts of the lawn. There's a lot of stuff that was kind of not desirable. And as I did some research, I realized these weeds, even though they're green, they're not healthy for my lawn. They're sapping up all the nutrients that I want my grass to have. And if I want my grass to be healthy so that it spreads, I kind of have to deal with this weed problem. And there's a lot of different kind of weed killers that you can buy to like kill weeds, but it's hard to get weeds that are so bioselective, killers that are so bioselective that kill only the weeds and not the grass around it. And so the more that I started trying to look at my lawn, I realized there's a lot of places with weeds. And if I kill all these weeds, I might end up actually killing a lot of my grass. And I didn't want to do that, but I did know I needed to get rid of it. So unfortunately, what it left behind in a lot of places that used to look healthy is now I had all these like brown or yellowing spots where the weeds were dead, but some of the grass around it had kind of like atrophied and died as well. And this was really unfortunate because I was actually making the overall like look of my lawn worse, even though I was progressing, or at least hopefully progressing towards a healthier lawn. And so I kept trying to like fertilize and water these brown spots, hoping that they would grow back up and that grass would kind of spread and grow back up, but they just stayed yellow and brown. And I realized after some research that you have to clear those patches out. You have to take out the old dead stuff. You can't just leave it there and hope that it like composts. And that seems like it would be good, but actually that just invites more problems. And so I had to clear out these spots that were these brown, bare, dead grass all kind of matted together. I had to clear it out down to the dirt, prepare the dirt, fertilize it, till it, do all of that same stuff again, and then the grass would eventually be able to grow. The more time I spent, I would notice that in totally perfectly healthy parts of my lawn, overnight, it seems like a weed would just kind of sprout up out of nowhere. And I was like, where do these things come from? Well, it turns out weeds spread with seeds that blow in the wind. And what's amazing and frustrating is that the weed, the bad idea thing that you don't want, grows so much quicker than the good stuff, right? And the bad stuff always seems to grow quicker. And overnight, a weed would sprout up in some area of my lawn where there hadn't been a problem the night before. And that's why you have to attack weeds. You have to get rid of these weeds, because if you don't get rid of the weeds, they become more and more of a problem and they more and more spread. Just like bad ideas spread, bad weeds will spread. And so all these undesirable elements like pests and funguses like mushrooms and weeds, I knew that if I waited until later when the lawn was fully filled in, I was going to have more of a problem. It's going to be harder to fix. So I had to do the maintenance, the upkeep all the way along to make sure I got rid of all those weeds before they became an even bigger problem. It is much harder to kill them once they're in large, big patches. So it's easier to kill them right away. Just kill that one little spot, and then it won't have a chance to do any more spreading. This is another interesting thing that I've learned about lawns. When I would look at a lawn from, even a modest distance, everything looked green and fine. It was only when I got up close that I realized that there were all these problems with weeds and pests and other stuff like that. And then I noticed that that was true of my neighbors' lawns. I would like go and look at their lawns a little closer, and even though from afar they looked really nice, they also had all those same kinds of problems. So maybe actually this is not unique to me. Maybe everybody struggles with these same kinds of problems. And so I had to do something that I'm sure my neighbors thought looked really strange, but like get down literally on my hands and knees, get to know my lawn. I spent a lot of time just like walking and staring at my lawn and moving it with my fingers and my feet and just trying to see what was going on. Because if I had tried to fix the problems without really understanding my yard and really understanding what was wrong, I wouldn't have any success at all. You can do a whole lot of effort and not actually get any progress towards a good and healthy lawn. It's almost in a creepy and weird sounding way. I like had to develop a relationship with my yard. I had to like take ownership of what I was doing there and not like put this off to somebody else. Like, this is my yard. I need to get in there and understand it. It's kind of amazing how these fundamental principles, it's just a few blades of grass, like under our feet. We don't even think about it. And it's the bottom of the food chain, but it really echoes so many lessons throughout all of the circle of life. So I want to kind of take a few moments to summarize some of these lessons that I learned from my journey of lawn care. And I'm actually going to switch over to this really cool app. You may have heard of it. It's called Mural. It's this interactive, collaborative whiteboard app where we can put post-it notes and keep track of our notes visually and organize things. It's a really great app. If you haven't tried it, you should. But I'm just going to put some notes down for what I learned about my lawn care, and hopefully we'll be able to extract lessons for other areas of our industry as well. So the first thing is that I definitely got distracted by the shiny short term, the shipped solution of the grass. And I didn't pay attention to the fact that it was actually not very healthy, that the previous owner had just done a quick fix. Once I had a mess of a dead and unhealthy grass, it was very tempting to just kind of replace, just rewrite it all. And I allowed laziness to and other priorities really to abstract from taking, distract me from taking care of my lawn. And I accepted the status quo. It was just, it's fine, it's good enough year after year. But no healthy lawn will spontaneously just accidentally happen from an unhealthy lawn. I can't just keep doing unhealthy things and neglect and hope that a good healthy lawn will grow in its place. It never really works that way. So to get a healthy lawn, you have to stop the unhealthy practices and start doing even the small things right, little by little and incrementally, and with a lot of time and a lot of effort. When you understand the problem and you spend serious time, you can actually start. And it takes time and patience, but you can start to make progress. I also I naively didn't realize that what my neighbor's lawn did would affect mine. They're not as modular as I would have hoped, not as componentized. It matters. And so my neighbor exposed problems that I hadn't been dealing with in my system. Then I discovered that this bigger problem was my poor drainage. And the short term fixes weren't going to work. I had to actually build a whole new system for drainage to fix that problem. And I had to monitor what was going on to see the problems and understand them better. And I had made some fixes and I reobserved and realized I needed even more fixes. And that trial and feedback cycle was really crucial. I didn't know at first all of the problems, but I knew what I needed to address first. And then that led to the next thing and that led to the next thing. And once I solved an underlying flooding problem, then I could work on the next problem, which was to replace what I had lost with the new stuff. And hopefully that was better, more fertile dirt than I had before. And then once I smoothed out all of that dirt, then I was ready to start regrowing my grass. And I chose to take the slower route here on purpose. I chose to take the slower route of planting out the sod plugs because I knew that I wanted a good, healthy foundation rather than just a quick fix. And I knew I had to take an active role in maintenance and care and cultivating growth and health for the very first time, including watering every day. It wasn't going to just get healthy spontaneously on its own. I had to water and care for the whole lawn, not just the problem spots. If I'd focused only on the problem parts and not the rest of the lawn, it would suffer and I would never actually get the problems that I was focused on solved, because only healthy grass can spread into the areas that are missing grass. I also started to notice that weeds and other pests and fungus and mushrooms and stuff, they were starting to sprout up in lots of places. And if I put off dealing with those threats, it would hold back the health of the entire yard. I had to literally get down in the dirt and dig them out. And in some cases, I had no choice but to get rid of some of the good looking grass just so that I could actually prepare the area and make it healthy enough for it to spread and fill in and to regrow. There were lots of shortcuts that I could have taken along the way. I could have just hired a company to come out and fix the whole lawn, fix my drainage issues. I would have cost a lot more, would have been a lot of waste, and I would have not understood my yard's problems. And that's not a good way to take an active role in things. The long-term outsourcing of the health to somebody else, that will never actually produce as good of a situation as if I focus on it, because those workers don't care about it as much as I do. And so I could have paid to replace the lawn, but it ultimately wouldn't have worked. And also the drainage issues, if those hadn't been fixed, no amount of rebuying a new lawn would have fixed it. And I wouldn't have understood that if I didn't take the time to get to know my lawn. So if my goal had been to like sell my house like quickly to somebody else, then like a quick fix might have felt like the right solution to do. But that's really terrible to do that to like a future owner, to like kick the problems down the road. I'm the current owner. It's my responsibility to figure out what's wrong and to try to work on fixing it. And so I don't want to like put that off to the future people. Okay, so we've spent a bunch of time talking about lawn care, grass, and weeds, and you're at a technical conference and you're wondering, when are we going to get to the code? Well, I promise it's time for the code. But if you were paying close attention, you'll notice that all the lessons we just talked about actually apply to software. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch back and I'm just going to copy all of those lessons that we just learned that were about lawn care. And now those lessons are also going to be applied to software. Okay, So what I want to do is I want to show you a game that I started writing. I like to do that from time to time when I get bored or just want to try out a new pattern or framework or approach. And I was started building this game. It's a very simple premise. It's called Chaser, and it's kind of like a Pac-Man almost, where you've got your mouse cursor. It's got to go around and do things. Let me just play the video and show you. You're moving your mouse cursor around, but you're constantly being chased by this little pink dot. And actually, there's going to be like multiple dots, and there'll be like obstructions on the screen and things you have to do, but you have to do it without being caught by the chaser. So it's a really basic premise for a game, but that's what I started building. And I want to talk to you a little bit about how I designed it, the bug that I had, and then how I ended up solving it. So the first thing is that I wanted to figure out how to model the motion of this thing. And so I've drawn this very highly sophisticated graph for you to show you like a point, like that little chaser dot. It has a coordinate and an XY coordinate system, but it's not really where the dot is that matters so much. What I want to do is literally like zoom in on that little arrow that you see pointing up and to the right. I want to zoom in on that arrow because that's what we need to model. How do we model the motion of it? Well, actually, one simple way to do it is to think of it in a mathematical sense, like a vector, where we have the x component. The 5 is how much we're moving in the x direction. The y component is how much we're moving in the y direction. So our vector is 5, 3, and that gives us a direction, a speed, but also a direction that we're moving. That's our velocity. And so at any given moment, we're just happen to be moving in that direction, but we might want to turn because the mouse cursor represented by the blue dot, it's in a different location. And so we need to figure out how much do I need to turn? What's the new vector that I need to do? So to compute the new vector from where the chaser is to where the mouse cursor is, we just pull out some basic high school right triangle trigonometry. We draw a little right triangle here, and we know that actually to determine the angles here, we're going to need to know the length. So we're going to need to know the distance from the red dot to the blue dot. That's a basic formula. And then just the x distance here. And if you're paying close attention to the right triangle math, this is like, if you might remember SOHCAHTOA, we're going to use the opposite, which is the x distance over the hypotenuse distance. And we're going to end up taking the sine of that angle. So just to remind you of how to calculate the distance between the red and the blue dot, we just take the square root of these two squared sums, and that gives us that hypotenuse distance. So once we have that hypotenuse distance and we have the x component, then we can use the sine to calculate that angle. It'll actually be the arc sine or the inverse sine, but we can calculate the angle based on that. So here's some code for doing that. You notice lines 2 and 3, I'm calculating those two distances like I just discussed. And then on lines 4 and 5, that's where I'm calculating that angle. And then, I'm sorry, line 4 is where I'm calculating the angle. 5 and 6 is where I'm then applying that to scale out our new vector, our new speed vector with the speed x and speed y components. So it's relatively straightforward. This is some basic math. And by the way, I didn't remember all this math. I Googled it. You can Google it as well. It's been way too long since I was in a math class, but I just pulled these formulas in and I tested it and the code seemed to work. So I just know now I was moving in the previous direction, and now I know the new vector that points me from the red dot to the blue dot, so I can make that update in that frame and then do it all again the very next animation frame. And this same video as before, but you can see how it works. But I want you to pay close attention to the fact that every time that the pink dot starts to turn, it turns almost instantaneously after the white dot moves. It's like a very, very quick kind of turn. And that does make the game a little more challenging, but it's also kind of like feels a little unnatural. Like the pink dot doesn't feel like it has any momentum or mass or realistic kind of natural movement. It's not very organic in nature. It's very kind of like digital pixels sort of thing. And so I wanted to try to like slow down the turning a little bit. So if we go back to it, we can think about the current direction that the red dot is moving. We've computed the new direction that the red dot should move. But if we make that whole turn all at once, it's too unnatural. So I want to figure out, how do we make a turn that's only slight, like more gradual? Well, if we look at those, again, zoom in on those two vectors, if we look at the two of them, we can see that there's an angle between those. There's an angle that we can calculate between the blue dot and the x-axis, and then there's an angle that we can calculate between the red dot and the x-axis. And if we add those two angles together, it tells us the angle between the two vectors. And if we know that angle, then we can start to do only part of it. So here's how we calculate the angle. Again, some basic right triangle trigonometry stuff. Again, I just looked up this formula online. What's the angle between these 2 points? We end up using the 2 arctangents, and we end up computing that total angle. The reason for the subtraction there on the next to last line is because we might have them in different quadrants where one is positive and a negative, but these 2 angles end up either adding together or subtracting from each other to compute the angle between the 2 vectors. So let's say that the computation told us it was 45 degrees. To turn slowly, we just need to take a portion of that. So maybe like turn 15 degrees instead of 45 degrees. So now all we need to do is rotate from red to purple in this diagram. We just need to rotate the 15 degrees, and then the next frame will recompute an angle and only turn a part of it. So basically the strategy is only take part of the angle that we've computed and only turn that small portion. And here's again the formula for rotating that. Again, I just Googled how do we rotate a point through the origin, and we just use the cosine and sine math as you see here, and that ends up computing that new purple point. And so we end up rotating a little bit at a time. And so you just take a portion of the angle, rotate that, and then on the next frame, calculate a new angle and take a portion of that, and it'll produce a more gradual and natural kind of turning movement. So here's what that looks like when I drop that code in. Watch how it's kind of subtle, but watch that the pink dot doesn't turn quite as unnaturally. It turns a little bit more gracefully, a little bit more arcing of a turn as it chases after the white mouse cursor. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for me to test this before I discovered there's a pretty big problem. And this is the bug that I want to talk to you about. So let me show you what the bug is. I'm going to do that same thing, but I'm going to move slightly differently. And I want you to pay close attention to how the pink dot now, sometimes it turns correctly, but sometimes it seems to turn like it frizzes out and turns the opposite direction. And that looks really weird and silly. And I was like banging my head against the wall, like, why is it doing that? It seems like the math is pretty straightforward for this. So I actually started to second guess myself, and I was doing like tons of Googling, like, has somebody run across this problem? And I was like going back over all of the equations that I found and trying to make sure that I'd implemented them correctly in code. I even started to worry that maybe that this was like a rounding error. So I did what every good developer does. I did a ton of console log debugging, and I was looking at these really long small decimals and trying to figure out why was it like flipping from positive to negative and going in the opposite direction. And I was really having a crisis of confidence. I spent a couple of days like banging my head against this problem, and I did what a lot of you would probably do, is I tried to identify the cases where the bug could evidence itself, and I started creating if conditions for each one of those different cases. Like if it's in this quadrant and it's negative and this one's positive and whatever. And I showed you 4 here, but I actually had, I think, like 12 or 16 different conditions that could end up possibly producing the bug. And so I ended up having to implement all of this logic like 16 times, which was horrible and brittle, and it wasn't really working. I mean, it sort of worked, but it wasn't the solution that I was proud of and wanted to keep. And I was just really like, what could possibly be wrong? I was really kind of racking my brain trying to figure it out. I did something interesting after way too long. I pulled out a pen and a sheet of paper and I started drawing out my situation. So I drew the 2 vectors and the angle, and I started trying to think, well, if I'm turning from the upward pointing to the downward pointing, it seems pretty straightforward that that's my angle. And I had tested the math in the code. Even with a really, really small angle, whether it was positive or negative, it still did the right thing. So I couldn't quite figure out what was the problem. And then I had the eureka moment. I was looking at a diagram much like this, and I realized, well, I could have turned the arrow 45 degrees clockwise, or I could have turned that same arrow 315 degrees counterclockwise, and I would have ended up with the exact same arrow. And that was the brilliant moment that I had. I was like, aha, that must be the problem. Something in my math must be causing me to turn the larger of those 2 angles rather than the smaller. So I began digging into the arctangent math that was calculating those angles. And sure enough, it turns out under certain circumstances, you can end up with the larger of the 2 angles that spits out from that math calculation. Now, of course, when you're doing it all at once, the way mathematicians imagine, it doesn't really matter which direction you move because you end up in the same arrow after the rotation. But when you're trying to do it incrementally, like I am as a game developer, that's when the math falls apart. So it turns out this wasn't a code bug. This was like a conceptual, like math bug. I was inappropriately applying this situation, not realizing the nuance of that math. And so it turns out I could rip out all of that crazy special case stuff and just make one if statement. That's all I needed to do, was check to see if the math had produced the larger of the two angles. And if it had, just take the complement. So I'm looking here in that line, it's greater than math.pi, which is 180 degrees in radians. And if I have the math.pi, that means I have the larger of the two angles if it's larger than that. So I must just take the complement to end up getting the smaller of the two numbers. So I applied that one little fix. I ripped out all the other stuff, applied that one little fix. And to my enormous joy, this is what it looked like. The pink dot just slowly and gradually, no matter which direction we turn, it follows the dot. It follows the mouse cursor exactly like I want, no frizzing out, turning in the wrong directions. So it turns out that once I understood my real problem, the solution was much simpler than all of those attempts to solve the problem would have produced a much brittler and worse kind of solution. Moreover, not only did I fix my bug, but I made it so that I could do other things, because if you notice, even watching that video, it's not quite as graceful as or natural as I might like. I wanted to like have it speed up a little bit on a straightaway and then kind of slow down to make a turn the way a real physical object would have to do. Like if you were running after somebody on the playground, you'd have to slow down to make a turn. And so I wanted to kind of do that. And that would have been absolutely impossible. It would have been impractical to implement all of that logic 16 different times. But now that I had simplified it back down, the math was just like one condition. Well, it turns out that was actually really easy to do. And so this is that code. And, I know it's too small. You're not going to understand a lot of this code, but just to zoom in real quickly, basically I was calculating whether or not I needed to speed up or slow down if I was on a straightaway or making a turn. And then also I was calculating if I wanted to take the whole, a larger amount of the angle. If I was going faster, I needed to take less of the angle. If I was going slower, I could do more of the angle. So I adjusted both the speed and the angle to create a more natural outcome. And this is what it looks like. Now you'll notice when you watch the pink dot, it moves really fast on the straightaways, and then it kind of slows down a little bit as it makes its turn, and then it speeds back up. And so it's a much more natural and kind of like organic movement feeling to this chasing of the cursor. So not only did I get a better outcome, but the code is actually much more robust because I don't have all of these crazy special case conditions to worry about. And the lesson I learned here was that I had to understand my real problem. Understanding it was the key to properly solving it. There were lots of improper solutions that I would have ended up worse overall. But once I took the time to draw it out and figure out the right problem, once I understood the problem, I could get the right solution. And that is so often the case. I think we need to pay more attention to understanding our problems. In fact, I like to suggest that that's one of the differences between development and engineering is whether we're focused first on getting a shipped solution, that's like development, or are we focused first on understanding the problem and then trying to solve it later? So that was a big lesson that I learned in a really practical way. And actually, it's not the only time. I've seen that lesson many, many times through software. For the final part of our discussion today, I want to bend and reshape the lessons that we learned first with lawn care and then we applied them to software. And now I want to start applying those same kind of lessons to the management processes around software development. By far, the most common framework used today for software development management is Agile. Many of you have heard of that before, and many of you are actually on Agile teams. It's characterized by breaking tasks up into small pieces that can be iterated on very quickly, 1 or 2 weeks at a time. We can see the results and we can validate with our stakeholders and our customers, and then we can adjust and do it again and again and repeat. And a lot of that theory, a lot of the spirit behind Agile is actually great. I know many, many people swear by it. By far, most companies and teams are using Agile to manage their software so that they don't spend so long from the beginning of an idea to when they can actually validate if it was even a good idea. if we were to try to kind of think about going from point A to point B using agile processes, I think we probably think it looks a little bit like this. It's sort of a reasonable, little bit of variation in our path, but it's still, progressing towards B in a reasonable fashion. But I think if we're being honest, agile sometimes looks a little bit more like this. It happens a little bit more where we're just like constantly, changing completely different directions or going around in circles, because a lot of times we didn't actually stop to think about that point B and where it actually was and where it should be. We didn't really think about that too much because that's too far out, and we only thought about the immediate short term, what direction should we be going now? And so we end up doing a lot of this wasted going around in circles. I actually heard this statement not too long ago from an agile facilitator. If we move fast enough, it doesn't matter what decisions are good or bad because we can try them all. Now, I don't know about you, but in my gut, this just feels like the antithesis of proper and well intentioned engineering. So, how do we think about engineering if I'm going to set up a contrast here? If that's the way agile can sometimes be applied, how do we think about engineering? Well, I think engineers, I like to imagine that they are very, very disciplined and that they go deliberately from point A to point B in the most efficient straight line path without any wasted movement. And that's what we think. But in reality, the plans change along the way. And engineers will adjust and calculate a new efficient path and then a new efficient path. And we still make it from point A to point B. And sometimes those adjustments are because customers and stakeholders tell us differently. And sometimes it's because we engineers couldn't figure out exactly the right path. But we still are characterized by trying to plot a very straight line path from here to the next milestone that we can imagine. And I know that many of you who love and practice Agile are probably thinking that this is way too simplistic and unfair to compare engineering and Agile in this way. The truth, and I'll be the first to admit, is that it's more complex, it's messier on both sides, right? But for the purposes of trying to learn some lessons, I want to put this stake in the ground about the differences here between the agile kind of very quickly and constantly changing direction and engineering taking a little bit more caution and time to be intentional and disciplined about the path that we set out. I want to use that as a comparison point for us to make some progress and learn some lessons. And this is an interesting quote. Engineering is the practice of convincing clients and product folks that agile software development isn't environmentally sustainable. In other words, all those constant circles and churn is just wasting too much and it's not environmentally sustainable. And I know a lot of you are like, oh, that's probably stirring up some pretty strong emotions for you to hear a statement like that. And you're probably wondering who on earth would have been brave enough or crazy enough to say something like that. The answer is that's me. I just said that just now. And I know I can feel the heat rising in some of you. I even through the computer screen, I know that some of you are fired up about a statement like that and you vehemently disagree with me. And you believe in Agile and you believe that the problems with Agile are not with Agile itself, but in the implementation. People do it half and they don't do it fully, and they don't do it right, and that's what causes all the problems. Believe me, I've been around software for almost 30 years and I've seen a lot of Agile, a lot of bad and half implemented Agile. I get it. I understand. My intent here is not to say that Agile is all bad. So let's just chill down the messaging here a little bit. Let's calm down some of those flames. But I do want to take a reasoned look because I do think there's a lot of inefficiency that in the long run is not actually contributing to the success of our software. It's costing a lot more waste and in a sort of environmental sense is not super sustainable. So I want us to try to find something productive as a takeaway here. If one of the reasons what agile is the way it is and one of the reasons why somebody might say something like just try all the solutions if we move fast enough, that's because we think of there being very little cost to software, and in writing it as well as in rewriting it, it's just a bunch of ones and zeros. It's not like the physical bricks in a building or the sheets of metal that we're making a car out of, where those physical things have real cost and they take up real space in the world. Software is seen by some as very cheap and easy to make, and thus very cheap and easy to remake. Can you imagine, though, if a structural engineer were to try to apply a process like that? They said, we've got a bunch of interesting ideas about how to build the structure of this building, but instead of figuring out which is the correct one, let's just build a bunch of buildings side by side. We'll try each one and we'll see which one works. I mean, obviously, that would never work, right? Because there's too much cost involved in that. There's too much risk involved in that. And with software, we don't have all that cost and all that risk, right? We manage and reduce all of that because we're just dealing in this digital space, not in a physical space. I think the truth is that that mindset sometimes deliberately ignores a lot of the real costs of making and remaking all these bits. I want you to ask yourself this thought experiment. How many lines of code do you think that exist in the world today that are running out there somewhere in production? Is it 100 billion? Is it 10 trillion? Is it more? How many zeros do you think there is magnitude-wise to that number of lines of code? And now I want you to ask yourself, how many lines of code have ever been written? That's got to be a much higher number, right? Like, how many more zeros do you have to add to that first number to account for all of the lines that were written and then later were rewritten and rewritten again and again and again? How much cost do you think we've spent developing all that software and then redeveloping it and redeveloping it and redeveloping it? Was it virtually free because we could just try all the possible versions of the software and all the versions of it that suck we just throw away and we didn't do what we wanted, we just get rid of and discard? There was a lot more cost involved. I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is that I think it's worth asking, why do we think so many people who manage software development believe in that ethos of agile and believe that we can do all of this stuff so fast and so quick and so cheap, when in reality the process of writing software writing software and building out software, that's a very costly thing. It takes a lot of time, a lot of brain power from people that know what they're doing. It takes a lot of effort, and there's a lot of cost built in. So where does this idea come from that velocity and how quickly we ship things, that's the most important measure, and the real cost of how much we do it is practically zero? So I want to be so bold as to maybe dare to suggest that agile could be covering up, or in some cases be, that weed that's spreading in the lawn. It's a great idea that spreads really quick, but sometimes is it zapping up the really important resources, the nutrients in our lawn that are needed to actually have a healthy lawn. At a distance, it seems green and it makes the lawn look healthy. But if you get up close, in actuality, is it just like a bunch of disease and pests and weeds, and it's literally choking out the health of that lawn? Don't get me wrong, agile has its place. Again, I am not anti-agile. It can be used effectively and done properly. It can promote good visibility and communication. It validates ideas in front of customers more quickly than just thinking big thoughts about some idea and never really having any real data to test those assumptions. It stresses really short feedback cycles, and you can adjust and see what works more quickly. There's lots of great things to agile, but it can also be a crutch. It can also favor speed over quality, and I think it can mean faster in the literal sense and not faster in the health sense. Maybe we should be favoring limber development over agile development. That's one thing I want us to consider. Limber means having a supple and resilient quality, like flexible and able to be shaped. And interestingly, the dictionary lists agile as a synonym of limber, but not the other way around. I found that quite interesting. In other words, if the focus is on flexibility and speed, aka agility, that can be a natural consequence. But it doesn't seem to be the opposite. You don't necessarily or naturally get limberness from a focus on agility. So my question to you to ponder is, which would you rather have characterizing your teams, limberness or agility? So back to this notion of agile, when it's used well, it can produce good results, but when it's used poorly or improperly, it really can weigh a team down. And I don't think all teams should run as agile. In fact, maybe many shouldn't, maybe even most. Pretty much all teams, I think, should be favoring limber. What are the causes of some of poorly applied agile? Why is it so common that agile seems to be misapplied? One reason, I think, is that agile often substitutes formal process in the gaps where communication is already lacking. And then it labels those processes as communication. It just labels them as the solution to the problem. Think about it. If a manager doesn't know what their developers are doing, or if a product manager doesn't know the status of a feature, why it's taking so long, what do? They inject more agile. If the CTO doesn't understand why engineering can't seem to ship features faster, what do? They generate some agile reports. Right? It's like sprinkling this idea on top of the problems and then hoping that that will fix it. I suggest what's often at the root cause. Like if you dig down deeper into the soil below the grass, you might find culture sickness in these sorts of teams and companies where agile is being misapplied and overapplied. It's like overseeding. It's like laying down grass on top of problems and hope that that fixes them. And most often it doesn't. So what are some examples of these? Well, one symptom of the culture sickness that happens is a default lack of trust. Or have you been on teams where it seemed like the team was inherently not trusted by management, or where certain members of a team weren't trusted by others on the team? Trust is vital and healthy to teams. And if you find evidence of lack of trust, you might be looking at a deeper problem of culture sickness. Wouldn't a healthy team assume good faith of its members and its management and demonstrate trust first rather than distrust first? Another symptom is teams which hoard their knowledge and their talents. They're so desperate to meet their own objectives and timelines that there's little or no time to make sure that other teams are doing well. They don't have time to share that with other teams. They're scared that they'll be seen as underperforming if they have to take the time and make sure that other teams are doing better. But isn't it true that a healthy team would have vibrant and productive lines of communication, not only internally, but with others outside, with all their stakeholders and with other teams, and they'd help everybody know what they were doing? Instead of this being seen as an overhead that holds back a team's velocity, wouldn't a healthy team see these connections as vital to their productivity? Isn't it true that healthy teams are infectious? It's that they promote and encourage growth and health in other teams around them, just by how they interact with each other. Another symptom of this culture sickness is that the only progress that matters is the progress that can have a label and have a metric. It can be measured. That to me is a mindset that comes from being burned, like a management feeling like software development is just too costly. And so they need to wrap metrics around every single little thing that teams do so they can uncover all those inefficiencies and drive down the costs, eradicating all the waste. But don't you think a healthy team would be iterating and regularly seeking customer and stakeholder feedback and pushing out what they're doing to other members of management and the customers to see, regardless of whether there was like some 2-week artificial deadline, they'd be pushing it out as proactively as they could. They don't need to be told to document their status and process. They are proud to do so as a natural part of their efforts. Wouldn't the lush green lawn be obvious to anybody that passed by? Another example of culture sickness is that often unhealthy teams will hide or protect bad employees. They'll cover up or excuse toxic behaviors that they're just part of the stress of rapid growth. Isn't it true that a healthy team would naturally root out toxic and bad members of the team, unhealthy members that are driving, and they would either drive those people to change or to leave? Isn't it true that healthy teams exhibit high emotional intelligence, demonstrating empathy and respect for each other and hope for those that they interact with to do the same? Another symptom is that unhealthy teams tend to neglect their established members and focus only on the gaps, like they're always focused on hiring somebody else to fill in another gap. Healthy teams know that they have to nurture and care for every single member of the team because only good and healthy teams will spread into all of those gaps. Unhealthy teams are also quick to accept things as a solution if they look close enough to progress, because moving forward is the most important thing. We just don't want to not move. They also accept solutions that aren't even shaped to their problems, preferring to mold themselves to the problem, to the solution, rather than solution molded to their problem. But I think healthy teams know that bad practices can often look good on the surface. They can even be the popular one size fits all solution that most everybody chooses, but they aren't right for that team. You have to pay very close attention to every process, to every communication, every tool in your team sphere, and make sure that there's not grass-looking things that are actually weeds that are actually spreading. I think it's also true that unhealthy cultures um, tend to rely overly too much on documentation as a substitute for the direct human communication. Isn't it true that healthy teams are naturally good at reaching out to each other and seeking each other out to both ask for help and to share what they've learned instead of being told that they have to make sure to create more documentation, create more documentation? It's not that documentation's bad, documentation's great. But when we over rely on it, I think we cover up some of those cultural problems where we're not just naturally wanting to share what we're doing with others. And finally, I think an evidence of an unhealthy culture is when you have meetings about meetings. Have you ever been in one of those situations where you have meetings to discuss how another meeting can happen? I think unhealthy teams just feel like meetings aren't productive. And so they need more meetings to figure out how to make the meetings more productive. And it sometimes begins to feel like the only work that happens is the work that happens in a meeting. No work happens in between meetings. You just go from meeting to meeting, doing little bits of work about the next bit of work about the next bit of work. But don't you think it's true that healthy teams naturally adapt their meetings and their communications and the processes that they use to run them to their own optimal workflows rather than artificially being constrained by the typical one size fits all kinds of processes? If there's a team which does not exhibit good healthy characteristics, it might be that team is infected with some culture sickness. And it might be the case that agile is being used as the quick fix grass on top, but it's actually covering up the underlying problems. And you might see that even when agile is applied, the team isn't actually operating at a bountiful, thriving health level that it ought to. Maybe the bug that we should be chasing is not a mistake on line 12 of our code, but the sickness in the culture that drives our teams that's covered up by all this extra stuff we throw on top. We try to make the grass grow as green and as quickly as possible. What we really needed to do was slow down. We need to have a clear away all of the mess and all the dead stuff and improve the health overall. So I want to close by sharing with you some tips about what I think a team can do to institute these healthy, thriving culture and weed out all of those bugs. And these are things I think we can do without ever uttering words like agile and scrum, sprint, velocity, retrospective. We don't have to have those terms or processes to make progress. So one example is code reviews used as learning opportunities. Instead of gating code, preventing bad code from getting in there, take it as an opportunity to accept as much code as possible, but also to help educate people on why they might choose to do it better the next time. If we can turn these into learning opportunities rather than a way to like shun people and tell them that they have to get away because they didn't do good enough code, I think we can create a more productive, healthy culture that wants to share and wants to quickly iterate on things. Another example is cross-pollination of engineers and skills. We should be looking to create as many cross-pollination and redundancies as possible. We should have engineers trying to learn what other engineers are doing, maybe even embedding with other teams for periods of time so that they can see different thoughts and different processes and different cultures and different ways of doing things. That's how we can actually learn more about the health of our own lawn. Another example is publicly highlighting and praising when you find good, healthy lawn growth among a team. If you find that within your team, make a big deal out of it. Make sure to tell everybody else, look how this good, healthy lawn is growing, and try to encourage other people to do the same. Another thing is that leaders demonstrate. They don't just tell good culture, they demonstrate good culture. They, for example, talk about how curious they are about something and how they went and learned something, and they actually record a video or do a talk where they show other people on the team that they did that, and that tries to encourage other people to have that same level of curiosity, that same desire to learn. And finally, when you document solutions, also include what I like to call FAQs or forward anticipated questions. Here's a big problem. A lot of times we index on the way a solution is written and we forget what it was like when we didn't even understand the problem. So you have to actually write out the questions the way somebody with the problem would think about it, not just write out the solution the way you've figured it out at the end. That way we can connect people that have problems with the ways that we have solutions. It's an empathy for the person, even your previous self who didn't understand the problem. Try to have empathy with them and write it out in such a way that it makes sense to the person having the problem. So just to close, just like you shouldn't throw code at a problem without understanding what was really happening, I don't think you should throw processes at team culture problems without understanding what those things are and trying to fix them. I think we should stop chasing after the symptoms of bugs and stop throwing stuff on top, hoping to get a quick fix. I think we have to take time to get to know our lawn. We have to get down in the dirt and root out the weeds relentlessly, bring in plenty of fertile soil, water generously, make room for all of the sunlight. And when you see the grass reaching out, spreading out to others, that's where you want to recognize the health. That's when you know that you have a healthy lawn. Well, actually, that's when you know you have a healthy team. Thanks very much for listening to my thoughts today. Hopefully you learned more about software development and processes than just about boring grass growing in your front yard.
We really appreciate you joining us today and learning all about what we have in motion at Mural. We hope you've enjoyed your day and would love any and all feedback on the conference to ensure we power future events with your insights. In a few days, we'll be sharing all the talks from today on our conference website. We'll also have a survey link so that you can provide your feedback. Thank you so much for your time and participation. We really appreciate it.